sells food. She packed food stuff. She makes pastries in home and abroad. Okay. Um,
What she said, she's correct. In addition to that, I've been doing business before I became a student, though not a large brand. So I'm into fashion.
Beautiful. Thank you. So the second person in group A is who I'll be handing the mic to right now. Were you here when we started?
Okay. Good morning. My name is Folike.
chief security officer of your child. Visit them frequently, and you are also responsible for their bathroom breaks. Please, because where they are just behind the exhibition, and there's a driveway. They have to go all the way around to use the restroom. For medical emergency, we have an ambulance here, and we have the paramedics. Paramedic, could you please raise up? Let them see you. So in case you have any medical emergency, Caladium is ready. The ambulance is just here, and we have trained personnel on it. So you just exit 3 and meet them there for proper treatment. Please, again, I want to mention for the restroom, cleanliness is very important. Please leave it better than you found it so that the next person will be happy using it. I would also crave the indulgence of the MC to ensure we have short stretching session, 1 minute, 2 minutes between a 2-hour sit down so that our muscles are not just moved down. Please, if you have questions, you see some people wearing CLSME t-shirts, white t-shirts. So if you have any questions, if you want to meet any of them, we have military personnel around, we have a lot of security personnel around, but please ensure that you keep yourself safe. So if there's any other thing before we close, we would also mention, but for now, thank you very much for being here, and be safe. Thank you.
Right next on the agenda, we'll be having a welcome address by Engineer Nathaniel Wabambe. Please clap while he comes on stage.
Good morning, distinguished entrepreneurs, mentors, partners, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Engineer Nathaniel Wambebe. I'm standing on behalf of Oluwa Sheung Durojaye, who is the co-founder of Caladium Lagos Bootcamp. Today is not just another event on the calendar. This is a result of 8 years of hard work, labor, discipline, sacrifice, stubborn commitment, as one can say, to a simple thesis. When you equip serious entrepreneurs with the right knowledge, network, community, they will build businesses that keeps the economy standing. In 2018, this started as an experiment. A few committed people in a small room with some business owners were convinced that SME deserve a boardroom quality insight without boardroom barriers. No gatekeepers, no inflated tickets, no theory without application. 8 years later, that experiment now is an ecosystem. We have hosted thousands of entrepreneurs across multiple editions, cities, and experience. We have seen founders refine their business model, formalize their structures, secure partnership, raise capitals, expand distribution, and most importantly, stay in the game when the environment made quitting look very simple and logical. We have built a data-driven, content-rich, focused community that is now trusted as a serious platform for serious entrepreneurs. You are the reason we exist. You are the case study. You are not the proof point that the work is not just a PR, it's an impact. Today, our community is not vanity metrics, it's strategic asset. With over 8,000 constantly reading and engaging with our newsletters, over 10,000 followers on Instagram, and 90% being real small business owners and operators. These are not just random audience. These are founders, side hustlers, employers of labor, people building in tough conditions and still showing up. To our past speakers and mentors from our earliest edition up till now, we say thank you. You trusted this vision before it became a trend. You showed up without ego. You shared playbook that other charges premium fee for. You stayed after season to answer questions. You opened doors for businesses that don't have access. On behalf of Olu and Ayo, we are deeply grateful. Your contributions are part of the institutional memory of this platform. To our speakers and mentors joining us at this 8.0 edition, thank you for aligning with your personal brand and your time with this mandate. You are not just here to fuel an agenda. You are here to transform and transfer leverage on our platform. To the organizers, organization, brands, and partners supporting and standing with us, we say thank you. Nigeria is a tough place to run a business. Policy shocks, infrastructural gap, and so on. This community exists to respond to that reality with structured strategy support and not just empty inspiration. So, as we open this edition, here is our message. Ask hard questions. Network intentionally. Document your insight. Convert note into action within the next 30 days. On behalf of Olusegun and Ayo and the entire team of Caladium Lagos SME Bootcamp, we say thank you. I reaffirm our gratitude to every entrepreneur in the house, our present and our past speakers, our volunteers, our sponsors. Thank you very much. Welcome to Caladium Lagos SME Bootcamp 8.0.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Caladium SME Bootcamp has been here for over 8 years now, building community, building a fellowship, because of the intent and the vision to impact small businesses in Nigeria. As small businesses in Nigeria, you actually have an important or significant role to play in the economic structure in Nigeria. And the next person I'll be introducing on stage will walk us through the journey of the Caladium SME Bootcamp. We're welcoming on stage a lead strategist, a startup founder, an SME expert, a business coach, a thought leader, and a serial entrepreneur, and the convener of the Caladium Lagos SME Bootcamp. I will need us to give a thundering round of applause to Ayo Bankole Akitunde.
That's right. That's one I will take. Hi guys, good morning everybody. Good morning. Please, I need that my phone. I want to take a photo with this beautiful car that I'm looking at. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I want to tell you a story about how we got here. But before I do that, I want to take a photo with you. Why is this place like this? Who arranged this place like this? Ifeoma, can they help me? What was it for? Were they reserving it? No, they're not reserving anything. Okay. So I want to tell a story about how we got here, what led to the vision, and where we are going. If this is your first time of attending the boot camp, please, can I see your hand up? Fantabulous. So majority of you, this is your first time. This sound, please, this thing is too much. Is echoing. Hello? Yeah. Hello? Yeah. It's too much. I think. Is it not too much? Okay, it's fine. I think it's better like this. It was echoing before. Okay, fantastic. The idea of this is that we like to bring in people, new people every year, and expand the reach. You know, if you keep recycling the community members or the people who benefit from this every year, it limits the reach and the impact. So the idea, I'm always happy when I see that year on year, we have a lot more registered participants, more than previous years. So the fact that you made it into this room very much on time, early enough, please give yourselves a round of applause. A resounding round of applause. How many of us are student entrepreneurs? If you're a student or you're a student entrepreneur, please can I see your hand? Oh, brilliant. Fantastic. Because I started the whole idea of trying to hustle as an undergraduate and listening to one of my late mentors, Kunle Olaifa. He was an ISECer. And back then in ISEC, we would typically go to conferences and all of these things. And listening to that guy, Kunle Olaifa, he's dead now. He literally is one of the turning points that changed my entire life. So I'm always very particular about students and student population having access to platforms, forums, events, conversations, introductions that can help you expand your line of thoughts as early as possible. Because for most of these old people that you see, a lot of them are already approaching finishing line, you know. Abi, are you not, Ogadi lawyer, are you not approaching me? Abi, look at one like Isana, what are you motivating the guy? You know, so how did this idea come up? Sometime about 20 years ago or 22 years ago or thereabout, or 23, but 23 exactly years ago, I lost my dad, and we got stranded, because prior to then, my mom had just retired from Lafarge. Then it was called West African Portland Cement. So my father had a small business. My mother also had a small business, which was a side hustle while she was working. So when she retired, she was forming, good wife, supportive wife, and all those things. She now invested her retirement money in my dad's business and retained a little part of it for her own business. And then, to support and all those things. And then a few years later, my father died with the money. And the little one that was left, one uncle of mine ran away with everything. It's not Yoruba movie. I'm telling you, live with story. Ran away with everything, including his passport, everything. Well, luckily or unluckily, even the uncle self is dead. At the end of the day, all of us go die. Abi? So we got stranded. 3 months after my father died, my cousin is here, some of my family, my mom is also coming. So this story is real. 3 months after my father died, our landlord said that he cannot leave the house to a widow, that we should pack our things and go. And we had paid the rent. It's not as if we didn't have the money. So we left We moved from Isolo. We moved to Upper Volta. There's a place called Meo. How many of you know Meo here? Now there you come from? Your journey far. Now from Meo you come from? There are people here that came from Abeokuta, Ibadan, all sort of places, so it's okay. So we moved there. And day and night, my mom would toil with her small business. You know, when I got admission, she was selling all sort of things. And every day and night, she would carry a pen and paper, you know, calculating. And I would look at her and I would be like, you know, clearly she needed a lot of support. The money was not enough. She didn't have accounting system. She didn't understand branding. She had cash flow issues because she would buy, supply to teachers or all these people. They won't pay until 30 days later. So I got very exposed to the dynamics of running a small business and relying on that small business to send your child to school. Because that was the only thing, that was the only source of hope. So I knew that whatever I did in life, I needed to support small businesses. Fortunately or unfortunately, when I graduated, I then started working in consulting firms. You know, some of my ogas are here. You know, the KPMGs, PwCs, and co. When I was in one of those firms, I sat as an analyst with one of my bosses at a meeting. They told me to come and take notes. That meeting was with a small SME they were trying to do energy trading, oil and gas trading. So they had gotten, you know, they had gotten this solid opportunity, but they didn't have the funding. They even had people who were ready to give them money, but they needed someone like PwC and KPMG and co. But lo and behold, our directors then told them that, sorry, they are too small, their business is too small, and their ticket is too small for the firm. So in my mind, I was like, I got into this strategy career because I want to support small businesses. But clearly, where I'm working, you know, that thing is not going to happen, right? So that was how I started Caladium Consulting. But we couldn't do operations because of conflict and all of that, so we kept it low. So later on, when the business started itself, we started off supporting small business, you know, small jobs here and there. But as the business grew, we then realized that the cost of actually supporting SMEs is very high. It will not on your light, it won't pay the bills. But my heart was still there, right? So we started the foundation called the Caladium SME Foundation. That was what we started 2018. Now, my co-founder, Slim, has a similar story. Also was raised by, you know, parents with small businesses and all of that. So we said we needed to create something that would help small businesses. And that was how we started this platform. Then we were just about 60 or so at the first event, about 60 to 100. We had interesting, amazing people. You know, shout out to Egmont Akin Alabi and co who were there at that very first session, Olaison. Very interesting. We're just to have trained people, move on. But from before we knew it, the impact, everybody, those small people in that room shared a lot of stories. People reached out to us, and that was how we built it into a community. And this is 8th year running. That small event has evolved from just the boot camp. This is our flagship event. But during the year, we run all sort of things. We do fellowship programs. We do webinars. We've launched a Caladium Strategy Academy, and all sort of stuff. We've also recently launched a podcast called the Failures Diaries Podcast, where we sit with business leaders, professionals, to talk about their failure stories. Because you need to learn from people's failures. In fact, more than you need to learn from their successes. You know why? Because success usually happens just 1%, 1 out of 10 times. But it's that one success story that everybody hears. But you have a lot more to learn from the 9 times that the person failed. Because what happens if I fail? So, do I give up and die? Meanwhile, the person that is inspiring me has also failed 9 times before he even succeeded. So that was why we started the Failure Diaries podcast. And we've had very interesting conversations. If you have not subscribed, please bring out your phone now. Go on YouTube and look for the Failures Diaries podcast. It's an interesting series of podcasts. We're going to release a few others in a few weeks. So that was how we got here. And we've been consistent. We've done this year after year. We have our newsletter community. We have our Instagram following and community. We have our Facebook. We're very active on Facebook. We're also very active on WhatsApp. But in WhatsApp, we try to keep it as close as possible because we don't need too many people. We don't want people that are inactive and the conversations is like a family. We've had people get married in our community. We've had people do business with each other and all sorts of things. So that's how we got here today. Today, we have amazing individuals who are going to be sharing experiences with us. We're going to be talking about a lot of things. Taxation, branding, sales, distribution, expansion, and all sorts. So I can assure you that we're going to have a very interesting time. But before I leave, I want us to take a quick selfie. If you have your phone out, please, let me see your phone. Let me see your phone. Raise your phone up. Be proud of your phone. Be proud of your phone. Why are you looking at it? Don't worry. We don't judge. We look. We see. We don't judge. If you see anybody's phone, if you see any phone, don't judge it. Just look and go. Look and go. Oh yeah? Who has a better phone than this my own? This my own, don't hold it. It's a selfie with your neighbor, the next person beside you. You are not supposed to take it alone. You and the person beside you, take a selfie. If you know the person beside you is finer than you, smile bigger than the person. You know if you know fine, which I'm still spoiled the phone with photo with frown. Smile, smile. Shine it. Okay, so we're all going to shout while we are doing this. Say, I'm here at the Lagos SME Bootcamp 8.0. When I say 1, 2, 3, go, you are going to shout it and you are going to snap. 1, 2, 3, go. I'm here at the Lagos SME Bootcamp 8.0. Now you are going to post it on all your social media platforms. Use our hashtag, tag me at the Ayo Bankole. Use our hashtag Lagos SME Bootcamp, so we can reposition, we can retweet, and also repost, and we continue the engagement. Thank you so much. I'll see you again when I get back.
You're not clapping loud enough. Or are we all waiting for the jollof rice? Okay, great. So next, we'll be watching the documentary about Lagos SME, behind the scenes, and that will be coming up anytime soon.
Another savings in my dad's small business. Was doing very well, just before he died. And right after that, of course, everything died with him, and left us stranded. That was a sharp turnaround effect on our family for the worst. My mom didn't give up. She hit the street. The year was 2003. I had recently lost my dad.
Ayo Bankole Akitujoye organized a boot camp that will foster Nigeria's SMEs and create capacity development, pitch opportunities.
And, just before my dad died, he had taken on my mom's retirement. My mom had just retired, and she had invested her retirement benefits and other savings in my dad's small business. My dad, of course, had a small business that was doing very well just before he died. And right after that, of course, everything died with him, and left us stranded. That was a sharp turnaround effect on our family for the worst. My mom didn't give up. She hit the streets. She toiled day and night to ensure that I had the best education that she could afford. And with a small business at that time, day and night she would account, she would do record keeping, she would try to track every penny that she made. And I had this spark, this fire in me that I wanted to grow.
My name is Olusegun Arume, the founder of Arofans. Arofans
New SMEs that have the original life function and what desire to support.
I am Joy Gumaso, CEO and Creative Director at Certified and Representative. Certified is customer advertising is a fashion and branding business. We produce software, hoodies, joggers, sweatshirts, minister solution wear. We also sell the products which we use in producing our products. For instance, we sell the Lacoste, Roland Green, Jersey, polyester, and the rest of them. We are also into converting our waste fabric into wealth. We will convert our waste fabric into eco-friendly products.
So 2018 came, and I realized that this was a good time to make that vision into reality. So I got on a call with my partner and my friend, CLSME.
We spoke for quite a time for quite a couple of hours in the class as a plan to see what are some of the things we need to do for small businesses, considering that I have been doing something different in mind, for small businesses, trying to get them, set up online, digital websites, making sure they have, things around. So it took us some months.
We spoke about this vision, this dream to impact the SME ecosystem across Africa.
My name is Adina Oyedamola Olanose. I'm the founder of HKL Retreat, an indigenous brand that is focused on providing Nigerians with nourishing, affordable, and healthy food treats. We have varieties of products that are fresh produces, smoothies, and pre-cut foods. We also take out events.
And we fleshed out the thought, we kept talking about it for over, I think, 5 months or 6 months. And in November 2018, the very first edition of the Lagos SME Bootcamp at that time was born. We had just about 100 people in attendance. We had originally planned for 40, but of course we got over subscription, we had to change venue. And that was how we started to work together as impacted over 10,000 SMEs across the African continent.
I joined Caladium SME Bootcamp and I was able to get a lot. What I got from the bootcamp, especially from the digital marketing and branding, exposed me and my business into getting a wider audience, wider range of audience. And I was able to meet lots of people, lots of network, and a whole lot of adventures that I use in building and strategizing my business.
We started going as a bootcamp, and then we grew into a community. And what we were able to do, what I've been doing is simply providing business education, business management skills, micro-funding, business support programs for small and medium enterprises.
It's been a great journey so far, and it's a community that I would encourage people to be part of. It's free. Every day that I get on TV or any program talking about small businesses, I'm motivated by the impact, by the result that this vision is alive.
I'm coming. The SME Bootcamp, the Caladium Lagos SME Bootcamp, has been in the business of impacting small businesses. We can see testimonies from different businesses in our community citing how the SME Bootcamp and the community, joining the community, has helped them gain visibility for their businesses. So with that being done, we'll be moving on to the panel session. Here, for most of the people that I mentioned earlier that they are here to gain knowledge, this is the knowledge gaining part. We're bringing in top executives from Dangote, from a legal consult as well, from the legal area. Then we're also bringing in someone from music business as well on the next panel session. And joining us today, we have first Mr. Issa Yusuf Arua. He is the technical lead in the office of the Group Managing Director at Dangote Industries Limited. He oversees functions in finance, reporting, audit, and general counsel. And in this capacity, he vets and analyzes output from corporate finance and treasury teams and ensure adherence to internal policies. Prior to his current role, he has built an extensive experience with well-renowned firms, including EY and KPMG. He now holds a Master's of Science in Finance from Caleb University and an MBA in Marketing from Ahmadu Bello University, with also a bachelor's degree in accountancy from the University of Maiduguri. Let's give a resounding round of applause for Mr. Issa Yusuf Arua. The next person I'll be calling on stage is Mr. Oluwatodi Muige. He is a principal partner at Olatodi Muige and Associates, a law firm known for its expertise in corporate law, commercial law, property law, arbitration, and corporate governance. He holds a law degree from Olabusi Onabanjo University and a diploma in project management, and is an associate arbitrator with the UK Chartered Institute of Arbitration. Beyond legal practice, Mr. Todimu is a legal influencer, a public educator who is active on social media under the name Oga the Lawyer, where he demystifies legal issues for the public and advocates for legal literacy. His entrepreneurial insights span beyond law. He is the founder of Todi Domestic Services and serves as a director at Pole Properties. Let's give a loud round of applause as we welcome Mr. Oluwatodi Muige. The next person I'll be calling on stage is a strong woman, Oyinkansola Foza Fawaimi. Apologies if I murdered that name. And she's a leading entertainment lawyer and business consultant, serving as lead legal consultant at Zeta Oracle. She also heads Digital Music Commerce and Exchange Limited, DMCE, which is an IP valuation, catalog management, and administration firm active across sub-Saharan Africa. She holds a law degree from Babcock University and was called to the Nigerian bar in 2014. She is also the founder of Technological Partners, a boutique law firm focused on entertainment, media, and technology. Let's give a round of applause while we welcome her on stage. This panel section will be speaking on laying the foundation for business success in finance, tax, and legal essentials for small businesses. And the moderator for this panel is Ayo Bankole Akitujoye. A round of applause. Let's keep clapping till he gets on stage, please.
Okay. I'm always happy to be doing this with my friends. The three people on this table, they are my friends, even though they are now richer than me. So, I have to give honor to whom honor is due. Fosa, you can't deceive us with your stature. We know these things. I'm happy that I have two lawyers on the table because there's a lot of conversations that happens within the SME space relating to law, legal issues, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to answer a lot of questions today and provide a lot of clarity. You people are the biggest problems for SMEs. Both you as lawyers, as practitioners, as lawyers to the government, whatever way you want to look at it, lawyers are headaches to the SME ecosystem. So I'm hoping that you help us resolve those headaches. Issa is a very senior guy in finance and tax, and we are hoping that in the course of this conversation we'll be able to answer a lot of questions around this new tax law, what does it mean for SMEs, and also a lot of things around financial structuring. But I'm going to start with Fosa. Fosa, you've done tremendous work in the entertainment space around IP and all of that. And meanwhile, please shout out to Fosa. Fosa helped us structure our legal agreement for the Failures Diaries podcast. And she did it for us pro bono. She's like, no, he's on the house. Anyway, Fosa, a lot of SMEs have brands, they have products. A lot of them start their businesses for survival. They need to survive. So there's no job. There is not sufficient money at home. So what do? I start a trade. I start making artworks. Or I start selling shoes. I start making shirts. And some of them have exceptionally creative stuff. But many times than not, nobody's thinking about the intellectual property side of whatever they are doing. And even when they begin to look for collaborations, partnerships, and all of that, it's still not protected, right? And then recently, it's in the public domain, so we can have that conversation. We saw what happened, for example, with Leon, where a partnership looking for investment went completely south, and the business then split. So we now have Leon something, I don't know what it's called. Leon by Port, Abi? pods on the mainland, and you have Ileyan on the island. It was so bitter. So how can SMEs, practically, what are the things that SMEs need to do? Maybe 3 to 4 or 5 ways that does not break their back to protect their intellectual property and protect their products, within the legal space in Nigeria.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Foza, and I am the founder and leader of Zeta Oracle Limited. I no longer work with DMC and technological partners. So please, before they come and sue me, thank you very much. So, how many of us here are creatives? I see that's the first problem. The first problem is that so far you're a thinking human being, you're a creative person, which means that you have the capacity to create something that can be protected, which means that you have something that has the capacity to have a right, which means that thing can also be exploited for economic reasons. Now, the mere fact that you wake up and say, oh, today, tomorrow, maybe you went to one event, you were eating small chops, and you were very irritated at the way the samosa mixed with the fish or the flour, and you go to your room and say, I'm going to start the best small chops company the next day. You go, it's okay, what am I going to call it? Jide's chops. Why? Because once you eat it, I Jide, and you say, okay, I'm going to talk to my friend that is a chef. He should put 3 cups of flour, 1 cup of sugar, 1 cup of, whatever it is. It will create this special flavor of puff that you can't find anywhere in Lagos. Now, what you've done in that short sentence that I've said is, 1, you've created a unique name, Jide Chops, which is, assumably or presumably, nobody else has that name. Now, you've gone from thinking about Jide Chops to writing Jide Chops on paper and creating a J logo for Jide Chops. You've created a logo. Now, you spoke to your friend and told your friend to do 1 cup of sugar, 3 cups of cinnamon, 1 cup of oregano. You've created a recipe. Now, note that everything I'm saying, it moves from you thought about it to you put it on paper. You thought about it to put it in pictures. You thought about it to you wrote it on your iPhone notes. Those are the only things that the law protects. The law doesn't protect your idea. So if you're sleeping in your room and you're constantly thinking about, the name of this my business is called Jide Chops, but every time you transact with somebody, they're sending the money to Akintude Jide, there's a difference. Jide Chops is a figment of your imagination. Akintude is a legal person receiving the money, which means the law cannot protect the Jide Chops in your head, but it can only protect the Jide Chops that is a logo. Same thing with the recipe. Just because you think about it, the moment you move from thinking about it to writing it in a note, or to writing it in a book, or creating it in an e-book, it has led to protection. So that's what intellectual property is. Intellectual property protects works. It doesn't protect your idea. It protects the expression of your idea in works. Now, we have different types of intellectual property. We have copyright, we have trademark, we have patents, we have designs, we have plant varieties. And one of the things I usually tell people, so copyright protects your music, your lyrics, your artistic works, your literary works. Literary works is if you write a book, if you write a poem, if you write a recipe, if you make a video, those of you in the hall making videos, if you take a picture, all those things are being protected by copyright. Now, when it comes to your name, Jide Chops, or Jide Kuku, Kapan Shubanman Kuchaku, Caladium's logo, MTN's logo, Glow's logo, the trademark protects that, right? Now, I'm sure that everything I've listed now, you're like, I didn't know that I have something to protect, right? Now, the interesting thing about it also is that intellectual property laws are territorial, meaning that what you do in what you do in Nigeria, the law only protects it in Nigeria. So if you're a small business thinking one day, okay, you want to take your bitters to Ghana, and the name in Nigeria is Jide Bitters, and you get to Ghana and someone is using Jide Bitters and you want to sue the person, if you didn't protect it in Ghana, you are doing yourself. Now you say, oh, all this protection is expensive. How am I going to do it? Da, 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 da. Yes, we get everything that is expensive. However, the law also says, like for instance, in copyright, it says that you don't necessarily need to register a copyright for it to be registered. The only thing you need to do is to make sure that you document the first time that idea is fixed. What does that mean? Oh, you wrote this mad lyrics or you wrote this mad cooking recipe. Okay, so who knows? Because the same idea that is being given to you, God is giving 5,000 people at the same time, right? So how do you make sure that you are the first in time? Note that the law protects who is first in time to do a particular thing, right? So now, most of us say we have iPhones, you have Samsung Notes. Take your Samsung Note, take your iPhone, take your whatever, document it. It shows the date stamp, the time stamp. So for anything that you want to express, make sure that it's documented in a way where the date stamp or the time stamp can't be edited. So for example, let's say you wrote a book, you email the book back to yourself, right? So that it shows the dates, the first date of starting and stuff like that, right? Now, for your names and your logos, yes, it's expensive, it's expensive. Invest in the branding, at least get the logo. Now, let's note that just because you registered as a business name does not mean you are protected by the Trademark Act. Because I've seen there's a current issue about, how many of us know about the fastest cake issue going on?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you a question about that.
Yeah,
where's the fastest case in Ibadan and all those
things. So that's a classic case of someone registered it as CAC, another person registered it as trademark. Now the question is, which law protects a trade name and trademark? It's the trademark law. So whether you register it as CAC, Kanye, the problem is that, are you using fastest cake as a trade name? And unfortunately, there's one person that has been going off online saying the person is evil, the law doesn't care how you feel emotionally. The law only cares who acted first, who acted right. The law doesn't care whether you are ignorant. It cares that you invest the time that you use on TikTok to come and listen to webinars that, help you out. So I hope those little few things that I've stated,
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think that was very practical and very comprehensive. And thank you. You're far too kind. I didn't have to remind you. So I'm going to come back to you, but let me quickly go to Torimu. Torimu, because when Fosa was talking, she was talking about business name and then CAC. Of course, there's business name, there's corporate, there's limited liability company, and all sort of registration categories, right? But I have a very small business. I just have a shop. I may not even have a shop. I may be producing in my living room and all of that. What type of registration should I do? And what does it expose me to? So if I do business name, for example, what's the implication of that, for my business in terms of structure versus if I do a limited liability company versus whatever else, so proprietorship, etc. And what do I even need for my basic minimum requirements as a small business owner?
All right, thank you very much, Ayo. Good morning, everyone. My name is Oluwato Dimuige. On social media, is Oga_the lawyer. Like Ayo said, although I don't agree that I'm richer than him, you all know he cannot deceive us with his size. So back to the issues. When it comes to business and doing this legally in Nigeria, you must, to do business in Nigeria and earn income, your business must be registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission. Now, when you register that business, you have a variety of options. we have the business name, we have the limited liability company, and we have partnership. Now, of course, you will talk about the taxation issues and all that. So when you are starting a business name, that's when you see, I'm sure many of us, our parents had businesses, Opeyemi and Sons, Alaji BC Enterprise. That's a business name. Now, for the business name, that business is registered in your name as a business name. When you want to enter into a contract or any form of formal engagement, we'll be talking about Opeyemi and Sons, trade, Alaji Opeyemi, trading under the name and style of Alaji Enterprise. Now, in that instance, if there is a liability, if there is a legal issue, you can go after the business owner because he's trading as a business name. When you now go to the limited means that your exposure is limited. When you have Ayobankole Limited, you will see that in that instance, you are a director. The liability, a limited company is seen as a juristic person. Ayobankole is separate. She mentioned that J Cakes and Joseph Ayo Cake. In that instance, Ayobankole is an entity on his own, is a man. Ayobankole Limited is an entity on its own. So it means that as a limited company, your liability stops at the company. That's two. Partnership. People just sit down and see themselves and say, oh, let's start a business. You must formalize that kind of relationship by registering it as a partnership. So those are the three options available under CAC. And it's important that you register your business, no matter how small you think that your business is. Because if you must run a business, to open an account in Nigeria, a bank account, you must have a registered business. You can't go into the bank. You can't, and of course, you wouldn't encourage, I'm sure that I will not encourage you to receive business money into your account. And that means that you need to register your business and open an account. To open an account, you need to be registered with CAC. So these days, with the tax implication, it is best advised that you register as a limited company because of the tax implication. It's better, it saves, and if you are planning to scale up, if you are planning for the future, as a matter of fact, there are some government parastatals, even corporations that would not want to deal with a business name because of the liability issues. They feel that it's a one-man business. It's a sole proprietorship. But when it comes to a limited company, before, the challenges we had with registering a limited company was because people would say that it has to be minimum of 2 directors. But that has been removed. And that means that an individual can actually form a company. So when it comes to structure, I would advise that you do a limited company. You must be registered. Anybody who is doing business in Nigeria and you are receiving money without being registered is against the law, and the law can come after you. And I think I should close with it, for this. People, no matter, like she said, trademark is important. You should also register your business because there have been instances that you see people doing business and they say, oh, I just decided I want to register the name. They have logos, they have banners everywhere, but the name is not registrable. They now say, what can you do? There's nothing I can do. Prayer will not change it. Your business, before you put out that idea, talk to a lawyer, talk to a trademark expert. Is this name available? Because it will be so painful when you have put in a lot of energy. People know you by that name. And guys like Ayo will charge you an arm and leg for you to rebrand and do so many other things. So why not, at the initial stage, get it right? You don't need to rush. Ensure that any idea that you're putting out there, you have protected yourself legally. So when it comes to structure, CAC is the way to go.
Fantastic. I'm going to come back to you to ask questions about conversion, if it's possible, what are the implications, but I want to go to Issa first. Issa, let's talk about the new tax law. There's been a lot of debates, arguments, fighting, miscommunication. I think that most of it has been miscommunication on the internet about, and that's largely because of the popularity or otherwise of this government. So a lot of people believe that whatever they are doing on tax is bad, is selfish, is greedy. So a lot of people really don't even understand the elements of the tax law. What does it mean for SMEs? What are the provisions from January how does it protect or otherwise? What are the new exposures that are documented in this new tax law?
All right, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'll ride on what Todimu said earlier on. Ayo's size should not be a matter of deceit here.
No.
Ayo is actually he's taller than he looks. Let's leave it there. Okay, thanks very much, and you're spot on when you say there's so much apathy around the tax law and how it will apply. There's so much panic around. A lot of people think effective 1st January, a dog whistle will be blown and they'll start chasing everyone. In fact, my cousin called me just yesterday. He's in Abuja and he's a one-man gang running his own business, and he was asking that what's going to happen with the tax law because effective January, we are now required to start complying. How do we do this? But one thing I would say, which is what I started with him, is the fact that, like they said, I don't know who that quote goes to. There are some things are certain in life, death and tax, which means tax is an obligation. And if you go through the provisions of the law, tax is an obligation that is placed on you by virtue of the law. And if you go through the Nigerian tax policy of 2017, one thing that resonates with me, it says is that levy that is imposed on you for which you should not demand something in return before you make the payment. So the law imposes that on you. So everybody is required to pay tax. So let's come back from this base idea and understanding of what does the tax reform entail. If you go through the readings, you'll find out that the tax reform has actually brought some level of certainty, some level of clarity to the scattered laws that we have before. So before now, you have the various types of taxes that are in play, VAT Act, Personal Income Tax Act, Companies Income Tax Act, a lot of levies who are all around, running around. But everything has been codified and consolidated into one law now, and you have something simple that you can go through. I use the word simple because no matter the knowledge of tax that you have, you need to go read through 1,001 laws. And if you've done some things within the oil and gas industry, the petroleum industry, upstream most likely, then you get to know that there are 1,001 regulations beyond the law in itself that exist. And you must read all those things together to be able to form an opinion. But the Tax Reform Act has come to consolidate everything together, and you have one document, one Bible, one Quran that you can hold on to, read through, digest, and understand. So what does it do? It brings certainty, which means it becomes easier for people to go through. But just like he said, the apathy that people have, is it unfounded or is actually right and in place? But when you go through it, you see that some of the things, there are so much benefits, and I think Taiwo is doing a great job with respect to that. There are so many benefits that are there, which so many people don't know, and you ride on the public apathy to think that there's so much trouble. So for the SME, let's narrow it down. For the SME, what has he done? Todimu has advised that we set up companies, right? We set up companies, those companies run. So let me go practically a bit. You get to find out that if you go to the FIRS is the taxing authorities that have right over activities of companies and assess them to tax. The FIRS is structured around turnover, so you have the small and micro tax offices, you have the large tax office, medium tax office. For SMEs, for the most part, you fall within the area of the small, micro and small tax offices. And what do you get to find out? You just start up your business, you're trying to put your records together. The next thing, someone come knocking on your door to tell you that you have VAT obligations to pay. God help you. If you are not even aware that you're supposed to charge VAT, they will come knocking on your door wanting to place a lien on your account that there is some value-added tax you were supposed to have collected that you have not collected. So there is a demand on you to come and pay. And if you don't, your case is going to be... In fact, just yesterday, a mentee who runs an apartment in Abuja got a demand to come and pay 173 million naira in some taxes and levies. And by the time you go through, he's screaming. He just started his business in May. He has not even made turnover to that extent, but they're asking him to come make that payment. What do you get to find out? The tax man is knocking on your door, asking you to come and make payment based on some spurious ideas that he has. But this Tax Reform Act has made it easier for small businesses. And there are 1,001, there are several exemptions that are there, which benefits small companies. So you see, small companies, if your turnover is less than 50 million, you're exempted from value-added tax. You are not required to charge value-added tax, and nobody should give you place an obligation on you.
Turnover in this case means the total amount that you sell.
Total transaction, the total sales that you've made through the course of the year. So if you set a period, so from an accounting standpoint, you know there is the periodicity concept. It is expected that you set a time within a 1-year period, which you prepare your books of accounts to. So people typically go with first January, within that period, any transaction, total sales that you have made, if it is less than 20 naira, the tax reform exempts you from it. So that obligation that the tax man will come knocking on your door, asking you to pay value-added tax. By law, when they come knocking, you tell them this is not the first thing I am exempted. You should not charge it, and nobody should ask you to come and pay it. You are expressly exempted. So for a private business, for the SME, one of the biggest problems you have is pricing. So for example, it costs you 10 naira to make this thing. You want to sell it, you're struggling to get buyers to buy it. Suddenly they tell you that you need to charge 7.5%, which is VAT, you must impose it on and track it. People are coming to meet you to tell you that how am I sure that you are going to remit this thing to the government? I'm not going to pay you. This could be a deal breaker. Let me take you guys down memory lane. Sometime in 2010, when we're in Ikoyi, Temple Road, we are Temple Road. Then EcoBank was where Vava is now, opposite Golden Gate. I closed my EcoBank account. Then that was an account Oceanic Bank account. Oceanic Bank. That was an account I used when I was in the university as an undergraduate. I closed that account because they charged me VAT. Yes, and I was like, why will you charge me VAT? They were like, no, there's compliance, there's this, and I was like, no, I'm shutting down this account today because why should I be paying VAT on those services? That was before you started seeing VAT on every services then nobody charges you VAT. So it's a deal breaker, most especially if you are an SME. If you charge VAT, someone will come charging at you. Why are you charging me VAT? But the law has now made it clear to say there is no VAT. That's some relief. From a company income tax standpoint too, typically you're expected to prepare your books of accounts, and at the end of the year, you are expected to declare profit, where you made profit and pay taxes on it. But the law has exempted you from income taxes. So clearly, you see, that's another respite. So no taxman can come knocking on your door to tell you that, no, based on what I see, you're expected to. All you need to do is evidence to demonstrate the clear fact that the total activities that you've done during the year is not up to 50 million. And even if it is up to 50 million, it goes further to say there is, that's for individuals, the minimum tax, that it's at 1%. No, but even for company, you go through it, there's a minimum tax, you're expected to pay a minimum tax. So even if your turnover is in excess of 50 million, you run through the year. Before you pay your taxes, certain calculations will be done. And by the time they run the calculation, if you fall within the threshold of people who are exempted, who should not pay tax, or you have a loss, it's just a token that will be slammed on you for you to come and pay. So clearly, what is that? That's some respite and some certainty and clarity that the law brings to play, which means no taxman or any finance man can come play games and tell you, because one of the things you have playing out is because so many people do not understand what the tax law says. People do not understand the working, and it's not so simple for people to run with. So what you get the taxman do, leverage that, come harass you, make money off you. But the Tax Reform Act has come to create some level of certainty. So you don't need to hide under the radar, praying and hoping that the taxman doesn't find you. And the day they find you, you are in so much trouble because they will come and start looking at. The sad thing with the taxman, when they come knocking on your door today, they'll look. Nobody looks at where you have started from. They'll begin to picture you from where you are today. You might have started very small, grown over the last 5 years to get to where you are today. Maybe today you are above 100 million. The taxman wants to hit you with the view of the 100 million you are doing today. But look, come out to the open, prepare your books, make your books right, get the right kind of advice, and you put your things in order, and clearly the law creates some certainty and exempts you from all the stress that you have. So that way, life is easier. So don't be the typical Nigeria who's a headliner. I go to Twitter, I see they say tax is the worst thing. Even the air we are going to breathe very soon, they'll start taxing it. Don't be a headliner. Go through it, read through it, get the right kind of support. And Ayo and his team are there providing those support. Get the right kind of support, get the right kind of guidance, and you see that the Tax Reform Act in itself is actually trying to grow SMEs. And I'm saying that because you get to find out, go through data, one of the largest employers of labor in Nigeria and even in developed countries are who? The SMEs. You may see yourself as, oh, I have just an employee. But aggregate the total number of SMEs you have, pull together the employees they have, and check it. Then you get to find out that not even the federal government has that number of employees. So the Tax Reform Act is SME friendly, and it creates some level of certainty so as to help guide you through the tax landscape.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Please let me clap for him. I can see it on my screen, and people are telling me already that time up. So I'm just going to go around 1 minute each. If you guys can give me that's 4 minutes, or 3 minutes rather. Very quickly. Foza, I know I said I was going to ask you earlier that there is a bit of a confusion here, right? You said that copyright, you don't even necessarily need to register copyright, isn't it? And if I'm able to demonstrate that I have existed, then I can lay claim to that copyright. But what would be the evidence that that thing exists? Does it have to be published somewhere? Or if it's existing only in my own journals and in my notebook, how does that stand the test of time, right? Meanwhile, somebody else is out there everywhere, that kind of thing. And because in the case of the fastest case, for example, shouldn't evidence that I have registered it be an evidence that it exists? Do you get what I mean? Or is that because it's a trademark issue and not a copyright issue? So that in between, can you please help clarify?
Okay, thank you. So the law expressly says that once the idea or the expression of the idea is in a fixed format, which you can see, feel, or hear, you have automatic copyright, right? Now, the interesting thing is that's what the law says. Then there's the practicality of it, right? So it's just easier for your business if you notify the registry that, hey, I've created this thing, give me my copyright number or whatever. It's easier, right? However, if you go through, which is we tell you and say this is what the law says for business, but for business reasons and just to be business savvy and smart, we recommend that you notify, you register this copyright, or you register your trademark, or you register your design, or you patent your invention, and stuff like that. So it's one thing, I mean, if you are able to establish that, like I said, because of the economic situation of you're starting a business to survive. So this English I'm speaking doesn't make sense to an average person that is just trying to survive. But there are very free steps that you can take. So for example, you're a writer, open a Substack account or a Medium account and just publish the things there. In that situation, you've expressed that idea, there's a date stamp, and the public has seen it. Because when we get to court and two lawyers are arguing, the beginning of my conversation, and I'll give you an example, a babe came online and said Davido took a concept of a particular song, right? Now, everybody asked, who did you send it to? He said, oh, I spammed their emails and they never responded. Now, when everybody saw our own treatment, it was basically almost the similar idea from, if you listen to the song, this is the inspiration the song will give 20,000 people in the room. It's about big women, celebrating big women. That's the same thing your concept and idea has, right? But your claim is that, oh, they saw it because you sent it to the email. The people are like, we didn't see it. Like, you sent it to a spam email. Nobody checks spam emails, right? Now, if that gets to court, it's going to be a very interesting argument to say, did I have the opportunity to see or engage that content that inspired or that I gleaned from it and now maybe infringed on your copyright or infringed on your trademark or whatnot. So just generally, it is advised that if you can, right, take steps to register your copyright, take steps to register your trademark, but in the event you don't have all that, make sure there's proper documentation to show that you've invested a level of creative budget and time into that particular work that deserves protection.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Foza. Law, many businesses started off at business name. I'm sure a lot of people in this room registered business names, right? So what does that mean? What do I need to do? Is it easy to convert? I've seen a lot of people ask me, a lot of people, is there a need to even convert? I know you've said, limited liability is important, blah, blah, blah. But if I'm still very tiny, or even if I eventually want, because now that the law has given me a lot of respite, if I want to convert, what are the implications? Is there a need to, or should I wait for a certain growth stage? Those kind of things. Just quickly give us the steps for doing that.
Okay, well, it's quite easy to change your name, to upgrade from a business name to a limited company. And once you do that, what you need to know is that the name changes from Ayo Bankole Enterprises to Ayo Bankole Enterprises Limited. You can change. Yes, there can be an upgrade. And of course, when you become a limited company, it means that you need to be more responsible. Bookkeeping is important, like you have stated. There might be tax implications. You need to take contracts seriously because the era of, now my family member is gone. You need to take contracts seriously. You need to engage professionals. Some limited companies have company secretaries and all that. You need to have an accountant that looks at your books and says, oh, this is what you should do. There are some monies that you don't receive into your account. There are some that you receive into your account. There are, you need to document. people who just have 200 million in their account, you are getting, FRS is watching your social media space. There are some things that you don't do. I was, one of our clients posted a video and somebody came in with dollars to buy a vehicle. So I had to call him that, okay, do you know what you are doing? Yeah. It's not, do you understand? So there's a difference between, when you cloud chase, they will come for you. Yes, people will hail you as a big man, but, there are serious implications of that. So as a limited company, you need to understand. And, most times people say, oh, it's my family member, just come and start working. As a limited company, you shouldn't do that. The labor law is very clear that if you have somebody who is your employee, within a month, there must be a contract of employment. So those are things that you need to understand. And not to scare you, but it's better because structure protects you. Yeah, it does. And it's easy to scale. It's easy, like I said, to upgrade, talk to a lawyer. The requirements are the same as a business name because as an individual, you can actually register as a limited company. So that's about it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ogadilo. So back to you very quickly. I need you to just help us close on how best to, many people cannot hire accountants, so as they leave here, what should be that takeaway in terms of how to design their finances in a simple way? Maybe a template, maybe what should be the CTA, the call to action as they are walking out of this room?
Okay, thanks very much. I think I'll zero in on something. When you're starting a business and you get to find out, I think it was in the words of, what's the name? J.D. Rockefeller. He says success is primarily doing common things in an uncommonly way. That's what it takes for you to be successful. And for you to be successful, 3 key things that you need. You need to have a purpose, you need to have discipline, and you need to have structure. And what drives that purpose? That purpose and discipline has to be around something. There must be some level of governance around it. How do you do things? How do you approve things? What are documentations that drive those things? And when you begin to come to documentation, I think she mentioned, you must have a note of what you do. And from an accounting standpoint, there are books of primary entries, journals. So you don't need to have some highfalutin software, SAP, and just from your basic record keeping. How much did I sell today? What is the cost for me buying these things? And for those of us who can afford having a laptop, and even today, our phones, we can open Excel on our phones, where you begin to track those things. And the moment you begin to track those things, it will marvel you. And I'm going to give this live example. My wife is an SME. She runs an SME, an enterprise, just like you here. And at some point, she complained a whole lot that she was tired and I kept laughing. All I told her is, have you tried a day to make a log of what you do? She was science inclined. She's not someone, she studied human anatomy. So once you start talking finance, she wasn't interested. And I had to help her develop an Excel workbook to track her activities. And the moment she tracked her activities over a 3-month period, she doesn't want to work for anybody because of the flexibility and what she's doing. And she begins to see the numbers that she's doing. So what do you need to do from a self-help standpoint? Because it's very esoteric for me to tell you, go get a consultant, go talk to IO and the likes of them. If you do that, they still need to rely on certain primary information that you will provide. So what does that mean? The obligation falls on you to document what you do. If you cannot write it on paper, from a starting point, you can begin by writing it on papers. I am going to make this phone. What are the components that I need? This microphone. What do I need to make it? I'm going to buy it. If I'm buying it, document all the cost it takes you to get it, including your cost of transportation if you're going to the market to get those things because of these things. It's different for you not to recover all the full cost, but know what all the cost is. So that way, that will guide, if you're going to set a price for this thing that you're going to sell, you will know what the implications are, and that guides you. And by the time you do that, you sell. It gives you an idea of what exactly it is you're doing. You can transfer that to Excel, which forms the basis on which you can begin to engage someone to look at to see if it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. So what does it mean? You must have purpose, you must have discipline for you to drive what it is that you must do, and there must be that self-help in you documenting all those things that you do, either on papers, either on Excel, and tracking them, so that way you will see how you have performed over time. And if it gets to the point where you need support, those are the primary things that the person would also look at in looking at and advising what level you need to do, what else you need to do to make a difference in what it is you do.
Thank you so much, Issa. Thank you so much, Todi. Thank you so much, Foza. Please help me give him an amazing round of applause. Guys at the back, please, can you give me the gift bags for our panelists, please? Pictures, please, let's take pictures. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you very much. Please, I hope that you guys are still going to be around to talk to our guys. So we have very interesting gifts for you guys. One of our creative guys was contracted to do something really unique. Yeah. Where is Babajide? Babajide is the artist. We just want to say, that we love you. Thank you so much.
I'm taking my turn, they not in my lane. They go in this side, that way. So open your eyes and follow my lead. I do it one time, my way. That's how you got me, we can know you need a way. Everyone knows that they ain't got nothing to say. Step into the light, I know you wanna stay. We live it every day and rolling every day.
Hi, everyone. That was an amazing session. Would you agree with me? In that session, you should have learned how the new tax law affects you as an SME, as well as understand legal structure in terms of protecting your intellectual property, right? Am I speaking your language? Would somebody tell me what was very interesting to them? Something you picked up that is very interesting. I just need one person before we move on to the next session. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ola, CEO of Omil Construction Company.
Are we tired? Our clap, I can't even hear it from here. Can you please give him a round of applause? Thank you, guys. So, we're having the next plenary section immediately, and we'll also be ushering in executives from the industry, from the business industries. And the next plenary session will be business growth conversations, where we're talking about brand communication, networking, and selling. On stage with me, I'll be introducing Mr. Adebayo Adegun. He is the lead partner and CEO of Crosstyle Solutions, a Lagos-based organizational development and people transformation consultancy with over 15 years of experience. Since founding Crosstyle in 2013, Mr. Adebayo has trained over 5,000 professionals and led change initiatives for clients such as Central Bank of Nigeria, Lagos State Government, SEPLAT, and Stanbic IBTC. Please give a resounding round of applause as we welcome Mr. Adebayo Adegun on stage. The second person I'll be welcoming on stage is Mr. Edward Israel Aide. He is the founder and CEO of Caladium Solutions, also a Lagos-based strategic communication agency with a decade-long career dedicated to the effort to help clients build trust. And he was named Nigeria's top 50 PR professionals in 2024. Before he founded Caladium, Mr. Edward honed his expertise in brand management within Nigeria's creative industry, which included a senior marketing role at Chocolate City Music, and is also a recognized thought leader who shares his insights on brand management, business, and politics on a regular basis. Please give a resounding round of applause while we welcome Mr. Edward on stage. I can't hear you clapping, though. Joining us next on stage is Miss Mobolaji Ajayi. She is the founder and chief executive officer of Pure Life Health, and a health tech platform, which is a health tech platform transforming access to primary health care across Nigeria. With nearly a decade experience in healthcare administration, strategy, and pharmacy, she has led Pure Life rapid expansion to 11 Nigerian states and over 100,000 users, pioneering innovations like blockchain-based drug authentication and Care Hub community health centers. That's powerful. Please help me welcome Miss Mobolaji Ajayi. And moderating this panel, we'll have Mrs. Oluwabusayo Adegoke. She is the Chief Operating Officer at Pure Life Health. Welcome. Please give a round of applause as welcome.
I thought the applause was going to be more than that. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So this is one of the most practical conversations that we'll be having, because no matter how important or innovative your business is, your ability to communicate your brand, connect with people, and sell effectively will determine your growth trajectory. And today we'll be hearing from outstanding thought leaders who are shaping the
And then we did our whole SWOT analysis as an organization to say what exactly is our strength, where are those weaknesses coming from, what are the opportunities tied to those strengths, and where are the threats tied to those weaknesses. And then we saw that, training was something that we saw that we're very good at. And then we changed the entire narrative, and for everywhere we communicate, for everything you see about us online, it was specific around training. The same organization, 2-3 years down the lane, did another brand audit, and we're known for that one thing. So my advice to anyone starting up SME, businesses would always be that, first of all, define what the brand is. What do you want to be known for? Remember what I said earlier, your name, your brand, my name, your brand has no meaning except the meaning that I give to it. So if I consistently push a narrative, if I consistently push to say I want to be known for this, trust me, down the lane, and if you are consistent with it, people are eventually going to see your name and it's synonymous to that thing you have constantly been pushing out. But if you're always everywhere, your target audience are actually also confused as well to say, where exactly are they? What exactly are they doing? And trust me, if you're doing that, if you are then built a name around that one thing in your brand, you can then begin to spread across other areas when your brand has been known. Because now there is trust, and now there is brand reputation. Now people have known you for something, and in fact, you even do business with the same people that are first actually engage you. So for me, my advice is know your brand, know what you want to be known for, and consistently push the narrative that you want to be known for.
Thank you very much. That was profound. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. So we're going to move to an aspect of this that I really would love us to speak about. So I've seen how a lot of brands that have no form and substance have been able to sell what they don't even have just by telling the right stories. And this tells us how powerful storytelling is. I personally, have fallen in love with some businesses, and at the point of transacting, I hear, we're not ready for business. So it tells you that the way you tell your stories, has a large impact in attracting customers to what you have or what you do not have. So storytelling can be, and PR can be a game changer for SMEs, but many don't know how to use them strategically. So how can small businesses leverage storytelling to build credibility and trust with their customers, especially in a crowded digital space?
Okay, thank you very much. And I like how you started this the question, because one thing I'll tell you for free is that there's a thought leadership epidemic in Nigeria. Everybody wants to become a thought leader. Everybody gets in front of a camera and suddenly spouting out analysis and opinions and all of that. A lot of times, there's no authenticity behind it. There's no substance. And as an SME owner, that's one place you do not want to be. I always say that public relations is not about visibility. It's not about media relations. It's not about getting you on CNN or whatever. It's about building trust. And building trust is a slow burn. It takes a lot of times. And for you to be trusted, you need to be authentic. You need to be yourself. If you open a bottle of Coca-Cola, the promise is delivered. There's no story. They're not bamboozling you. Do you understand? So for brands, especially for SMEs, I'll always say that tell stories, but let them be rooted in authenticity. Let them be rooted in who you are. Like I said earlier on, there's a thought leadership epidemic. Everybody wants to be an expert. You do not have to be an expert. Tell your story. My name is James. 3 years ago, I found a solution while I was trying to buy corn by the roadside. I found a problem while I was trying to buy corn by the roadside, and then I created XYZ solution, and now this solution has solved XYZ problems for this person, that person, that person. Simple story. Relatable story, true story. You do not have to say, my name is James. In 1702, Charles Anderson did, like nobody cares. Do you understand? Nobody said. Your story must be you. Don't do what someone else is doing. And I'll tell you something, in a very noisy digital space, it is your authenticity that breaks through the noise. I can assure you there are people you follow on Instagram because they are loud and bold. There's no substance. And after a while, you move on because they're just a fad. But the brands that you've been following forever and ever are the brands that are authentic. You will buy a bottle of Coca-Cola when you're thirsty. I don't care if there's another brand of cola, it will come to you naturally because consistently they deliver on their promise. And let me give you like a quick case study as well. Okay, I can't mention the name now because it's a crisis management problem. So a few years ago, there's a Nigerian bank that a lot of you definitely use. And they had a little problem. People started, over time, they became too elevated for customers. And that cycle of trust was broken. And they needed to rebuild trust with their customers. Now, the strategy they had in-house was to do what a lot of people do. Make it bold and proud and loud. Ignore the problem. Be like Erisco Tomato. You have a big problem to solve. Instead of solving the problem, advertise and try to use noise to whatever. That was the strategy they had in-house. But when they spoke to us, we told them, we said, you need to remind your customers the reason why they chose you in the first place. What is the story? What is you as a bank? They understand. What do you have to, why do people choose you in the first place? And we helped them to develop a crisis management plan that was more about storytelling and reminding people that this is who we are. Yes, we have challenges because banking relies on a lot of other partners like technical solutions providers that they have no control over. But this is why we're here, and this is what we continue to do, and this is why we are your preferred bank. And over time, the crisis that was really, like it was a big issue, people were on their case a lot of times, that thing just sort of died down because they didn't say, oh, we are the best in the world. They told a very, very authentic story that was rooted in the fact that this is who we are, this is what we do, and this is why we are your preferred bank. So just to summarize, I'll say that if you're an SME, tell authentic stories. And those stories are in you already. They are the reason why you started the business. They are the reason why you continue to go to work every day. They are the reason why you have chosen to not jackpot and stay here. There's so many stories that you can tell. Don't try to be like Ayo Bankole. His story is different from yours. Don't try to be like me. Tell your own authentic stories and tell it consistently. Tell it in any way and any form. And over time, you will engage and convert.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I loved how you laid emphasis on authenticity. You know, it's important for us to hear that, and I trust that business owners here are taking notes. So, which brings me to the next person I'll be speaking with, and that's Mrs. Mobolaji Ajayi. So, your brand could be visible, you may be telling the right stories, but if you have products and your customers cannot access it, it's hard for the business to be successful. So one of the biggest challenges for SMEs is not that they don't have great products. It's the fact that their products are not getting into the hands of the customers. So from your experience leading Pure Life Health, sorry, I know the answers to some of these things, but for the purpose of, our audience, of course, from your experience leading Pure Life Health, how can businesses effectively leverage marketing and distribution to reach their target audience and drive sales eventually?
Thanks, Busayo. I find it interesting when I sit on panels, the non-healthcare related topics, right? However, before we go to leveraging channels, and I think our other panelists have also spoken about it, it's important to understand why you do what you do and ensuring that your story is crisp, clear, right? Usually brands are not what you define it as. Pure Life Health is not what I define it as the visionary or the founder. It is what the audience thinks it is. And, if the audience thinks it's something different from what I've built, then I need to go to the drawing board again and, fix it, right? So telling your story, understanding your why, and just being different amongst, the crowd, right? I think that's one of the flywheels. And for us, from personal experience, we started, like every other person, but very differently. And we told our stories very differently. They've said most of what I would have contributed about being authentic, about finding that story, I never knew I had a story until I, sat myself down and I remember that, I actually had a very severe accident that resulted to a brain injury, and then changed the trajectory of my life to being very much interested in healthcare. I wouldn't think about it if, I wasn't forced to as a founder, right? And one thing that really set us apart was, explaining our why and, pushing our product in the simplest form possible. So I thought to, lay that foundation before answering the question. Now, in terms of marketing and positioning, I would first say that whilst I would, share some nuggets, the media, the society, human mind is very, I would say it's funny and confusing. And let me say why. You never know when you hit your next big break. We can tell you, this is what you have to do, this is what you have to do. But what I just realized is consistency is key. If you've been doing something, keep pushing. It may be when you even feel tired and almost giving up. That's when you realize that, your big break has come. However, in terms of positioning and marketing, there are different strategies. There's the power of the media. The media is amazing and powerful. Maybe clothes maker can be in a remote village in Maiduguri, and all they need, I won't even say Facebook now, all they need is a WhatsApp story, or a Facebook, or an Instagram, or a LinkedIn, So the social media has built a very magnificent platform that would allow people, even in the most remote places, push their products out, right? However, there's so many things outside of the media. There's also the importance of partnerships, right? For us, we do have board of advisors, and the importance of the board of advisors for us is where we are not, they are helping us tell our story. I had one of our advisors call me yesterday. He was in Ireland, and he met one of our potential partners, and he was able to follow through and push. And why am I saying this? I couldn't have been in Ireland at that time. I was engaged in other things. I couldn't have, or the partner maybe would not be following our Instagram or my LinkedIn or Facebook at that point. But then I had a strategic partnership of people, of industry voices that can help us connect even when we're not able to, right? So one, there's the power of the media. Two, there's strategic partnership with human beings and also with, companies, with products. Several times we get, partnership emails, and sometimes I know for sure that this will not convert, right? But I also understand that shaking hand with this brand is going to bring some form of visibility for me. So partnerships are very necessary. Maybe not converting immediately, but then you get engagement, or there's like a future, flywheel there. So in summary, it's just human partnerships, joining, networking, like coming to Caladium 8.0. You never know who you can speak with, pitch your products. At the very beginning, I did have one of my early senior team. What he usually does is he'll come to events like this and raise up his hand to ask questions, even when he doesn't have a question. And the first thing he says, "Hi, I'm the operations lead of Pure Life Health. And what we do is this," before, he goes ahead to asking the question. So plugging yourself in strategic events, network, having a team of advisors, partnering with other brands, because I don't believe that products or brands should exist in silos, and also harnessing the power of the media.
Thank you very much, my MD. Thank you for sharing those insights with us. So now I'm going to Mr. Suraj Oyewale, right? And So when I saw the focus of your engagement, I mean, I thought about it. Of course, we have all said it repeatedly that your network is your net worth, right? And it cannot be overemphasized. And looking at your profile, I see that your leadership style has always emphasized relationships as growth capital. And in your experience, would like to know, for the sake of our audience, what it takes to build truly strategic networks that could convert into business opportunities, not just contacts. And one of the reasons why I'm asking this is, I know someone that would go to events like this, would harvest as much as 70 complimentary cards. You know, she'll just, and at the end of the day, you just ask her, hey, so what's up? Those contacts, what has happened? And she's like, nothing really, you know. So we now went to another event where someone who had seen her at a previous event saw her again. And he was like, oh, this girl that is always harvesting cards, you know. So now I'm talking about strategic networking beyond just harvesting contacts, you know. So what can our business owners do to be more strategic in this regard? Thank you.
I think we can exchange. Okay, thank you. Okay, I mean, good afternoon, and happy to be here on this panel. A couple of years ago, when the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth, when she died, somebody tweeted that within the next few hours, Daily Mohammed was going to post a picture of himself and Queen Elizabeth, and so it was. You know, within a few hours, we saw a picture of Daily Mohammed and the Queen of England, you know, and they tweet some story to say, oh, okay, we made blah, blah, God rest our son, all of that. You know, and in my own small circle, some people have named me Daily Mohammed because I'm from Aquara State, and, you know, I share a couple of attributes with Daily Mohammed, and they just gave me that name, okay, Daily Mohammed. And why? And that's because most times, many people, VIPs, when I meet them, you know, we exchange contact, we take pictures, we post on social media and all of that, you know, and at some point they just give me that name. So, yes, we know that, I mean, it's not necessarily, the value of your network is not necessarily the number of people you have met, the number of pictures you have taken with people and all of that. But those things actually sending some message, okay? Those things are sending some message. And I will tell you why. If somebody, I mean, I'm very big on networking. You know, I've written a book on networking. I mean, I wrote a book on networking which was published about 3 years ago. And that's it. I mean, that's what is called networking by, by association, okay? If you know that I know the, the governor of CBN, okay? I mean, the way you see me be different from the way you see me if you probably, you know, are not aware that I know the governor of CBN. You know, oh, so the way it works is this. If somebody sees you, okay, with people that are credible, the people that are well-known, the people that are, you know, it sends a message that if these people can trust this guy, then I think there is some level of, you know, maybe trust I can have in him. Okay, somebody that has the value that is enough to make, you know, a minister or CEO of GTB or, you know, the convener of Caladium, to have that kind of relationship with him, that sends a signal that I think this guy is somebody that, oh, I want to do business with. This guy is somebody that I want to partner with. This guy is somebody that I want to, you know. So that's the psychology. That's a very important psychology of, of relationship. Okay? But in general, I will put 3 things. How do you now build a network? Okay? 3 things, I think, from my own experience, 3 things are things I will advise anybody do, you know, for them to have that kind of network. It doesn't have to be CBN governor, it doesn't have to be minister and all of that, but, you know, any decent network that can convert to, you know, to business. The first one is value. Okay? People tend to underrate value, and that's what is missing in a lot of things. Oh, somebody just meets somebody, oh, you take picture, you go and snap a lot of, you know, but people know the value you offer. You know, if you don't offer any value, you don't have, okay, yes, we take picture together, but they might not even pick your call again or even respond to your message. So value, how do you, over time, you build value as a business, as a person, you build value over time. From your work, from things you are very, very enthusiastic about. People know me. When people hear my name, they know, okay, that guy is always talking about career, he's always talking about, network, he's always talking about relationships, he's always talking about, I'm talking about business relationships, he's always talking about education. I've been able to build myself as some sort of authority, informal authority over those fields. So people know that, oh, this guy, when I talk to him, I have some kind of confidence in him that he probably, he might have experienced something in the past that can help me. So value is very, very important in building network. Okay, people tend to associate with you when they know that you're a person of value. So build value, and that's very, very important because the second one is visibility. You may know all the things in this world. You may know, you may be the smartest guy in the room. Okay, but if you don't have that visibility, it can affect you. Now, I probably also have to caveat that, yes, people do well without having decent network, okay? But many people do. People that are competent, that have value, if they had where they had visibility to it, it helps them. I used to cite the example of Taiwo Yedele. When Taiwo was the partner tax in PwC, okay, Taiwo Yedele wasn't the most knowledgeable, perhaps arguably, the most knowledgeable person in tax in Nigeria. He was only one of the 5 or 6 partners in PwC tax. KPMG had their own tax partners too. Some guys, Wale Ajayi, all of them, Victor Oyeko and all of them. Deloitte had their own tax partners too, guys that are very, very good in tax. The likes of, Olumide Excel, the likes of Olumide Excel, and all of these guys, smart guys. Ernst & Young had its own, Abudu. These guys were also very, very sound in tax. But what? Taiwo was more visible. Taiwo was always the guy that TV stations would call to come and speak on taxation in Nigeria. Taiwo was always the guy that minister would call. We had an event. We had this. So when Bola Tinubu as president was looking for who to make his tax reforms committee chairperson, the first thing that comes to their mind is Taiwo Yedele. Not necessarily because he's the most knowledgeable person in tax in Nigeria, simply because he was perhaps the most visible at that time. So visibility projects your value, projects your competence, and those things can open doors for you. The third thing that can help your network, that can help you, leverage your big network and even leverage it is, I've talked about visibility, then versatility also helps you too. And this is least important. People that can speak on various subjects, people that know, various things, apart from their primary field, tend to go far, tend to have that kind of wide network they can use. I mean, you go to an event, they're talking about football, you can't contribute. It's fine. I'm not saying you must know about football, but the broader your range of knowledge, the greater your network. Then you have to go to events. After having all these 3 things I mentioned, value, visibility, and versatility, then you also have to be, part of visibility is going to events. 2 days ago, Thursday, my good friend, Toby Ajayi, CEO of North, he invited me to his car launch. He was launching, his car company was launching some electric vehicles, and invited me. I'm not really someone that, likes to go for social event that much, but at some point, even as 2 hours before that event, I was saying, should I go, should I not go, should I go, should I not go? When I now evaluated what I can also gain from attending that event, 2 things. Number 1, going to that event, having some, being visible, talking to people, pictures, all of those things, also going to improve my own social capital. Secondly, meeting people. And that was how it was. Guess what? At that event, I eventually decided to go. I got there like an hour late or something. When I got there, I met somebody, one of the top 5 guys in real estate sector. And I work in, I own a real estate company now, right? And that's my main business. I have other company, but that's my main company. It was in that event that I met one of the biggest guys in real estate in Lagos. I'd been studying this guy, for many years. I'd been, but I'd never met him physically. But both of us happened to be on the high table, and I said, oh, bro, how you doing? Wale, good job you are doing. We exchanged contact and, we started interacting now. Some days ago, about 2 months ago too, I attended an event where I was invited, and I got some, I met a contact that's about to change my life. So you need to attend events, you need to meet people, but ultimately value is also very important. Value speaks for you because if you are empty, then it becomes very difficult for you to even be able to attract value. Okay? So I advise you to stick to value, be visible, then be versatile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suraj. I loved what you said about value. There are so many people that have had the opportunity to meet people they are inspired, to meet. And they get the opportunity to communicate value and they are unable to. So it's very important to, to be a carrier of value, to be a person of value, so that as you keep networking, as you keep meeting people, they see some kind of value exchange in whatever relationship they are trying to build with you. Please, can we give our panelists a round of applause? So this is the point where I'll ask you to please pen down your questions for the panelists, because I'm going one more round with the panelists, and then I'll take questions from the audience so that you can, get answers to some of the burning questions that you have. So very quickly, I'll come back to Mr. You knew I was coming back to Mr. Adebayo. So now there's this conflict, for founders, right? Who have their personal identity, and then their business requires them, to be a certain way. So imagine someone who is introverted, but is running, is very skilled at driving a business in maybe like in the nightlife, business. At some point, it can be very confusing, because personal brands you would want your personal brand to be enhanced, yeah? And at the same time, you would not want to overshadow the identity of your business, which is a corporate brand. So how can founders strike a balance, whilst enhancing their personal brands in such a way that they still do not overshadow their business, their corporate identity for their business?
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Seems a bit tricky, right?
No, not really.
Straightforward.
Yeah, very well,
Thank
very
you.
well. So, personal brand, very important. And I think about some few years ago, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, I was having this conversation with Hayo, right? Exactly. We're having this conversation, and personally for me, so I off my engagements, off my speaking sessions, I would usually want to be the reserved person, right? But we're in a business where you always have to be out there and tell your stories, tell people what you do. And then I was telling her, I said, can the business not run, the business brand, can it not just run without me? And he said, you run a consulting space. When people are done searching for the organization, the first thing they are going to search for, who drives this organization? So there is no way you are not going to link the business brand to the personal brand. But I said, I don't want to be. He said, Bayo, you have to be, right? So it got to a point where I then was very intentional. Of course, I had my personal brand, which I would always do from time to time. And then it gets to a point where the business was then scaling, where we then have to have someone who can then, continuously manage the business brand. In fact, I think recently I was joking with the team. You know how Facebook will remind you about a post you made 10, 15 years ago. And I think it was even the one I was having that session of conversation with, where I said, I remember I made a post about some few years ago, and you know how you have to go like it yourself, right? Because you are the only person who is probably driving the brand. But it got to a point where, we could then scale and then have somebody manage the brand. But I now have my own personal brand, which I then have to push. Now, because of my type of message, my personality, which doesn't want to be out there, but because the brand requires that I have to be out there, I then have to look at my own personal strength as a person. So I don't want to have so much in my network, but I want to have quality people in my network, right? So I'm very, very intentional about the type of people that I reach. In fact, when I'm following you and I'm trying to get to you, I can be on you for 3 months, and I'm consistently working close to you to ensure that eventually I get connected with you. So my point is, if you have a personal brand that is completely almost different from what your business brand would require, you have at a point have to merge it, because When people look at the brand, especially for us as SMEs, and for some of us, like I used to say, that were born with no spoon. Somebody like me, right? You know, we have the golden spoon, we have the silver spoon, we have the wooden spoon, and we have people without any spoon. So some of us were born with no spoon, right? And I sit on that panel. So a lot of times when people will check and say, oh, this brand, okay, let me go check who is driving it. You have to be very intentional. So if you think your business has scaled to a point where you can then have experts to help you push your personal brand, let them help you to consistently push your personal brand, and also help you to push your own personal brand, your own personal brand. So at a point when people see the business brand, they can see that relationship with your personal brand. I don't think there's a way you can do it. If the business brand requires that your personal brand have to be in a certain way, you might have to do that for the sake of pushing the business brand. But at a point where the business brand cannot fly on its own, without, which is where I am planning to be, I don't want the business to be tied to me. I want the business to run on its own. At that point, then you can then begin to actually push your own personal brand. So for me, that's exactly how I'm going to put it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was profound. Yeah. So for the next question, is there someone here in the agribusiness sector? If you are, okay, please raise up your hand. I want to take someone. Okay, please, what's your name? What's your business name? You with the red cap, yes. Because the next question I'm giving him, I want it to be very practical. So I want him to be able to relate it to your business. All right, yeah. Please come forward. Oh, great. Yeah, thank you.
The name of my business, M. Kambari Agro Enterprise.
What do you do?
We're farmers. Okay. We are outsourcing aggregators of basically agricultural produce.
All right, thank you. Okay, yeah. So you spoke about authenticity. That's you, Mr. Edward. Yeah. So you spoke about authenticity, while trying to tell the stories of businesses. And so for me, I just want to ask you, how would you advise someone like him, who has an agribusiness? How would you advise him on a storytelling approach that can help his business stand out authentically?
Sorry, what's the name of the company again?
M. Kambari Agro Enterprise.
M.
Kambari.
M. Kabari.
M. Kabari.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Agro Enterprise. Yeah.
Okay. M. Kabari. What kind of agriculture are you into?
Grains.
Grains.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Beans, millet, guinea corn.
Okay.
And
and I want to imagine that northern Nigeria?
Yes, northern Nigeria.
Northern Nigeria. Okay. If I was, don't worry, I'll send you invoice after this session. If I was engaged as your communications consultant and wanted to tell your story, I think one very important story that you can tell, another thing I always say is, like, a lot of times you don't need to put yourself at the front of the story. A lot of times storytelling is about problem solving. What problem are you solving? I've done some work with some high-level agricultural farms in the past, so I'll try to do like a scaled-down version. So for someone like you, one major problem that you're solving is not farming. That's one thing I always tell people. Like, if I have a real estate client, I always say that your business is not building houses. Your business is solving the housing challenge in Nigeria or in Africa, depending. So for you, I would say that understand that what you're doing is you are solving Nigeria's food security challenges. So land yourself in that area. So how are you solving it? You're engaging workers. So you're creating employment in your community or in those communities where your farm operates. There are these women that maybe help you to plant and do all of that. There are the artisans or laborers who are working on your farm. You can tell different stories from those people's perspectives that land your own story about how M. Kabari is creating employment, is solving the food challenge, is battling insecurity, for instance. Do you understand? Because idle hands, and you know what they say. Do you understand? So I'll say that for someone like you is to sit down, look at all the all the ecosystem around your business. Who are the people, who are the solutions that you're solving, and create stories around them. And these stories, one mistake a lot of people make is that they think that storytelling is video. If storytelling is about camera and motion graphics, no. Storytelling can be in a graphic design. Storytelling can be one picture and 8 words. Do you understand? So you can tell those stories from, so imagine, for instance, that on your social media page, you interviewed this lady in this community who is helping you to process guinea corn before it is bagged for export or whatever. Imagine if you could sit down with her and let her explain her story. Why does she love what what she's doing? Why is she doing it? What does she think it helps to solve? And she tells you in her own word, and you put that as maybe a social media carousel and say, this is Madam Isa, whatever. She's our, I don't know very much about agriculture, but like, she's our whatever, and this is what she does for us, and this is what is her motivation and stuff like that. You have humanized your brand because at this point in time, you are not selling whatever it is, the product you think you're selling. You've now said, okay, fine. You are creating an opportunity for Madam Isa. Do you understand? And then that's the great thing about storytelling and expanding storytelling beyond yourself. Do you understand? People now look at you from a ecosystem point of view. Because what happens a lot of time, and a mistake a lot of SME owners make, is you want to keep telling story about yourself, and people tune up. She said something earlier, it is not what you say you are. It is what the customer says that you are. So in creating perception, in building trust, you need to look at ecosystem and say, I am a real estate consultant. I am not building houses. There's a problem that I'm solving, and there's so many people within that ecosystem that are helping me to solve that problem. I'm an agricultural expert. There's so many people within that ecosystem who are helping me to solve that problem. And I can profile these people, I can tell their story, and in telling those stories, you have created a platform that people believe in. Because now it's not just you selling yourself, your brand. It is you selling a story of, this is how we're creating employment. This is how we're fighting food insecurity. This is how we're maybe even putting money in the pockets of people in whatever community. Do you understand? From that point of view, you find, and I'll give you a practical example. We did something for a brand. Of course, it was a big brand, so they had plenty advertising budgets and all of that. But like, they got a lot of interest from development agencies because the storytelling was not about the brand itself. It was already a big brand. Nobody cared about what they were doing. But the storytelling approach we did was that we looked at the people within the community. So there's this community in Niger State. It's called Sunti, and of course I can mention these clients, Flour Mills of Nigeria. They understand. There was a time they launched the Sunti Sugar Company in Niger State, and they needed to. Flour Mills of Nigeria is not owned by a Nigerian company, so they needed to show how they were contributing to the Nigerian economy. They understand. So the storytelling wasn't around, oh, this is Flour Mills, we make the greatest product in the world. It was about, we have gone to this community, we have created opportunity, we have created jobs, we are doing this, we've built schools, we've built roads, we've done all of that. You understand? It was about impact. Do you understand? And that's one interesting thing about storytelling, especially for SMEs. Land the impact that you're providing. Forget about the product. Nobody cares. People, there's 267 million products out there. Do you understand? What makes people engage with you is the impact of what you are doing. So I'll say that for you, the best thing is look at the ecosystem, look at the impact that you are landing, and create storytelling around them. And like I said, it doesn't have to be video, it doesn't have to be expensive. It can just be a post. It can be something you put on your WhatsApp status. Do you understand?
Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause for that session. All right, thank you. So now I'm going to Mrs. Mobolaji Ajayi. Last year, we thought we were in volatile times, but 2025 proved us wrong, you know. So bearing the macroeconomics impact on businesses, big, small, medium, and the need for people to still drive strategic marketing, even in these times, How can businesses, and also I want to chip this in, a number of times we have also heard about influencer marketing, that businesses have had to jump on. We have business owners here who have not so pleasant experiences from that after spending so much money here, marking big budgets for that, and still not getting the conversions that they expected. So how can businesses, still drive strategic trade-offs in marketing and be able to maintain visibility and growth momentum? Considering that resources at this point, we are all being very stringent with how we earmark our resources and allocate budgets. We still have to market, we still have to grow, we still have to be visible. So how can we achieve this?
Thank you. So I would say that it's not how strong or how heavy your budget is, really. It's how strong your message is, right? We're in interesting times, like you've said. Cash flow is not as heavy as it used to be. The venture capital ecosystem now, investors want to do more due diligence than they used to before. It's no longer about a pitch that you had a standing ovation for, that you get a check for. People really want to see, that you're building something strong, right? So cash is very scarce right now. And it's important for us to start leveraging what we already have, which is our voice, which is our message, what is your why? You won't just pitch your business and say, hey, we're Pure Life Pharmacy, and we have home care service, we do telemedicine. You have to speak to people's emotions. You need to tell people what they want to hear, because people are interested, right? And also tell them very quickly. I'm a practical example. I get very bored easily. So if you cannot tell me what you do in 30 seconds, you've lost me after 30. So how can you tell your message very simply, very strongly, and very authentic, For me, for example, I would say that before I became a founder, right, if anyone was to use one word for me, most times I used to get, I think mobology is warm, right? But over the years, as I've grown to be a founder, one word I'm getting is, she's one of the most unassuming people. And reason is, as a founder, you have to learn so many things, especially with me in the healthcare sector. I studied pharmacy, and I spent years, in pharmacy school, in laboratories, sometimes till 9 p.m. we're in labs. And interestingly, the Nigerian curriculum does not teach healthcare workers how to be great business people. But I'm also grateful for my family, because I grew up from a family of entrepreneurs. However, in the course of being an entrepreneur, I've also been able to pick up some certain traits. Now my CFO cannot bring a document to me without double checking, because I know my finances nitty-gritty. And that's not because I went to school for it, but because, I've had to learn that on the job. Same as my branding, my storytelling. I've had to, define the vision, define the brand and storytelling for my team. So also, what I'm trying to say rather is, if you don't have the access to money, there's so many other things that money doesn't require that you can use to push your business. Talking about pitching your business, right? We recently were selected from over 22,000 applications last year, right? And we entered top 10 for an African competition. And when I did get feedback, the feedback was, we were very authentic. We stirred up something in the judges in terms of their emotions. And it doesn't also still end there, because telling emotional stories can take you to a level, but also understanding your business, I think that's where it will get you to the finish line, right? Understanding what you do and walking the talk. With pitches, there are different levels of pitches. For mine, my story is for a competition. You can be pitching to also close a sale, right? And my advice is, when you're pitching to close a sale, be very demure, be very classy, right? I think it's only with Jesus or for our Muslim brothers here, or with God or the Holy Spirit, that you can hold the hem of the garments when you need something. However, when you are driving a sale and driving a pitch, be very classy about it. You don't want to show desperation. I've said it from the beginning, human beings are very funny. It's when you act like you don't need them, really. That's when they feel like, oh, there's something here, right? So you can pitch your business and don't end there. Don't just say thank you and go. You can end your statements with, oh, so when will we get your next purchase order or your first purchase order? Be bold, but be very calm and warm whilst doing it, right? So I think that would be my comments. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mrs. Mobalaji, for making it as succinct as possible. So please, I announced earlier that we should write questions. So please, if you have questions, indicate. We'll be able to take just 2 for now. So, hi, Chioma. Yeah, please, we have some questions. So, do you have them written down? Okay, you would rather stand up to. Okay, all right, no problem. Please decide who the 2 people are, because I'm taking the last word from Mr. Suraj. Yeah. So, okay, yeah. So, whilst building network, whilst trying to be strategic with networking, there's a problem with nurturing relationships, right? We've seen instances where business owners have been introduced to the most amazing people, and they tend to mistake, mentorship for sponsorship, and sometimes they don't know where to draw the line. So please, I just want you to give them an advice on how to best nurture strategic relationships that they are able to, gather in the course of strategic networking. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks once again. One mistake many people make, especially people who are much younger or people who are maybe first-time business people, one mistake they normally make is they tend to just see relationships they form, networks, they have been able to make in terms of just a one-way thing, like what do I benefit from you? What are you bringing to the table? Nobody cares about that. So most times when I meet some, younger people and we exchange contacts, they probably will forget me, not bother to even keep in touch. Sometimes somebody is begging for Gen 2K after.
Let's have it.
Urgent 2K immediately after, you guys exchange contact and all of that. Those kind of things are not, they are not, they don't all go well for, business relationships. So how do you go about it? The first thing is that when you exchange contact with somebody that you think that both of you can have some form of mutual relationship with, maybe when you get home later that night or later that evening or the next day, you can send a short message to them and say, oh, nice meeting you at the, my name is XYZ, founder of so business. It was good meeting you at the Caladium SME Summit today. Okay, just make that. WhatsApp message. Some will not even reply you, or some will just reply, okay, don't worry. Maybe the guy is busy and is not able to. Don't take much offense in it. So that's one thing. So immediate contact so that you can register. Not that it's when you need them after 6 months that you not come. Mr. Suraj, you've forgotten me now. It's me. It's me that you met in Caladium 6 months ago in June. No. So you have that kind of. Second thing, you care for them, you care about them, you care for them. You show for me genuine interest in them. For example, you see something about them. If it's a good news, you follow their company, their business, whatever they have as interest. If you see something good about them, something good, you can just send them a message. Oh, I saw online that your company raised XYZ a month. I saw online, that your company did that. Send them a message to congratulate them and all of that. If it is bad news, I'm sorry about that. I read something about, your staff having an accident. So I'm sorry about that and all that. So these are the kind of things you do to keep that relationship going. Then other things you have to do is that if you see something relevant, maybe you see an article relevant to their industry, you send them the message, you contact them, all of these kind of things that things you use to nurture that relationship. Because over time, you also present yourself. If you write an article that is maybe relevant to their feed, you can just send it to them via WhatsApp and say, okay, yeah, Ogatunji, I wrote this thing on the healthcare industry. Look at it. And somebody will look, this guy is smart, this guy is brilliant, all of these things. So from time to time, you use all of those things to nurture relationships. At some point, when the opportunity for you to, maybe make some pitch to them, or when the opportunity comes, then it becomes important. It becomes much easier for them to give you that opportunity rather than just going EWOL and with 6 months later, 9 months later, you are now coming to say, oh, we met in Caladium Summit in February. Oh, I'm calling you now to see if you can patronize my business. I'm calling you. So you have to build that relationship over time, and you never can tell. Some of them are not even be responding the way you expect them to respond, not because they are arrogant, but simply because they've got a lot of things they are doing. Okay, then over time, your name is still registering, your brand is still registering in their subconscious, and over time, you get them to do, you guys, whatever you guys want them to do, you can do it. But another thing you have to recognize is that in networking, rejection, sometimes that some things happen. It's not all the time that whatever relationship you build will lead to something. If it doesn't lead to something, it's still fine. It's still absolutely okay. Some people, rejection is also part of this game. Okay, so you don't take it personal. If you are trying to establish contact with somebody and he's not giving you that, that kind of audience, that kind of, it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Don't constitute a pest to them like they say informally, or don't force it, or don't go to social media and go and be blasting them and say, oh, I met so person, is not, is arrogant. Just leave it. But there are some times in which it will not work, and it's fine. It's not everybody you meet that they become part of your network. Okay, this is just my advice to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please let's give our panelists a round of applause. Sadly, even good things have to come to an end at some point, especially when they are time-bound. But we're going to take 2 questions. So please, can we have the first person?
Okay.
So please, I was lost, now I'm found.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Olasumbo Adeleke. My business, excuse me, please let me see them well. My business, we're into shea butter processing, and we have 2 factories, climate smart shea processing facilities. We have one in Oyo State and one in Kwara State, with the total capacity to produce 7 tons on a daily basis, on a basis. Then we work with the women cooperatives at the grassroots community. We have about 150 grassroots women shea processors in our platform. So my question now is, in this brand communication, what we've been able to communicate is that shea butter is of good quality, because we know quality is key. We use portable water from the water treatment plants, stuff like that. We pick our shea fruits ourselves and stuff like that. But now in selling our products, not everybody wants quality. Not everybody wants quality. How do we navigate that? There's this particular company that use shea butter a lot. So we are trying to network to them, key into their supply chain, so that the women too will have the advantage of supplying this company. They said, from the particular region, they sell at this price. We said, but at what quality? We even showed them their certificates of analysis. Even we are part of the CBI program. You know CBI, the Center for Imports from Importing Companies, funded by the Netherlands government. We're taken to Spain. We have our products there. We've tested our products abroad. We showed them everything. But they are still trying to price us down. As a business, we've communicated our quality. We've communicated that buying from us will impact women and youth at the grassroots community. What else do we communicate in order for them to buy from us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'll have him take. Yes.
Well done, Ma. It's not easy building a business at that scale. But what I'll tell you is this: features are very subjective. forgive my French, nobody cares about quality. Do you understand? And I like to use Coca-Cola a lot because everybody can relate. Coca-Cola has never told you one day to buy Coca-Cola. They've never told you, you don't even know the products they use in Coca-Cola. That's not what they're communicating to you. They found a story around refreshment and joy. And that's what they're selling to you. So, like I told him, what problem is your company solving? Do you understand? What problem is your company solving? That's what you need to communicate. Forget about the features, because if you talk about quality, then I can compare quality to another quality. But I cannot compare your impact and your authentic story because it is uniquely you. Do you understand? So look beyond the product and the features, just like iPhone. iPhone has never told you one day that we use this kind of titanium, this, that. That's not what they are selling to you. They've told you a story around a performance machine that even though my Samsung can do better than it, but everybody believes that, oh, if you're not using iPhone, it's not given. Do you understand? So that's what you need to sell. Find what you're solving, find the problem that you're solving. And there's so many, if I look at your kind of business, there's so many things that you're solving. Like I said, you can anchor it around solving food security, solving, I don't know what they use, share butter, and so many things, you understand? There's a problem that you're solving, and you need to be able to communicate how you are solving that problem. Leave your features. Do you understand? It's there. People know. Let them go and experience the quality. But don't tell them about the quality. Tell your story. Tell it uniquely. And then let them find that the quality is good. And that becomes like a reinforcement of your story.
Thank you. Mrs. Ajayi would like to add something.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to start by saying that I think you've built something very impressive and well done, right? And just to buttress his point, my team, I'm sure they're tired of me when I talk about these values, right? I will start by saying there are four actually. I can't remember the fourth value now. But there are three distinct values in business. There's functional values. And your functional value is what you've been communicating, saying you're building quality products, right? But if it's in terms of quality, I can even ask my meta to show me 1,000 other women who are producing quality shea butter, right? And if you're coming from the standpoint of an economic value where you want to beat your price, I'm not sure that you will be profitable, and I'm not sure that it's not sustainable, right? But there's also something called psychological value, and I think that's what you should harness here. My advice now would be, are you able to shoot a documentary? And this documentary, your target will be on how you're empowering women. You know, it's not even on the product now. You introduce yourself as a founder, why you started what you started, how many women are under the poverty line, right? And how many percentage of these women are able to come out of the poverty that you're already taking out of, the poverty line? And how many percentage of the women population you can bring out of the poverty line with investment and with expansion? I believe that if you tell your story in this way, you've developed a psychological value and people can see your business for what it is.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ajayi. So let's take the final question for this round.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
No, man. I'm just speaking. It's not like, but I'm just asking. Please let her go ahead.
There are a lot of questions, so what I did was screen the questions.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, I'm just trying to.
Okay, my name is Kafilat, the creative director of KMK Beats. Actually looking into rebranding into Mira by KMK. And my question is going to Mr. Adebayo Adegun, where he was talking about brand identity. The reason why I will be rebranding into Mira by KMK is because I saw something, because originally KMK Beats started with the goal to create unique fashion pieces for women whenever they have parties, for them to look admirable and confident when they are outside there. So those unique fashion pieces are beaded crafts majorly. But I actually saw something about putting on other accessories like glasses, wristwatches, and also perfumes. Like when you go out there, you have this type of confidence, elegance, and enhanced personality. So looking at all these products, they look so different. But when I heard Mr. Adebayo Adegun talking about, okay, brand identity, focusing, then I would like to ask, my main question is that, okay, what do you think about this, my goal of rebranding into Mira by KMK? Because I actually want to introduce those products in order to provide confidence, elegance, and enhanced personality to my audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So I think you're actually on point. And I think you're actually on that part. In fact, the elements of what you have mentioned as what you do right now, I think is really on. But this is exactly my advice. And I'll share my own personal story with you. So when I started off, it was to focus on coaching. And thankfully to my late mentor, Waimi Jemide, who at that point in Nigeria, coaching wasn't really selling. People were not really interested in coaching, to be honest with you. And that's why I went to, after a lot of frustration, to say, hey, this thing is not working. What can I do? And he was actually the one who told me, I said, you know what? Get to a point where you are able to sell a service and then add coaching as that hard-on service to it. So it's told me, which is part of the story I think I mentioned earlier about how we moved from doing so many things into now focusing on just professional development, personal development, and the likes. And then when we focused on training, so after all our training programs and all of that, people would then come to engage further to say, I think I would like to see you one-on-one. Can we have a one-on-one session? But at the point when we started, it was to focus strictly on coaching. But coaching was not ripe for Nigeria at that point in time. It was selling in other countries, but here, people were not really interested. People were not going to pay for it. And then we started off that way. And today, we've moved from now selling just training alone. We also now offer coaching as a service right now. But the point is, coaching is not something we put at the forefront to say this is what we are selling, but we put training out there, and then we had coaching as an add-on service to it. So my advice is, if you're transitioning from whatever business or that business that you do right now, and you want to have variety of businesses, I would still say, depending on the growth phase of your business, again, depending on the growth phase of your business, if you're at that point where you are trying to do so many things, you might be lost everywhere, where people cannot picture to say, this is exactly what I've known you for. I always say this. He mentioned a lot of brands here. When you think about Coca-Cola, what comes to your mind first? Exactly. When you think about Toyota, what comes to your mind first? When you think about Honda, what comes to your mind first? When you think about Mercedes, what comes to your mind first? Absolutely. So a lot of times for you as a business owner as well, too, when I mention your brand name, what comes to the mind first? That thing that you want to be known for, push it out consistently, and then over time, when you become that brand name, in fact, by the time you start selling those hard-on services and all of those things, the same people you have sold your main services to are those ones who are going to buy from you because the trust has already been built already. So I would say continuously push that one brand, but ensure that as you push that brand and people have known you for those things, you can also push other multiple brands as well too. And I'm sure that will be successful.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we have come to the end of this session. Thank you so much, our dear panelists. I would like to invite the founder and convener, Mr. Ayo Bankole Akintujoye, to please come up stage as he makes his presentation to the panelists. And then we take a group picture. Please let's give a final round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, God. Thank you. Thank you very
Catch some cruise my cheese. You spoke one for me days. Come on for the body, no they breathe. Put on your shoe, make it stand that this. All your sorrow, make it dance them free. If you know be kalala, kalala, yeah. If you know be kalala, get them put. One my joke, ijogo, 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 you want my jojo, ijo oh yeah, and you my jojo yeah. And even if you tell like you the Fuji, but you back, Oluwa, yeah. Joy is coming, joy is coming. Tupa, Oluwa, yeah. Joy is coming. Only I need the morning. Tupa, Oluwa, yeah. Joy is coming, joy is coming. Tupa, Oluwa, yeah. Joy is coming. Only I need the morning. Up and never. Do what you wanna do. I want to be shining what good. Yeah. Do me get it, do me tender. I want to live for the world. I want to live for the world. Yeah.
Thank you, Bayo. Me and Bayo have been doing business since a long time. You know, he's one of the people that feed me. Edward, one of those that sent me to school back in those days in Bagada when we had no shoes. You know, well, she has not fed me yet, but she's feeding one of my benefactors. So, so that feeds all of us. Abi, Jaus, he feeds all of us. You know, this man, I don't know when he's. They're supposed to make him ballet in Aja. I don't know why. I don't know why they've not made him king yet. You know, please help me give them a round of applause. It's a fantastic set of people. You know, these are people that we cannot possibly pay for their time, but they've decided to do this. Meanwhile, she flew in from outside the country last night to make this event. So please. Oh yeah, and then you have photo. Yeah, but them are. You know, the only reason we call DJ for this event is for selfish reasons, so that I can dance. I don't know if other people enjoy DJ, but me, if I don't get DJ, I don't go. Please let me give a round of applause for our sign interpreter. You know, we are trying to, next year, we are trying to involve the Ministry of Disability in Lagos so that we can have more people with challenges be a part of this. Every year, you are my plug, Abi. Okay. You will plug your adapter, Abi, 3, Ekushe, Madam Disability. Jaus, no mind that guy, he's selling something to you, Abi. Sharp guy, anyway, how many of you don't understand Yoruba here? Okay, that's your business. Go and learn. Go and learn. You think I want to be sensitive to your plight? Oh, they play my fans. It's unfortunate, though. I will speak Yoruba, either you like it or not. Yeah? Anyway, please, all our community members, let me call them in. Every year, we appreciate a few people who do tremendous, who give themselves to our community, interact, support others, you know, take out of their time to go to other people's events, show up when we have things to do. I think this is the 3rd or 4th year that we're doing it now. We call it the Caladium SME Community Awards. I'm going to call on a few of our guests to help me present these awards very soon. Are we ready? Okay, yes. So when I'm calling these people, you are going to be helping me give them 3 bosa. They follow me. Why not you collect Jaru's number? You know, go help you. Now, house they sell you. And like 300 million. He's a betrayal. He was in consulting. They rescued him from oil and gas to go and work in consulting. After 3 months, 6 months, he might run away from consulting to go and be selling house. He betrayed us. He said we are too poor. Call on Shanu. Okay. So, I'm going to call on Mr. Jaus again on the stage. Mr. Jaus, please join us to present these awards. Razak is on his way. So, Razak of Kawi Wise is on his way. He's going to be here very soon. I'm going to call again on, Where's Bolaji? Has she gone? Has Bolaji gone? I know Bolaji said she was going to be around just now. Mr. Edward, please join us. Edward of Carpe Diem, please join us to present these awards for the first set of the awards. Please let me clap for Edward. Let me clap for Edward. Me and Edward have been through multiple cycles. You see, this is his head. When they say, when you give birth to a child, you name the child Edward. It's because you know that his head is going to be big in the future. In those days, only his head that was big, but now his pocket is big. So it's now pocket word. It's my guy. There's nothing you can do. Unfortunately, if you are a guest, you can be saying that MC very rude. That host, he was talking to me. There's nothing you can do about it. If I abuse Jackus like that now, they will drag me on Twitter. So, I thought I called 3 people. Is it only 2 of you I called? Where are the other people here? Where is Foza? Okay, Foza is on the exhibition ground. Bayo, please join us. Bayo, please. Please let me give a round of applause to Bayo. Guys, please let me call the other speakers for the second batch if they are still here. Otherwise, we'll give all of it out. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let me give a resounding applause. All those community members, have they come inside here? So let me check my guys in one. So this lady, amazing person, joined the community on referral. Just, very few years after she's joined, her impact has been felt by everybody. She shows up, she does whatever is required to keep the community going. A lot of people, when we open foundations and free communities, people just want to take. But there are some people who, Mr. GT, welcome. As soon as they come in, they immediately start thinking of how to give back, how to support others and all of that. And this lady has been amazing at the forefront of that. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me give a resounding applause to Sheffield Multi Ventures Limited. Where's she? DJ.
To the bango, say money make a dance, and I'm feeling funky, cause I'm with a couple million lucky. Money make the world go round. Do me, I want more. A little my jet, how much? I didn't make it long, so make it. I'm gonna party like 99. Leave on my dress in the 99. Make it. I'm gonna party like 99. Leave on my dress in the 99.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all you do for us. Thank you. Okay. Please, have you called all your community people inside? Go and call them from the exhibition stand. Let them relax. People say to sell. They come and exhibit just to show people what you are, showcase what you are selling. If you go outside there, then go hold you. Then go hold your neck. So this lady has been everywhere. She's one of the most transformed people that I have seen in that community. Once I do any session with her, immediately she executes, and her business has been amazing in terms of how she's transformed. She's been a lot more visible. Before, she used to be very laid back, very, inward. But now she's just everywhere. Anywhere you go, we see her everywhere, and it's been absolutely impressive. She says she's, I think, doubled or tripled her revenue and all of that. And it's just so heartwarming. She's always out there to support others. She did the fellowship the next week or something. They had a hangout. She's just flying the flag everywhere. Please help me give a standing ovation and round of applause to Zama Solutions. Where is she? Oh, she's here. Please help me clap for her. Let me give her a standing ovation. She deserves a standing ovation, please. She has been amazing. All right, please, if you have kids here, we have a children area there. Bouncing castle is there. They can go in there and play with the bouncing castle. If anybody threatens them or bullies them, tell me personally. I've gotten soldiers. They will lock them in the guard room. Our children are priority in this community, because if you tell nursing mothers not to bring children, you are going to exclude a lot of nursing mothers. Do you get? So we deliberately make provision for people who are nursing mothers in our community, because is it why? I will have you arrested. So please, we deliberately made an announcement. If you have kids, let them go out there. We have volunteers who take care of them. If they are hungry, tell me. I'll buy them food out of my own pockets. The company does not have money for it, but yeah, please keep posting, keep tagging us. If you are not following us at Lagos SME Bootcamp, you are missing out on a very long thing. Follow us on Instagram. Some of you have been telling me that you want to join community. You can't join WhatsApp community. The first step is to follow us on Instagram. The WhatsApp is then second step is to make sure you register at the entrance so that you get our newsletters. And the third step is earlier when I was sharing stories with you about how we started this vision and all of that, who did I tell you was at the center that motivated me in the terms of things that she did? Can anybody remember? My mom, Abby. So ladies and gentlemen, let me give a standing ovation for my mom. My mom is right here. That's my mom. Mommy, please wave at them. Mama, oh, mama, oh, mama, oh. Oluwada mama si fun wa, mama, oh, mama. My mom she's tried. She said she doesn't want to come forward. Mommy, please come forward, come forward.
You gave me everything, no, thank you.
See, you see me, I'm a community child. Now, community na send me go school. One of the other people that sent me to school, on behalf of all the other community, my auntie is here. Please let me also clap for my auntie. Auntie, please come with my mom.
I love you every day. Dance ya mama, dance ya mama. Ejijo mama, oni chuku mami o. Dance ya mama, dance ya mama. Nobody go replace you for my life.
Nobody called my son, but he's going to come anyway. That's the way my son does. Please, my mom has tried. She's done quite a lot. If my mom was not consistent about how I was going to turn out, trust me, I'll probably be selling drugs in Ojuelegba. I'm not even making jokes of it. In secondary school, when my mom came to visit and they reported how notorious I was, my mom busted out crying that, my God, my son is not going to make it. I mean, I still not made it, but at least, at least we're on the journey. Why would I still stand? My mama, she be celeb. Please, let me clap for my mom again, please. Where's my auntie? Auntie, please come. When we were in school, there was always that one auntie that you were always calling when you are broke, or, that will make sure that you don't. All of us have that rich auntie, have we? Where do those rich aunties live? They live in Lekki. This is my rich auntie. If my auntie, maybe I don't drop out. I have one auntie, I have one uncle, Alaji, all those people. Now community send us go school, forget story. Please, where are those photographers? This is why we brought you here.
You are my superhero, you fight a lot for me. You gave me everything, oh, thank you, mama. Because you're the best. Every day to me now, Mother's Day. Mama, you're the best.
So I always tell my colleagues, once they join my company, even as an intern, and I'm going to tell you guys today, I always tell them, it's not compulsory, it's not a policy, I just always advise them. You know what I always tell them? Rule number 1, you must take care of your parents. It's not when you start earning 10 million. It's not, some people who carry church on their head. Once they start earning money, they go and pay first food. Bam. Meanwhile, you're not giving your parents a dime. You have to take care of your parents. It doesn't matter if they are rich or not. Are you with me? It's extremely important. If you don't take anything away today, when you get home, send that 2K credits to your mom. Most of you, if I send you 10K now, you don't appreciate it. If I send my mommy 2K credits, My mom would disrupt my meeting for 2K credits. It's just credits. Are you with me? Eh? So please, nobody appreciates these things better than your who? Ginger, oh girl. So let's go back to our awards. Okay. So this next award goes to an incredible individual in the community who, again, we don't give out to people who don't support others, because the essence of the community, why we do what we do, is to foster relationships, to foster support. And I hope that is here. Ladies and gentlemen, give a resounding applause to OTG Solutions International. OTG Solutions International. These people need to be here. Why is it not here? Where? This guy was here yesterday. He came all the way from Abeokuta to help us set up. He's been walking, carrying things, moving around, just getting things done. He's an amazing guy. I see him everywhere. You will think that he lives in Lagos. Please, help me give him a standing ovation, please. This guy is constantly supporting. Keep clapping, please. He's an amazing guy. I mean, he doesn't even live in Lagos, but he gives of himself so much, and I'm just so proud of him. Oga the lawyer, please, I need you up here to help us deliver this. Where are my other speakers and partners? I need them to be up here. Where is Foza? Bayo, please, I need you again. Linda, please join us. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. You can step it down. Come on, I want DJ. Come on, yes, I've known this DJ for when he was broke. I knew him then, when he was broke. You see, as an SME, as a service provider, you must constantly grow with your clients. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Either you are, especially service, because service is you as a person that is delivering the service. So if you are serving a client today and you are not expanding in capacity, as your client grows, they will drop you because you have not grown. Hear me? Even if you are a product provider too, if you are making shoes, you are making this, you are making that. The shoe you made at 5 years ago, you have to improve in the finesse, the quality, the branding, the distribution, so that you are growing with your clients. Otherwise, most people don't grow. They just want to increase price. They will drop you. The reason we're able to work with this man is because he has evolved over the years. The first time I ever worked with him was 2017. That's almost 10 years ago. Please let me give Escobar a round. He's an amazing guy. So this next lady, they call her the troublemaker in the house. She's always making trouble, but she's always showing up. And she lives in Ibadan. She came all the way from Ibadan. She's also been here since yesterday. She volunteered for cooking, volunteered for ushering, volunteered for children. She's always supporting us, right? Please, ladies and gentlemen, let me give a round of applause, a resounding applause to St. Lina Signatures. St. Lina.
Oh man, I'm active. Oh man, I'm active. Oh man, I'm active.
Too short to my me day bell. Too sure you work on my day bell. Straight forward, I no get to kill. Yeah, yo, go say, 247 me a day, yo. You know strong, make you do for day, yo. Mungo no me day, yo. Can't
Okay. So in our community, we have a lot of farmers. Even this guy that just left is a farmer too. We have a lot of people who are doing incredible work in agriculture. We have a bias for agriculture, processors, producers, the people who play in the wheel sector, because most of you guys in technology, you already have enough support, isn't it? But the people in the wheel sector are the actual people doing a lot of hard work and limited support, right? So you tend to see a lot of them in our community. So even in previous years, we've had several of them win awards. This year, this guy, there's no community member doing something that I don't see him there. He's always showing up. And there's something they say about the principles of life. The first principle is what? Show up. I hope you don't forget that. The first principle is to show up. If you don't show up, either the opportunity to succeed or fail, you will not even know because you did not show up. Are you with me? So it's always important to show up, and that's what this guy does. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the Wheels Park Farms. Is he here? Is he here? Can somebody come pick it up for him, please? Can somebody come pick it up for him, please? Omi Construction. Now, wow. Sure say you no go help me like this. You even dress past the person wey win now. Meanwhile, this guy won his own award last year. He's also a great guy. Okay, I'm sure you must have seen a lot of our posts everywhere. No, that one person that is not here, Aisha will collect. One of she's in Ibadan. Another of our community members is marrying today in Oshogbo, so she went there to represent us. Two of them. This is the second marriage that we are seeing in our community. They are marrying each other. So all those time you are going to spend in Shiloh, you can come to this place. I always tell my colleagues that I have budget for their wedding. They think it's a joke. Hey, I have budget. Any of my colleagues that is marrying, I have budget, and it's a 7-figure budget. Yes, if you want to marry. Yeah, it's a 7. But all of you are not serious. If I see you anywhere close to any of my colleagues that is wearing Caladium, that's why I brought soldiers. That's why I brought soldiers. We arrest you. It's only serious people. So this lady, she's been amazing, supporting us in our digital, volunteering, posting, sharing, tweeting, talking about the community to others. She couldn't make it, but I'm sure one of our colleagues would help her pick it up. Please give it up for Emerald Digital Agency. Amaka. We call her Amaka the digital marketer. Who can pick it up for Amaka, please? Zamal or Aisha should come and pick this up for her, please. Meanwhile, there's an after party going on tonight. So if you want to boogie, especially those of you who came with your spouses, don't be afraid. You can bring them. All of you, I can see you and your wife. Why are you looking at me like that? You. I can see you with your... have you lost your husband? Why you they wave your hand? We don't know, say now you be your husband. I think that she don't miss you. Who else? I can see some other couples there. If you come with them. Or you can leave them at home, Come. We don't judge. We accommodate everybody. Both the married ones and the ones who lost their husband. Let me clap for our Linda. Linda is an amazing, PR professional. She works with Business Day. They are doing an event very soon, an SME event. We've partnered with them for years. Business Day has been supporting the SME ecosystem. Linda is always supporting us, advert PR. I recommend her all the time to clients. She's never failed. Please let me give a rounding applause to Linda. Please talk to Linda if you want to be a part of the SME Awards event. Trust me, you want to be a part of it with Business Day. Spotlights you. and it showcases you. They didn't pay me for this, so this is free of charge, so trust me. It's okay. Thank you, Lord, Linda. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you having fun? If you're having fun, say Are you hungry? Don't worry, there's food though. There's yam and there's chips and chicken. There's jollof rice. There's food. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. So there's food. Where are those people with the food? Should they start serving it? No, don't serve it yet. They are not hungry yet. Give them. Mommy said you know one journey. Check out that you watch it. I invite my mama come party. She says she's hungry. No be house they come from. Eh? You people that came with your spouse, did you not feed your husband before you came here? Why is he fighting for food inside the event? Eh? Okay. I want to first dash you money. You know, we have a tech startup. It's called Federal Cash. So they said we should do giveaway. How many of you are with your phones? Where is Ohai? Ohai and the Federal Cash team. I need you guys to come and help us run this. Please, as you are evolving, especially those of us who are under, where are those guys that are student entrepreneurs? You see that person sitting next to you, or that friend that you have, hold him. You can see that most of those have been calling here from year one. Almost everybody that featured on these seats are my friends from back in the day. Those I do business with, a lot of the people. So it's extremely important. Me and Ohai were seatmates in secondary school. You know, and today we run a business together. We do a lot of stuff together. You know, even his wife also provides services to us. So your circle and your community is not for you to go to event and be looking for the big man. Please, I want you to mentor me. I want you to mentor me. It's not only by that. Networking is not only upward facing. Build a community. One house. No be that conversation go make you make am now. No be today you go make am. Relax. Man, una two also. May una calm down. What are you telling Larry? Now Larry no go give you $1. Okay. So I'm going to let Ohai. Ohai is my co-founder in Federal Cash. What Federal Cash does is multiple things. First, cooperatives. SMEs like to do cooperative. I'm sure most of you are doing a job with somebody, one person or the other. Abi? So instead of doing it on WhatsApp and chasing people to pay, you can, because Ajo is one of those things that my mom used to send me to school. I remember that time when school fees coming, she tell me she's waiting to pack Ajo. So if you are doing Ajo, you can use the Federal Cash platform to do that. So instead of in your head, you are waiting, you are pursuing them about. The Federal Cash system is designed for your group of friends to save. It automatically debits them, it tracks it penalizes them. It's designed for that. You can also use it to generate invoices. You can use it to take credits and all of that. So it's an interactive platform. And we want to do a very quick, short exercise. So please focus. Ohai is going to explain to you how it works. Please let me give a round of applause to Ohai, then I'll be back.
All right. You can stay if you want to. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to have you here. Okay, so we have a very interesting quiz we're about to do for people who are in the community are familiar with Federal Cash, who've been around for a while, and today we're happy. This is SME, Caladium SME 8.0, so we're doing like a giveaway. And we're doing it in a very simple way. We have a QR code that will be coming up shortly. I'll explain. I think I has already given a background of what Federal Cash is, and we don't have so much time to dive into all that. But what we're going to do is the QR code is going to come up, and I will employ you to scan the QR code. It's a quick sign up, but there is a quiz there's a quiz menu on the solution, right? Once you log in, you see the quiz. You're going to answer just a few questions, like 10 questions, I guess. You answer those questions, and those who answer the quickest, the most correct answers, and the fastest can win as much as 25,000 naira on the spot, right? So, am I blocking the QR code? I am. Sorry, I apologize. So yeah, scan. So I'll just give you like 2 minutes to do that. Then we can do like a quick raise of hand if you have signed up. Okay, so let us know if you've signed up. If you're already signed up on the platform already, you can wave your hand. We have very limited time to do this, so I'll just give you like 2 minutes. If you're having issues signing up, using the QR code is www.fedacash.com /sign in. So. Or maybe I should ask, is anybody already signed up on FedaCash? If you are, let me see your hands. Okay, I see a few hands up. Okay. Let's just wait for like 2 more minutes for that to happen. Then we can start the quiz. It's a very short quiz. And just to give you a heads up, the quiz is both, about the platform FedaCash and also about Caladium SME Bootcamp from the first edition till last year till now. So let's have that.
My result. Now God they bless me all the way. 12 years I'm still on top. And my cup runneth over. I get this ass over. Oh, ass over. My baby with Saola. Holy sign. Fast forward, no rewind. We going high. With family for my side. No be fine. Baby, everybody get my side. Oh, but I don't mind, oh, I don't mind, oh.
I think we just have like 60 seconds more. So, do we have any more sign-ups? Any more, if you've been able to sign up successfully? Just wave your hand. So in 60 seconds, we'll just start the quiz and we'll announce the winners of the cash prizes. Okay, so I think our time is for signing up is up. If you signed up, let me see your hand, please. People don't want free money. 25K. I wish I could be here to also, play the game, but unfortunately, I can't. Okay, so there is a book menu. If you're using your mobile, there's a book menu on the top left. You click that, you see the menu. Then way down the menu, you see quiz. Then you can just take the quiz. Is the quiz active now? All right, so you can take the quiz. 3 minutes starting now. And after 3 minutes, we'll shut it down. And we'll let you know who the winners are. What? You can, the book menu. Yeah, games. There's a quiz. There's a menu called quiz. Just answer, I think it's 10 questions, yeah? Answers, try to be as correct as you can and as quick as you can. This thing is not jam, it's just very simple question. It's not that deep. You want to say? If you finish, just submit. It's fine. It's fine. If you're done. What? Just submit. Once you're done, just submit. Then we're just waiting for the 3 minutes to elapse, so we announce the top winners. I think we're picking 5 people, right? All right, we're picking 5 people. Is our time up? We have 1 minute more. Questions are really simple. Just trying to be fair to make it 3 minutes. Maybe if we have some bandwidth, we can come up later on and do another session. If we have some bandwidth. Then maybe the next one we'll do 2 minutes or 1 minute. Time up. Okay, so at this point, time is up. So let's announce the winners of our Federal cash prize. Can I have the list, please? Do you have the list with you? So I need top 5 quickest answers. All right. So here we go. Who's the first? Is that the first person? What you call it? Agumbi Ademonisola is the first. Scored 90% and finished what time? In 39 seconds. So that was quick. So you have a cash funds credited to your Federal cash wallet before the end of the day. So look out for that. Can we see this person? Who's this person, by the way? Hey, let's appreciate her. All right, who is the second person? Okay, the second is Esther Ije. I hope I got that correctly. Who is Esther Ije? She also scored 90%, but she did it in how many seconds? Why do you keep refreshing? No, I think you deactivated it. You deactivated it. No, we can't do that.
All right, so let's just go. So the next person will be. Are we saying Esther Ije?
Yeah, well, Esther Ije is second anyway. So congratulations to you. Okay, the next person is Michael Obikwe. Can we see your hand, please? Michael. Oh, Michelle. I'm sorry, Michelle. Congratulations, you are the third person. Fayemi Adekunle is the fourth person. Can we see your hands, Fayemi Adekunle? If we don't see you, we won't credit you.
Who is Fayemi Adekunle? The person is not here. It's a ghost. It's not a ghost. Hey, wave your hands down. Fayemi Adekunle. You're not here. We still have. Let's move on. We just have 3 people. Yeah. Okay. Temitayo Badewale. Who is that, please? You're the 4th person. Temitayo Badewale. Let's move to the next, please. Who? Hey, you wave your hand now. Hey, congratulations, you're number 4. Thank you. So who is the 5th person, please? Samuel Balogun is number 5. Correct guy. All right, thank you very much. You'll get your funds credited to your Federal Cash wallet today at the latest. All right, thank you very much. Hopefully we'll be able to do this again, another round. No, it's just a web-based solution for now. There's no app. It's web-based. So www.federalcash.com. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
What is it that they told you? Telling me how they be fooling you like all you. Telling me how they be fooling you like all you. My darling, my darling. Give me your, my darling. Give me your, my darling. Give me your, my darling. Give me your. Isabella, Abora Isabella, Joe, I didn't tell ya. The Kayamata where you do me did, ya, they walk. Kayamata Tilakia, Krabby Juju, where you do me Tilakia, or don't me don't know why you be feeling awkward. My papa, she carry a carry, my darling, give me your, my darling, give me your, my darling, give me your, my darling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that, they are making ready your refreshments. I can neither confirm nor deny that the refreshments will go around, even though we've tried to make excess. But in case it doesn't go around, don't call me that you don't have food. So we're going to break for about 10-15 minutes to take a walk around. You can go to the exhibition ground. It's actually for 18 minutes. We're going to be back at 2 o'clock for our executive dialogue. The next round of session is going to be amazing. We have the founder of Cowrie Wise in the house. Cowrie Wise is one of, please give a round of applause to Razak. Cowrie Wise is one of the most powerful fintech brands out of Nigeria and Africa. He's going to share his story with us. I also have the MD CEO of Sony Music Publishing. Sony Music Publishing. You know Sony Music? Please give a round of applause to Godwin Tom. Godwin has done amazing stuff. He's managed Wizkid, managed MI. He knows the business of hustling. So he's been broke, he's been rich, he's been in between, he's been poor, he's been everything. So he will share those stories with us. Ashley is also coming in. Ashley is an Oyinbo girl that has gone through a lot in Nigeria. So she'll come and share. She'll come and share her story also. So you don't want to miss the second plenary. But before then, in the next few minutes, let's take a walk, network with people. I'm going to reach out to you randomly to ask you who you've met. Again, remember, networking is not only to be reaching out to people that that have big title. Reach out to your peers, grow together, go to the exhibition ground, look at what's happening there. There's a lot of interesting stuff there. And then we'll be back here by 2 o'clock, and then we'll share our refreshments while we are listening to the second plenary. See you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Sorry, my baby, my baby, you didn't mean it. This a time now. I'm sorry, my baby, I'm so sorry now. My baby, you didn't mean it. This a time now. Sabalele, I said I miss you, I really miss you. So sorry, I'm sorry, my baby. My baby, you didn't mean it. It's a time now. I'm sorry, my baby. I'm so sorry now. My baby, you didn't mean it. It's a time now. What is it that I told you? Telling me how they be fooling you like all you. Telling me how they be fooling you like all you. My darling, my darling. Emere mukini yo, my darling. Emere mukini yo, my darling. Emere mukini yo, my darling. Emere mukini yo. Isabella, Abora Isabella, Joe, I can tell ya. The Kayamata when you do me, they walk. Kayamata Tilakia, Krabiti Piti Juju, when you do me Tilakia, on top. Me don't know why you be feeling awkward. My papa, she carry a carry. Call me Posha. I ever day LK. What's my day? I'm a cutter to fly by jet. I spot a lumpa in bed. Washing pan on me, motin turn up. Washing pan on me, motin shine up. See, oh, Badu. Olalani. Washing pan on me, motin turn up. Washing pan on me, motin shine up. See, oh, Badu. Olalani. Blessings follow me differently. Cause I want to tell me after many years, after testing and body. Don't want your validation flower. I be who I say I am bad. I know the fancy the lifestyle. I just want to sing for fast why. I have ideas, plenty ideas, plenty ideas. I know the fancy the lifestyle. I just want to sing. All I do I get you. Call my few I should feel. Can I moto to my face shot? Call me day, call me Posha. I ever day LK. What's my day should be? I'm a cutter to fly by jet. I spot a lumpa in bed. Washing pan on me, motor turn up. Washing pan on me, motor shine up. See, Badu. Olalani. Washing pan on me, motor turn up. Washing pan on me, motor shine up. See, Badu. Olalani.
Tata meteta mama ijubawa. Tale tuku pẹ̀lú mọ́tò. Hallelujah, Hosanna. Ọmọ ọjọ́ yẹn be somebody. Picture the sound of perfect. But I'm still 10 over 10. I'm God's favorite and blessed. Applaud say I came myself up. Shut down when I enter the bar. Only big ballers in my corner.
Odoguri mi go dey do. Big fish, I drop it do. Another day, another dollar. From 940 to dollar. The money don't long plenty come on. Go di baje o wa ba fata. I am a fool, I should feel. Can I make it in my face and shot? Call me play, call me push. I never say anything. What you might play, I should do. I'm a butter, don't like my jet. I spent out on my object. Wash up and on me, motor, turn on. Wash up and on me, motor, shine on, see, oh, bad one. All I know, blood and sweat to be good. Blood and tears that is shaped my soul. And the heart is preaching. She's Sabadania. Sure. What you know, I must be done. For addition of all my band. She's Sabadania. Sure. For addition of my band. Sure. Pass the job so for this band. Sure. That's the batch of a band. She's Sabadania. Sure. For addition of my band. Pass the job so for this band. That's the batch of a band. Sure. I'm a kitty body.
dance to. And I'm feeling funky, cause I'm with a couple million lucky. Wanna make the world go round. You know to me, I want more. A little my jet, how much? But they make it long so. Make it. I'm gonna party like 99. Leave on my dress in the 99. I'm gonna party like 99. Leave all my dress in the 99.
All I'm craving is more moolah. I look amazing, live my best life. Let's go to Paris, all Love Island. Maybe don't tell me, it's only more like more fun. Go to go. Your body got me losing control. Miami, go, make it.
I'm gonna party like 99. Leave all my dress in the 99. Make it. I'm gonna party like 99. Leave all my dress in the 99.
Party like 99, 1940. Party animal, party like 99. Party too. I give her one time, run it back. I'm all looking when I hear it from the back. She go crazy, give me love right back. With some move like this, make it do look good. Me happy past since 99. I don't lie, I want you like that. I don't lie, I want you like that. We're going to New England. Go find nothing. It's not good. Go find nothing. Then get go find nothing. Baby Popeyes. Go find nothing. John, Gucci, Moto, my picture.
So don't know, no. Bring them, they turn up. They don't see me coming. Are you ready for me? Energy like cocaine. Cream the latte like cream. When I'm blue, I see me enter. Then I go bring you to enter my love. Show you want to see mental. I don't give them back to send out. Why no? Soldier, policeman, many men in my convoy. The boy know they take his us. If he knows they go give you a back up. And as the money don't they come like us. Nothing will be swap this us. If you give me a loving, I go shout and Sante Sana. Shuma Kemi, Shuma Femi, Becky, Aje, Shuma Fumi, Lion Consi. If I touch your body, Shuma Kemi, Shuma Femi, Baby, Aje, Shuma Fumi, Jackie, Beach, your
Attention, everyone. Attention, everyone. For the car owners in the house, please, we need your attention. If you have a Hyundai Creta, black color, AGL 992JQ, we need your attention. On this side. Hyundai Creta, AGL 992JQ. I mean, a Hyundai, we go call them so that they can understand. Hyundai, if you have a Hyundai Creta, AGL 992JQ, we need your attention. Nobody is responding. Then Honda CRV, blue color, KTU 744KF. Car owners in the house. Honda CRV, blue color, KTU 744KF. On a what? Okay. If you know you're parked on the right-hand side of the building, please, we need your attention. We need you to repark your car. Okay.
Yeah. Kilo look. Yeah. Kilo better, quality. Follow you again. Now I know they follow you again. Kilo, follow you again. Now I know they follow you again. Kilo, follow you again. Now I know they follow you again. Follow you again. Now I know they focus on paper. Baby, see you later. By the paper enter, I go call you, shop for you. Balenciaga, Rico S. If it don't go be like baby, my bed. Wait, look, see me, give me ego. Money talking, now they working for money. Kilo, you don't sour. Holy water. Who I can have she updates? Shop a boobies. Kilo, to the wine is. Kilo, the money low easy. Life is give money easy. Kilo, expensive girl. Baby, want the like cost. She pricey. I will let you know for a bad day. Cost test, fastest. I want the like cost. For me, baby, for you. My baby want the like cost. Expensive girl. Cost test. Take your money, my skin, I like you. Dollars in my bank account. BTC for my money. You should have gone. Take your money, gone. Why you paying, gone? We don't share money on the day. We don't spend money on the day. On the daily, focus on paper. Baby, see you later. By the paper enter, I go call you, shop for you. Balenciaga, Rico S. If it don't go be like baby, my bed. Wait, look, see me, give me ego. Money talking, now they working for money. Kilo, you don't sour. Holy water. Who I can have she updates? Shop a boobies. Kilo, to the wine is. Kilo, the money low easy. Life is give money easy. Kilo, expensive girl. Baby want the like cost. She pricey. I will let you know for a bad day. Cost test, fastest. I want the like cost. For me, baby for you. My baby want the like cost. Expensive girl. Cost test, fastest. Kilo.
Love me tender, yeah. And if
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start our plenary now. Please, if your friends are outside, call them to come back in. We're about to start our plenary and we're about to share our refreshments. Please, if you are the owner of this Hyundai Creta, black color, Hyundai Creta, you don't even need to put the number. There's most likely one Creta in this building. If you are the owner of a Hyundai Creta, please, because I know a Hyundai Creta is a unique car. So if you are the owner, please, go and help us move your car. It's blocking people. It's on the left side of the hall, isn't it? I thought we were not going to have to do this because it's not a wedding, but since we're here, if you are the owner of this Creta, kindly go and move your car. If you are the owner of this Honda CR-V blue color K2 744F, okay, the Honda, please, the Hyundai. Okay, Hyundai. If you are the owner of this Hyundai, whatever. Hyundai. Okay, can we start?
Caladium Yashake.
Angeli, come and lay me. Obìnrin tó bá fẹ́rù mi, consider lucky. My baby, let's keep on jamming. This fire cannot cool down, if you dare me to snore me. Body shallow, my baby. Alone, only go, Ya Rabbi. Ilahi, ọba tó dá mi. Ó dá mi tán, ó ní big money. My type, Sabiga. Confess, you are the one. Brother, my one. Wide up, wide up, wide up. My baby, you are my special one, my bestie. You know I'm a soldier boy, but in your case I'll calm down.
Attention car owners in the house, if you have a black Lexus LND 207JH, we need your attention immediately. Black Lexus. Car owners in the house, we need your attention. If you have a black Lexus LND 207JH, we need your attention immediately. Black Lexus LND 207JH. Anybody?
All right. Thank you very much. You know, that's the problem with exhibition. People will refuse to come back on time. Hello? Hi, guys. Those of you at the back, please come and sit down or don't make a lot of noise so that you don't disrupt our session. Those of you in the media world, please come back to your seats or keep your voice moderated. All right. We're going to do a very quick exercise. I don't want anybody coming to tell me that they didn't get refreshment and all that. So please, if you know anybody who is out there, help me call them in. Our guys are going to serve you water and drinks very soon. I think they already shared water, but they'll share you refreshment very soon. We're going to stand up to do a very quick, short exercise. If you are in this room and you still have some energy in you, please stand up. You are going to stand up when I say 1, 2, 3, and you stand up. See, let me show you how to stand up. So if I say 1, 2, 3, go. You carry yourself sharply. Wait now. Not too active. Not too active. Active. You're active, Abby. Say to we chicken and chips. Dimo announce. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we active? When I say are we active, you say we active. Are we active? Are we ekpe? We ekpe? You get one baby where they shout, who is she? How many people won't raise their hand now? I won't do giveaway. You may I dash you money. Okay, let me do it again. You two, you raise. How many? It's only one voice I heard. Now 7 people raise their hand. On top of how much I won't give. Ordinary 10K. I want to dash people money. Anybody where I hear their voice? What's it beyond? But you are just dozing now. Now 10K wake you up. See all the people that have gone outside now. Is war to bring them back inside. Are we active? Are we active? That voice is coming from that place. Maybe I should give 2 people. Are we active? Is that babe? Is that babe? Where's Samuel? Please look for Samuel for me. My assistant, make sure you collect that babe account number. Eh? Auntie, if you don't see me again, no talk say I don't get integrity. Mo salon here. 10K is a lot of money. If you hear say, I'll see you later, I'll see you later. You know, when we were younger, there are a lot of uncles that used to promise so that they will give us work. As soon as we graduate, they will become busy. You will call them tired. So, please, I need my people here. Where are all these guys now? What's going on? So, are we active? So, 1, 2, 3, up. Fantastic, fantastic. Give us that music, give us that music. Oh yeah, you are going to follow my movement. I can't see the hand movement though. I want to do another giveaway. Who acted fast? Another giveaway, 20K. Oh. Carry your voice, carry your voice. They repeat them for me. I can see one active person there. Follow me, let's do it again. Hold on, I'm looking for somebody to win my money. You people should not stress me. Oh yeah. Some people go and don't Steve. Eh? There's one girl in the middle here that I want to give. I see your energy. I see her energy. Eh? That's the energy I'm looking for. I find one guy. I see your. I want to see your energy. Show me the energy. I want to see the hand. It's the hand movement. I want to see. I see the energy. I have 2 winners. I have 3 winners. I have 1 winner there. I have 1 winner there. If you like, hug him. If you like, hug him. I'm not going to give you the money. I see some movement for here. Okay, thank you. So I have 3 winners. Oh, the first winner has gone. Oh, okay, that's fine. Oh, that's that. Come on. You are a winner. You are looking back. Okay, that means it's not you that won it. No, this is the person that won it. Another person don't take over your shine. This winner one, what's your name? Mercy. Are you in our community? Okay, so cancel the money. It's a lie. Don't mind me. You are new, Abi. This winner number 2. What's your name? Anita. Please come outside. See, all the men, you people who are doing Steve dancing. This is you should buy Agbo-Jedi now. You say, can you come a doctor? Agbo-Jedi works, so don't let them deceive you. When you people cannot even bend, this is winner number 3. That lady with Kogoba head. What's that thing called? Yes, she's the one. Let me clap for her. She was giving me good energy. There's what we call enjoy participation. How many people are Isaacers here? In Isaac, you say enjoy participation. Hey, Isaac! Are you in Isaac? Give me a five. Correct. You sabi. So, Escobar are going to play me another jam for them to test run for us. You people should come up. Come up. So, anybody, how much else I'll give you for 10K, Abi? Anybody that wins, I'll double it. So, yeah, come up. You want to join them?
You're not joining now.
Now you remember I said it's Abi dance.
So we do this every year?
Yes, now.
We do this every year. Welcome to the community. You have to learn.
Just bring your, they say dancing, you don't see big man always Abi dance before. They know there's Abi dance. Now the vibe you could just bring, once you bring the vibe, you can win. Those of us who Abi dance now because of suffer. That's why. Oh yeah, now let's go back. It's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if I say ladies and gentlemen, you say, ladies and gentlemen. Who is your winner? You say aye or nay. You see your winner? What is the worry? Why you shout time like that? You the principalities fashion against her. I did a joke to call her. But I did not see your hand now. These are haters. So. Say it, haters.
Haters.
This one is disqualified. You see your winner?
Why do you disqualify?
If she's your winner, say aye. Nay. Even the baby, they nay herself. Now, wow. Issues there. When you don't know, say you lose election, you don't need to go court. If she's your winner, say aye. If she's not your winner, say nay. The nays have it. Now, that's what they do for Nigerian Senate. You go to, you go say the nays have it. You go to court. So, what's your name? You don't have name tag. You are disqualified. Oh, sorry. You prepare, come here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are giving Damiola a token of 20,000 naira for enjoying participation. What's your name? Mercy. And we are giving Mercy a token of 10,000 naira. And we are giving what's your name? You don't have name tag, you are disqualified. Where is it? We are giving Anita a token of 10,000 naira. Okay, so we're also going to do an instant. In fact, don't let me say it. No, it's supposed to be unplanned. You guys can go to your seats. You can go to your seats. We're going to. Okay, let me just announce it. We're going to do an instant pitching session later today. It's not instant if you have already been told, isn't it? But you can't know who we're going to call. So, is this better? It's going to be an elevator pitch. So if you do well, with a prize, right? We can call anybody who is still in the room by that time to come and deliver. And we will know. Okay, so what do you need? Okay, so we're still going to do an instant pitching session. You see, this is our pitching. My friends have been pushing me that we should start a proper SME fund so that we can be giving out these grants properly. But village people they've not gingered me enough to find time. But next year, we're going to start it properly. We'll reach out. I'll reach out to all those my friends that have excess money that is not doing anything in their account. They will help us pool funds together. If we can pool maybe 10 million, 20 million, so that we can start giving on a more periodic basis as against doing it once a year. Don't share our jollof rice here too. That yam and cheese must reach me. Don't say I was on the stage. I don't want to hear story. You say I gave it to your son. Because I know you people, some people will eat 3 portions. So if you know you have a business or you have something interesting that you're doing or whatever it is, it doesn't even need to. We're going to do a quiz after the executive dialogue quiz. Some of the things that we've learned that would help us, at least those that will come and do the pitch, and then we'll give out some money. In the previous you planned. Here is going to be instant. Still in the room. G, Suraj, Razak, they are going to be the panelists. And huh? Yeah, but that one is even dying and coming up. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, are we having fun? Why? Because I did not give you ice cream. Whatever. You know the person that shouted no? Naim. When you imagine make your son become a village people. Because if all of you lie, at least he no go lie. Okay, so in the next round of sessions, we have an executive dialogue with people who have done work at the executive level and understand executive thinking in terms of how to design business models, how to manage people and lead them, how to engage with stakeholders. A lot of times we don't even understand. I was with a client a few days ago, and the client is in the financial space. He was getting multiple licenses and all that, which is good. I mean, if you have multiple licenses, you're able to do a lot of things. But they are not even thought thoroughly about the business model that is going to come out of these licenses that you are getting. So, okay, because the more licenses you get, the more exposure you get to regulation, right? So if you are not even clear what the business model is, and that also applies to those of us who are small businesses. A lot of times we do a lot of things without understanding the core revenue model of that business and how to optimize it for growth, right? So if I sell shoes, for example, how I make money from shoes. Okay, we've been announcing these cars since, but This car, they say it's been giving problem. Hi, Ashley. Welcome. They said this car has really been giving problem. Whose car is it? Problem car. Raise up your hand. No, you can't deny your car now. You deny your phone, still deny your car. Whose car is this? Are you sure the person is not on the exhibition ground? Huh? Olumide, is there a way to announce this on the exhibition ground? So it's possible because the person is. Oh, it's your car? God will judge you. Is God will judge you a cause? Is it not God that will judge you? Uncle? I mean, the devil won't judge you. It's God now. Okay, so we've resolved that. All right, if you are still in the room, please give yourself a round of applause. Give yourself a round of applause. You know, it's not easy. All right, so the next sense of conversation is going to be about managing people, about organizing your business model, about understanding your stakeholders, understanding your investors, understanding your customers, understanding distribution, capital utilization. We're essentially going to be talking about the essence of business and business management. And as I said earlier, afterwards, we're going to listen to Razak of Cowrywise share his story and how the business has grown since establishment and how they built it. We're going to understand the strategy that has been used for distribution. How many of us have heard about the Cowrywise Campus Ambassador kind of thing? I think they started that thing and drew it so hard that everybody knows about it now. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me give a resounding applause to a lady she was the one I told you earlier, Oyinbo woman that came to Nigeria and chose to come and go through a lot with us. She's gone through a lot. If you want to hear what she has gone through, go on the Failures Diaries podcast and listen to her story. She's going to also come and share some of it here, building talent and what has happened in terms of the business model and how they've grown. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Ashley Emmanuel. Keep clapping. All right. The next person coming to the stage is a very good friend of mine. If you listen to his story, you would think it's a Nollywood movie. When he was on my podcast and he was talking, I said, "Are you sure you the bobo us?" His story is incredible. But more importantly, why we brought him here today is because he understands, how to manage people. He's managed several artists. How many of you are Wizkid fans here? He's one of those who managed Wizkid at the very early stages. Today, he manages the Nigerian franchise of one of the world's biggest global businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Godwin Tom, the MD of Sony Music Publishing Nigeria. All right. The last but not the least on the panel, after that, we'll still hear a lot more about his story and how he evolved. But for now, we want to listen to how to build business models, how to manage them, how to organize for growth, and how to manage stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome this gentleman who has, in the age and times where many startups are, shutting down either for premature growth or for blowing money, this gentleman and his team have built one of Africa's most formidable fintech startups. Ladies and gentlemen, please give drum rolls for Razak Ahmed, the MBC of Cowrywise. All right, thank you so much, gentlemen and lady. I know that you guys went through ice water and molten magma to get here. You know, the conversation I want to have is about business models. Yes, the mic should be on your chair, isn't it? Okay, let me get it for you. So I see that a lot of SMEs, they struggle with understanding their business models. I want to do business. Oh, I want to sell clothes. Oh, I want to make chin-chin. Oh, I want to sell shoes. And we just assume that anybody who is in business should earn revenue the same way, pricing. Oh, I want to train. I want to be in training. Oh, I want to start developing talents. Oh, I want to. But when they then start, they realize that somebody else is doing this thing. The person that I copied is actually making better money, but it's like I'm suffering. I'm not seeing the money, right? Clearly, maybe they priced in a way that is wrong, or they are targeting the wrong customer. Whatever it is, right? This conversation is to drive home the point around the business model and how to structure to better optimize for your business model sector by sector. And I want to use your various experiences in this space. Of course, also speaking to some of the peculiarities of our community members. They will also ask questions. So I'm going to start with Ashley. Ashley, you came into Nigeria. You started off in the development space, and then you decided to start training Nigerians on credit, isn't it? What has that shown you? I want to believe that after evolving them, some of them have gone to own businesses or become employees and all of that. What experience have you seen from there on understanding business models, like the various business models that people that you have evolved, that you have trained, have adopted? And how do you think SMEs should be approaching or the understanding of their business models? How should they optimize for revenue and on a sustainable basis?
All right, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon. So as you mentioned, one of the things we do is we train software engineers through our techpreneurship program. And that program is focused on producing highly employable engineers who can either go into employment or entrepreneurship, and they do both, as you mentioned. And a lot of people, when they start that program, they think that they're coming to learn how to code, which they of course learn. But we actually start with design thinking, because we know even if they're going into employment, every employer says, yes, they have the technical skills. Can they solve problems? Do they understand how business works? Do they communicate, etc.? And we feel that it's very important for people to be able to really solve problems effectively. So in design thinking, so my answer to the question in terms of the people that we've trained through techpreneurship, we also train startup founders, and we engage with them in other ways. And we always take them through that design thinking approach. And what does that mean? It means that you always start with the people in the center of the problem, and you start with a deep understanding of what they really want or need. And the mistake that people will sometimes make, so we train a lot of engineers. A lot of the businesses that are being produced are software driven. So they're creating an app, they're creating a digital platform or something. But the same logic applies if you are in fashion or you're in construction or anything else. the mistake that founders tend to make is that they come up with a product and they think it's great and they fall in love with it and they invest time and money building that product. Then they go out to try to sell it and people either don't want it or they don't want to pay as much as they need to pay for that business to make sense. So they get discouraged. They either close down the business, they shout at their sales staff, or they eventually figure out how to pivot. So in a design thinking approach, you actually start with really deeply understanding the customer or the people you're building for. What is their real pain point? What do they want? Sometimes you can ask them. Sometimes they don't know the answer. So we engage with them, we do a lot of research, you talk to them, you go out. If you're creating a solution for market women, you go into the market. You talk to them, but you also follow them around. You observe them, you take notes, you draw insights to really understand their actual pain points. And then we create solutions that address those pain points. The other thing we do is, as innovators, is we want to always be testing, learning, and updating. So if you're creating an app, you create a first basic version of an app, you give it to the market woman. You see how she interacts with it. You don't sell the product to her, you just watch. And you figure out how she uses it. You take feedback, you make it better and better. We know that we're never going to get it perfectly right the first time, so we actually have to build the skills in our company or with ourselves around that learning, taking feedback, and growing. And like I said, that will apply to people building technology-driven company, but also if you're creating anything else. Even what is working well today might not work well tomorrow. We want to be attuned to evolve. Even our customers who love us today, their tastes are going to change. I'm sure you've seen that. Actually, I'm sure you've both seen that, right? But calorie-wise, people will love the product today. Tomorrow their expectations might change for what they think their financial service provider should be able to do. So that design thinking, being customer-centric, and that testing and learning is what we tell all of the SMEs and innovators we work with.
Interesting. Thank you so much. Please let me clap for Ashley. I particularly like the design thinking approach, but many times I feel that design thinking, a lot of times, best utilized or most, amplified by those in the tech ecosystem, and a lot of SMEs really do not understand how to adapt that. So maybe if we have enough time, I'll still come back to you to drive it home for the SME space. But I'll go to GT. Godwin, you are in a space that I know that you've had to introduce some new twists to business models in your space that people did not even know that money could come out from. I tell people that business model is about how can I make money? Where would money come from in this business? You may start making shoes and think that your money is going to come from selling shoes. It may shock you that your biggest revenue may not actually come from selling shoes, but repairing them. Right? And that was not what you initially designed to start doing. So what should SMEs be paying attention? How should SMEs be paying attention to understand their business model and how to optimize for it?
Hi, everybody. You guys look like you're sleeping. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much. So I'm going to look at this from multiple areas. The first one is, because I deal with, at Sony Music Publishing, I deal with writers. And before that, in management, I dealt with artists. And as an educator, I'm dealing with small businesses and small business owners. So I'll try and address it from those areas in case there are people here that might be interested. From an artist's point of view, from a writer's point of view, from a business point of view, the answer is the audience. Because sometimes even if the audience don't know what they want, they cannot tell what they like until you offer it. And they cannot tell if they don't like it until you offer it. So what I normally tell people, the way I explain it to people is the process of growth in a business. So you have startup, then you have survival. If you manage to survive a little, you have a little success. But for you to grow, success has to be consistent. So it's the same thing with building a business around where we exist, the music industry. And so what we've had to introduce is sort of throw away the textbook and use ancient basic skills. I have artists who the way I explain generating revenue is, imagine an artist coming to me and telling me, I have 1 million followers on social media, but I'm broke. And my question is, can you find 2,000 that will give you 20,000 naira a year? Whether they give you 20,000 from an online show or from merch, or you're doing it from a small perfume you start selling. But if you can find 2,000 of your 1 million followers that give you 20,000 a year, that's 40 million naira that you made. So 40 million naira you have already crossed according to our index on earnings. You're already in 10%. You have crossed 10%. You're approaching 1%. And so exposing it in that very traditional way has shown me that it helps them understand it a little more. The other thing is, too many times, and me and you have spoken about this, some of us have hobbies and call it business. And for a long time, I had a hobby. I'm aware it was a hobby. And I decided, I don't want to treat this as a hobby anymore. I want to turn it into a business. And I remember calling Ayo to sit with him. As we were talking, I was like, but you know this thing now. I said, yes, but sometimes because you're so close to the elephant, you're only seeing the skin. You're not seeing the full animal. And it's important that someone is able to help you address that. So in terms of introducing some of these things to the industry, the business, what we've managed to do, I'm talking directly and then I'll go to Sony, the work we've done at Sony. What we've managed to do is show people the power of their original investor. The original investor of any creative endeavor is the audience. The audience is the reason why a brand wants to pay you tens of millions of naira to endorse their brand, is to reach the audience. Your audience is the reason why you're making money from sales. Your audience, so you need to now figure out, how do I talk to this audience? So for example, we have analytics on social media. And too many artists post things that don't work. For example, you have an artist with 1 million followers on Instagram, but 900,000 in 2016 were from Nigeria. And in 2016, Spotify was not here. But every time he wants to announce a release, he posts his Spotify link. So he's complaining, I'm not making money, I don't understand. But the reality is you're selling it to the wrong audience. So understanding your data and engaging with your audience and listening to them and hearing what they have to say is very important. Now, you talked about introducing some of these things into what I'm doing now at Sony. When we set up the Sony business in Nigeria, the first thing we all said in the meeting in London was, we are going into Nigeria to perform a miracle. The societies are not functioning because that's our first port of call as a publishing company to generate revenue. Societies are not functioning, so that's zero revenue coming from there. People cannot afford to pay for music. Even if you can pay 1,200 for Spotify, you still need to buy data. So that was a challenge. So a lot of money wasn't going to come from the major platform that would pay, Spotify. So that's reduced revenue. We're not signing people who perform. We're not signing people who make music. So we're signing the writers. So no revenue. So what model do we introduce? We had to now become farmers, harvesting crops to export. So essentially, we had to find talent that we could sign, develop in market for the purpose of selling abroad to generate actual revenue for the business. And in thinking about that, we had to find ways that were not exploitative. We had to find processes that were within the law because we're a global business. So we had to start thinking out of the box. So the first thing we did was start engaging with the government and saying, here are policies we need for our investment to make sense. I'm putting over 2-3 billion naira, and I cannot see revenue coming from this market. It's a difficult thing. So our first thing was, what's happening globally? On Spotify, how many of you are on Spotify? Great. We found out that over 30% of the songs on the top 100 Spotify have samples inside. Samples are original songs from, say, Adewale Ayuba, Oshukpa, and different artists that new artists are putting in their songs and not paying the rights owners. But they're doing well abroad. They're big artists who are doing well abroad. So we said that's the first thing we'll do. So I think and so far doing that, I can gladly say that Adewale Ayuba is one of our highest earners today. We're paying him every quarter quite a lot of money. And the reason why I bring this story up is you must understand the audience, but to fully understand the audience, you must understand the market. You must understand why there is no hospital in this village for the last 50 years. Is it that somebody else has tried to build a hospital and this is not what they want in this market? Maybe they want small shops, small kiosks where people can access drugs. Identifying how the people react to your product helps you develop solutions that work for that market. And that's how we've engaged the business in the market.
You see, what I'm taking away from what you're saying is that you can have an entity that is established, that is making good money in other markets, and they would come to your market, or you can start that same business and not see revenue. Or that same business can go into a new market, and that business that is already established, with the model is already established, may be unviable in that business, in that market. So then the responsibility is then on you to go and rethink that business model. So business model is constantly evolving.
Yep.
You must constantly be able to rethink it. That's a very interesting one. And I'm going to Razak. Razak, you have a product that is, hugely successful. Amongst my co-founder, said he uses Cowrywise to save for his little baby. And those are the kind of, success stories that we've heard about Cowrywise. But I've also seen that from the very early stages, it seems you've then added a lot of additional things and evolved, the business. And I want to believe that must have included some sort of adjusting of the business model, right? I may be wrong, but I'm expecting that this conversation will bring it up.
Okay.
Also, in your interactions with savers, investors, etc., what has your experience been with people who are putting money aside to do certain businesses, it not working? What are your initial thoughts around business models from your personal story, and how should SMEs be approaching nimbleness towards business models?
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. So I think the way I will approach it, in addition to what the two speakers said earlier, is to focus on the first principle of why you are in business in the first instance. Of course, there are different businesses with different objectives. Some don't necessarily want to make money, but some definitely want to make money. A majority of businesses want to make money. So I think the first principle is whatever business you're running, be it an SME or a big enterprise or an established business, the first principle is how do you sell the service or the product you're selling such that customers will find it extremely happy to pay for it. I think that's the overall fundamental of what a business model relies on. But this thing changes from time to time. And one thing I've seen running Cowrywise is that there are certain business models that work when you are small, when you are tiny, when you're just starting up. Some business models will work. You might be making certain amount of money, and you might think scaling that business model will make you a lot of money. But at the end of the day, you realize that you're actually scaling your inefficiencies. And at scale, you become very troubled because you're actually scaling your costs rather than scaling your revenue. But we've also seen instances where a business model won't work at small scale, but it works fundamentally well at large scale. So one needs to data from time to time to actually understand, for every additional customer you acquire, how are these variables changing? Your revenue and your cost. If your cost is rising faster than your revenue for every customer you acquire, you will definitely find yourself in trouble as you scale. And we've seen instances of that among many startups. At the very early stage, they might be doing really, really well. But as they acquire customers, they find it very difficult to remain in business because they've scaled faster than they've scaled the revenue. Of course, no business will be out there not to scale revenue. But it's just the reality of the market that the revenue can be scaled beyond a certain level. And I'll give an example. When we started, I think this was 2021, thereabouts, we launched a feature called Stash. And our idea of Stash was to leverage BVN infrastructure and bank transfers as a payment method for customers to be able to save and invest. We weren't out to do a business of money transfer. We were out to leverage bank transfers as a basis for people to move money from their bank account into their investment accounts. But we realized that people were using it differently. And we're making money. Because for every transfer you make, we charge a fee. But the objective was for us to grow our assets under management so that you can move money from a bank, from a GT bank, for example, into an investment account. Seamless. But we realized that people were moving money from their stash to their brother, to their sisters, to their uncles. At some point, we had people having 30 bank accounts on their Cowrywise platform. And we had to sit down and look at it. Is this a business model we want to run? Because if you're making payment with card, for example, we have different, different payment methods. We have card, bank transfers. If you're making payment with card, you don't get settled on the following until the following day. So card settlement is T+1. So now imagine a customer who moves money from card, let's say 5 million naira from my GT bank card into my stash. You get value instantly, and then you move that 5 million naira to your brother. The implication is that we are in the negative because we have not received that 5 million naira that you deposited from card. We receive it the following day. It means we have to increase our working capital to be able. And if you move that money to your brother, if the money doesn't settle, we will trend on Twitter that I've moved 5 million naira, my money is hanging. Now, the problem we had was that the license we hold does not allow us to operate that way, to operate that business model, because we are not a bank. We are an asset manager. So we don't have a direct access to NIFs, such that we can do end-of-day settlements. As a bank, you have access to that, and that's a very powerful leverage. So we need to reimagine our own business model to understand that if we scale this significantly, where you have 10 million people moving money and you don't have NIPS infrastructure, and you have significant portion of your payment coming from card, you will definitely be in trouble. So it is very important to understand that business model at the core of it is about how you make money, But you also need to speak to the data. You need to torture the data very well to understand which variable is actually rising faster than other variables. If your cost as a small SME, as an SME, as a small business, if your cost is rising faster than your revenue as you scale, don't neglect it, no matter how small that increase in cost is, because it might actually be a signal of a trouble in the future. So overall, business model, how you make money, it evolves over time. So you need to look at the data, you need to speak to the customers, you need to understand what they want. Sometimes, and I'll qualify that, our customers wanted to do bank transfers. But we knew that bank transfer would be a big trouble for us if we did it. So we did not do it and we survived. If we had yielded to that story of listening to the customers to do bank transfer, we would probably have packed up by now as a result of series of complaints from customers. So first of all, you need to listen to your customers, but listen, you don't necessarily need to act on what your customers are saying. But listen, nevertheless. You know better. And one thing we've also seen is that what customers say, sometimes, most times, is different from what customers do. So when you listen to customer, you need to triangulate your listening methods by focusing on what they say and what they actually do. We've seen instances where customers will say, yeah, we'll send out a survey. And customers will tell you, we need X, Y, Z. Then you throw up the future that they've asked you to build, and they behave completely differently when it comes to taking action. Completely differently. So it is extremely important to not just listen to the customers, but to actually watch what the customers do in order to refine your business model. Because at the end of the day, what keeps you in the business, what keeps you in the ring, is your ability to meet what the customers want in their inner heart, not what they tell you they want to do. And this, I will say it clearly, if you listen to Twitter, you might not have a business tomorrow morning.
Oh my God, that closing was everything, to be honest. Ah, my goodness. I've been through a lot on Twitter. If you listen to Twitter, in fact, I think Giles should be on this panel. Because I don't know if they asked you in your panel, I wanted you to talk about, because you are one of the people who have done very good business on Twitter, and how you are able to build that brand and all of that. But we'll come back to that.
Can I just add something to that? Sorry. Let me qualify that as well, so you don't take it out of context, right? So what I mean is, I think if you're doing a B2C business, a business that is largely retail, because what makes the business works is your ability to scale to thousands and millions of people. And it is practically impossible for you to listen to everybody one person at a time. You need to aggregate the voice. You need to aggregate the noise and filter out what works for you and what doesn't work. If you're doing B2B, where you don't necessarily need millions of customers, for example, there are ways it works. But if you listen to every person, especially if your business is primarily B2C, like Cowrywise, you might end up chasing shadows without necessarily focusing on what really matters to move the needle for you.
Fantastic. I think we're even still saying the same thing. I mean, it touched you. That your clap is personal. Okay, I think that this conversation is getting very interesting. Don't we agree? Fantastic. Please clap for yourselves too. Clap for yourselves too. It's not easy to be this active. You guys have tried. We've had a series of issues today. So now I'm going to come back to Ashley. Then I will move it again, because as you were talking, there was a lot of things going on in my head, right? I interact with thousands of SMEs, trust me, a lot of them. Even today alone, so many people, AY this, AY have that issue, AY this, can AY. And many times than not, it is about business model, misalignment. Hey, why I started this because this person is doing this, that person is doing that, and I remember that you and I were talking about when you were starting semicolon, and people told you that Nigerians are not going to pay if you start training them on credit. Maybe when you want to talk, you can talk about what semicolon does so that people understand the context. And then you succeeded, right? Which feeds into what you said, that it's not every time you listen to what people say, otherwise you may be out of business, right? So it's not every time you act on what they say, you have to listen to them. Now, to what extent, and I want us to contextualize it within the context of SMEs, because I know my community people, so I know what they do, I know the context. So, if you are in Nigeria, there is a general perception of the market, right? At what point, how do you separate that perception and the opinions and the general temperature from what you have the vision to do? And at what point should you now reinvent and say, okay, this may be right, this may be wrong? Do you get what I mean? What are the indicators that you should be looking out for?
Okay, thank you. It's a good question. I mean, to start with the context you referenced. So at Semicolon, one of the things we do is we train software engineers. We started doing this about 6-7 years ago. Actually, talking to Razak was one of the conversations that catalyzed Semicolon, right? Because there were founders like Razak, like Shola Akinlade, the founder of Paystack, that we were engaging with, investing in the early days when you were all going through Y Combinator. And they were saying they couldn't find the talent that they needed. Other big corporates also, banks would do big projects. They would have to bring engineers from India to come and implement. It just didn't make sense. So my husband, who's Nigerian, and I actually moved back to bridge that gap. And we started with a program training software engineers. And there were actually two things that people were very skeptical about. Number one is some people said, oh, you can't train these Nigerian youth to be the caliber of software engineers that you're aiming to produce. And then the second was that we knew we wanted to aim for quality, which means that to deliver is going to take time and it's going to take money. So we have a 1-year program. Some other training is 6 weeks online, 3 months online. And we invest very heavily in quality, good, and top of the line instructors, giving people laptops, giving people lunch, all of the enablers that you need. And so that means that it's now it's difficult for most Nigerians to afford. So we said, okay, well, if you train them properly, they can't pay before, but they can pay after. A software engineer can easily, if they've been trained well, they can easily earn enough at Cowrywise, and we've had Cowrywise has hired from us, and he paid back, right? Because he could earn enough, especially as he got promoted, to pay back the loan. So we said, okay, we'll try doing a study now, pay later model, and people can pay after they're working and earning. And a lot of people were skeptical about that. They said, no, they're not going to pay back. At the time, the credit system wasn't quite as strong, so we've seen growth in terms of BVN, NIN, some of the regulations about credit and processes, and that will continue to grow. But the first were really kind of leap of faith. And what we found, and so it was an experiment. I think that every business, and a few people have talked about that test and learn, find out what's working. You don't know how the audience, the customer will react until you put it out there sometimes. So it was an experiment, and it turned out that we could train employable engineers, and they did generally pay back. Most of them from the first cohorts have now finished. The ones whose loans have become due have paid off. Yeah, I think that, so to your actual question around gauging the market, I think was your question. I think really that's the answer, is that we have to plan to be experimental, put things out there, ideally in a way that's not too risky. So we know that you want to test, if I'm in fashion, right, and I want to test selling into a new, I don't know enough about fashion to give a specific example, but selling a new type of product in a new market, a new channel, something like that. I'll want to figure out a way to do that quickly with some real customers and see, are they going to buy, right? So it's a first step can be me asking some real customers, would you buy this? But even if they all say yes, and then I actually sell it to them, maybe half will actually buy it, right? So it's actually putting our product or service out there and getting that real feedback from the market. Who's buying it, who's not. As Razak mentioned, tracking data. Okay, we thought it was going to be university students who would buy this, but it's actually 40-something people. So if we're seeing that data, now I'm going to pivot. I'm going to maybe change my product. I'm definitely going to change my marketing. I might change my distribution, my shop location, where I engage with them, and so forth, right? So I think it's a lot of that testing and learning approach. That's
fantastic. I like the. Please let me give Ashley a round of applause. I like the testing element, and that brings me to. I want to domesticate this a little when I'm talking to GT. GT, I know that in your story at some point you said you had to rethink yourself because at the early stages everybody was associating you with who you were managing. GT, Whiskey's manager, GT, MI's manager, and you realized that was not sustainable and you had to rethink. Now, I want people to be able to live here to go back and rethink, right? Let me give you an example. I have a community member, for example, who is a fresh graduate from Unilag. He lives in Bariga, and he came up to me and said that he's making low sales. Okay, I said, what do you do? He said he makes luxury footwear. Okay, you make luxury footwear, but you live in Bariga, bro. Right? I mean, you just left Unilag. So, who are your primary circle? You say his guys in church, in Bariga, his neighbors, his guys that just finished Unilag. So
luxury guys.
So, let me clap for GT. Luxury guys, you know. It's just like you when you started off. Anyway, let's go there. So, you know, okay, Razak will come back and tell us his story. Razak and GT have very interesting stories of when they started, you know, before they started wearing suits and all these fancy shoes. But let's move on. So, so let's do a reality check on young people, their business models, and how to rethink things quickly. That ability to think, even today, people have come to me with problems. Okay, this problem, you have the solution in your head. You just need to rethink it. So how do young people begin to rethink what they are doing in the context of their constraints and also their context? So within the scope of their context and their constraints.
So to answer this question, I'm going to try to sort of put some context into what I said earlier. Bear in mind that listening to your customers, as Razak said, is not what your customers say. Because your customers are the people that buy your product. Your customers, the data you need, listening to your customers is actually paying attention to how they're buying, what they're buying, when they're buying, why they're buying. Right? So seeing the data for who is buying is how you listen to your customers. Not what they write, as he said on Twitter. I felt I needed to say that. Yeah. Also bear in mind that your customers in different markets will behave differently. And that is the reason why someone in finance does not understand what we are doing in the music industry. It's like, what are you people, where is the money? Now, to talk about people and their lofty dreams and luxury friends, it is important for us to identify our reality. You know, when you're creating your value system for your business, you're saying this is the values. A lot of people do this thing called the permission to play and aspirational values. So aspirational values are those, you know, those values where people are trying to make a word out of different letters. So maybe what you want to say is rest. You now put resilience. Resilience is not resting, right? And you have people write these things just so it sounds good or it looks good on a wall or whatever. That's aspirational thinking, what you could be, not what you are. Then there are the people who do this thing we call permission to play, which is, our value is honesty, as opposed to what? Shouldn't you be honest as a business person, right? Your value is what you are, your current situation, who you are at the core, whether you are doing business with a lot of revenue and capital, or you have no capital and you're starting from scratch. Who you are, that's your value. So when somebody sits down and says, I make luxury shoes, the question is, you can sit in Bagada and make luxury shoes.
Not Bagada, Bariga.
Bariga, Bagada is like 10 minutes. Right? You can sit and you can make luxury shoes. That's not an issue. The question is, the product that you're selling, who is it being sold to? And do you have access to the people that can afford actual luxury? Because most times what we do in the business is copy. We hear a thing, somebody said on social media that they make luxury. I remember, sorry, don't laugh at me. I remember one time my best friend and I were talking. So I buy my slippers from, when I'm abroad, I buy from Zara. Zara has these 25, 29 pound slippers. Very comfortable, very, very comfortable. So I've been looking for this particular one that was very comfortable for me. And I went online. I couldn't find, Zara no longer had it. So I was looking on eBay, I was looking for it. And I stumbled upon the Hermes website. Because as you're looking for slippers, they show you the Hermes slippers. And I saw 700 pounds. And so I called my friend. Fola? Yeah. I called my friend and I said, Fola, please, the slippers you're wearing is 700 pounds. He said, I'm aware. He said, why do you ask? I said, because I just saw it online now. And it's 700 pounds. You have like 6. He said, yeah. I said, okay. But I see different people wearing different colors.
Is it the same one?
Is it the same one? Because I know somebody that's wearing these slippers. And I don't think he has 700 pounds. And he said, let me send you a link. So he sent me a link to a buyer on Instagram that sells the one that the person I know bought. Now, both people are making money. But both people are selling to two different audiences. And I think the reality of where you are and the market you have access to tells you specifically how you are engaging that market. Remember, I said the person that you are listening to is the person that is buying. So let's say you are able to even make Hermes quality, and you call it Chukuka, and you go to people to sell that same quality. The reality is your business might suffer. If the people are not able to afford it. There are people in communities that can afford to buy the slippers, but do not see the sense in spending that money to buy it. I know people, I have 2 Hermes slippers. My wife bought it for me. She has money. So
you don't have?
Me? So you have to understand your reality, first of all. You have to understand the market. And this doesn't mean that the quality of your shoes will not reach the people that it will get to. The reality is somebody needs to buy your product now for you to grow. And you have to look at the market that you're talking to and the accessible markets, and the one that can pay you for your service. And you have to sell to them to build. Remember, this thing is in iterations, right? Business is iterations. That's why you guys have product managers. You look at a thing, it looks like people want this thing. I don't know how many of you are aware, but sometimes the button on a website leads you nowhere. Are some of you aware? I'm sure there's some product man. It leads nowhere, but it's just to see how you behave if you saw a button here, right? And then that informs your decision. You have to start identifying, okay, I have these shoes, for example. These shoes cost 10,000 naira. The boys in my church, the luxury boys, can buy this easily. If I sell this same shoe at 100,000 naira, chances are none of them will pay it. I mean, they wish me well, but they will not buy it. So I have to now identify how much does it cost me to make these 10,000 naira shoes, and how much does it cost me to make the 100,000 naira shoes. And then I need to start identifying people that can afford to pay so that I manage my expectations. If I go and make 100 when there are 20 that can buy, I've just wasted money. So if you're a young person thinking, first of all, forget what's happening on social. People are lying.
Too much.
People are lying. People are selling Zobo on social media. So forget about social media. You don't live in their houses. You don't know who they are. Look at your reality. Stop lying to yourself. I'm an Olodia Papa, number 9 on Short Drive Boy. Yeah? And when I was coming out of Olodia Papa, I remember having a conversation with I remember when I took my wife, and I think I was there for 20 minutes, and my wife called me. I went to the car. I said, what's going on? She said, we need to leave. I said, you feel like the world is, you feel like the place is collapsing on you, Abby? She said, yeah. I said, yeah, this is how we felt every day. You have to start looking at your reality and identifying the things that people around you need. The people in America that have, or the UK that have transport systems, are thinking about very different transport problems from you. And you have to look at what is that thing that I'm dealing with. The same way I go to MD's conference in the US or the UK or wherever, and my colleagues, other MDs like me, are talking about different problems they're dealing with. And then I say, if I start talking my own now, I'll look like somebody that is causing problems and making people cry. Right? So, because when they say some of their problems, I'm like, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. Should I come and give you problems? And I think understanding that reality is what helps this company stand. Knowing that I have no society that's generating revenue has forced me to start thinking, what is my reality? And how do I fix that problem that exists in my reality? An average young man right now who's trying to make music in the music industry is going to struggle to make money. My problem is figuring out how that young man can eat. So I sit down, we just pulled off, for some people they thought I was trying to brag. We just pulled off the biggest publishing camp in Africa. 100 writers in 100 sessions over 7 days, inviting over 11 markets from Scandinavia to the UK, to Spain, to Italy, to France, Poland, Amsterdam. They came, right? Now, for some people, it's, why are you doing this? The reality is there are some young, talented writers that I signed that no matter how much they write, in the current state of situations, are not going to make any money. So what do we do for them? I put them in a room with writers from markets that are generating income to write 10% of the songs, contribute little to the production, contribute to the composition and top line. And those songs come out in the UK, in Germany, in Amsterdam, in Paris, and those guys are able to pay rent. And that is where we need to start from.
I was saying earlier that you need to be careful about the kind of circle that you... This is the circle. These are the people that is making me have sense. I think when I talk, people will think I have sense naturally. Yeah? It's not natural. People that are borrowing me sense. This guy now, I've learned a new thing, problem as a service. You can borrow people problem. Some people, their problem is lack of problem. Most people, and this is not to undermine mental health issues, it's real, but most people's mental health issues because you don't have enough problems. You don't agree with me? When you sit somebody down that said, and the guy tell you his problem, you will look at him again. Hey, is that all? Are you with me? So we just learned problem as a service. So if you know your problem and where you are coming from, no point they deceive yourself. Say you they sell luxury, Listen, they call them luxury bracelet. That you are selling for 75,000. Meanwhile, you no get lights where you go use. Are you following me? We'll come back. We'll come back. Now, now let's talk to Razak. Razak, I want to talk about distribution and how to. So we've spoken about the business model, the audience, and all of that. But many times, Tunde, our chess guy, would say that you can do a lot of great things from a small place. Most SMEs are trying to do great things from very small places, right? Many times they have good products, the audience is there. In this instance, the right audience, the right product, but they don't know how to get that product to the hands of those who need them. I think that Cowrywise has done quite some decent work in the distribution model. However you guys did it, got it all over the campuses. And all of that just created a lot of buzz. Now, what are the different layers that entrepreneurs who are evolving should think about distributing their products? Be it service, be it tech, be it products, be it B2B, be it B2C. How should you be thinking, if I have this product on my hand, how should I be thinking about getting it to my customer if my resources are limited? Because resources are always limited anyway.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I think there is a lot packed in there, really, around distribution. And I'll point to some specific distribution strategies that were employed, how they worked out, some that didn't work, some that worked, and some that we're still testing. I remember when we started, while we're in YC in 2018, immediately we got YC money. I don't know what got to us. We started doing paid marketing. And I remember very well then we're spending $1,000 a month on Google Ads, primarily focusing on Play Store to distribute the app. And it worked. Because with $1,000 then, Cowrywise app will be the #1 trending finance app in Nigeria with just $1,000. This was 2018. It was working like magic. If you spend the same $1,000 daily today, not monthly, then we're spending $1,000 monthly. If you spend $1,000 daily today, you will be nowhere. Because that distribution channel is crowded. Extremely, extremely crowded. When you go in there, you see companies that are spending thousands or millions of dollars in ads. And if you don't have the financial muscle to match them, you will basically be setting your money on fire. So the guy that benefits at the end of the day is Google. At the end of the day. So at the early stage, it worked for us. I wouldn't say it will work for you now because things have changed. So we need to put that in context. The second item I will mention is our Campus Ambassador Program. I think it has many faces. The first is altruistic. We really want to help people. We really, really want to help people. But there are several layers of benefits that comes with that. And the first is, if you go to an average company in Nigeria today, some of the top companies in Nigeria today, it will be extremely difficult for you not to see a Cowrywise Campus Ambassador working in that company. Extremely difficult. You know the power of that thing? It basically means you have foot soldiers who have bought into the vision of the company from the time they were in 200 level, 100 level in school. And they carry that aura everywhere they go. It's not a cult. It simply means you've been able to help them discover what they could do with their lives, career, developing soft skills. In fact, for most of our campus ambassadors, we have about 50,000 of them currently. The idea is not for them to save, because we know they really don't have a lot of money anyways. The idea is not for them to invest. The idea is for them to learn not just money management skills, but life skills. Presentation. We have different teams. If you see some of the work that these guys do while still being students, those works can qualify as professional work. So they can actually tell you that they've been doing design for 3 years just after graduating from school. So they are building portfolios. And the value of those things can be quantified. So to a very large extent, we have a strong buy-in. And I'll give an example of that. The first set of campus ambassadors was in 2017, 2018. In 2021, just after COVID, one of them invited me to LBS. He was working at LBS. He invited me to an event at LBS. And that's just an example. There are so many layers of benefit that comes from you just operating that model. But it's not a model that gives you results immediately. It's a model that compounds over time. So you need to have the patience and the staying power to benefit from the result when the outcome starts coming. You might have done the work, but if you don't have the staying power to benefit from it, you might not benefit. So the way we look at the Campus Ambassador Program as a distribution strategy was to look at it from medium to long-term perspective, while still focusing on the short-term strategies and tactics that can enable us ramp up the business as quickly as possible, knowing fully well that in 3, 4, 5 years' time, we have some benefit that will accrue to us down the line. Then the other thing is, it can be expensive too to do. Currently, we are in more than 400 tertiary institutions in the country. More than 400 tertiary institutions. We have to build teams, leadership teams in each university. We have to develop merch, we have to develop curriculum, you have to have staff within the calorie-wise payroll that manage the entire Campus Ambassador Program. So it can be very expensive initially, but the benefits is materially huge. So for us, it is both a CSR project as well as a distribution strategy. It's not compulsory that you use calorie-wise after you've graduated, because we don't even track you. But what we've seen is that the benefit that comes to calorie-wise as a result of the Campus Ambassadorship Program, which we conceived in 2017, we still get the benefit till today. And the benefit is not just in Nigeria. That is the funny thing. We have a good number of these students or a good number of these graduates who are everywhere in the world. There is no city I go to today that I can rally calorie-wise ambassador for an event. Be it London, anywhere. And it shows what is possible if we really build a very strong academic environment. And why that is also very important to us is, why it can also be very important to you is that it speaks to the demographic structure of the country. Because where else do you have concentration of young minds that perfectly reflect the demographic structure of the country? We have a lot of young people in the country. And every year, they mature into labor force. Every year, they mature into voting age. They mature into voting population. They mature into buying population. So you need to figure out a way to win their heart and soul very early. And the example I usually cite about this is why that model was quite convincing to us was the first bank account I opened as a person, as a human being, was in school. You can guess which bank was it? GT Bank. I still use it to today. Even though they show me shege, I still use it. Every single day they show me shege, but I still use it. There's just that inertia from, you just don't want to move. The first, I opened that account in 2006 or 5. I'm very sure I wasn't profitable to them then. Because the only thing I was in the bank account for was receive money from home and move it. I doubt my money ever stayed one day in that bank account. In fact, I'll be in the banking hall waiting. Have you sent the money? Then I would just withdraw it. So definitely I wasn't profitable to them. But over time, I can say categorically, I'm extremely profitable to GT Bank today. And that's exactly what we're trying to mirror. Now multiply Razak's experience with GT by 20 million. You can imagine what that value is in the next 10, 20 years. Just to give a context to how these compounds over time. For the Carrywise experience, and this is not just the Campus Ambassador program alone, there are so many other tactics that feed into the overall outcome. We started in 2017, late 2017, 2018. But technically, we say we start in 2021 because that's when we got SEC license officially. But it took us 3 years before we could hit our first 5 billion naira in AUM. 3 years. 3 years of real work, hard work, to hit the first 5 billion in AUM. Today, we do that same 5 billion in less than 2 weeks. In less than 2 weeks, you're doing 5 billion in net AUM, not the money moving around. I mean, the money that is staying with you, which means every 2 years, we are accumulating 5 billion, 5 billion, 5 billion. The implication of that is we are not working harder than we worked 4 or 5 years ago. It's just the result of the compounding effect of all the different tactics, activities that we've done. So overall, if you're an SME, you're building a business today, you might not see the result despite all your best efforts. But what you need to be sure of is that you're actually investing that effort in the right direction, because at the end of the day, the effort will eventually multiply. But it is not given. You might put in a lot of effort to and not get result in 10 years. That's the truth. And that is why direction matters. So if you're investing your effort, you need to be sure that you're actually investing your effort in the right direction, so that you give yourself the best chance of getting result out of the effort you're investing today.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Razak. My people want to kill me. They said that time is up. So I'm going to, I want you to give us 1 minute each of your closing thoughts for my community guys. I'm not going to ask questions. I want you to give us that 1 minute each of closing thoughts. But I also want you to stay behind because I want to do a pitch session, random pitch session. I'm going to call random people very soon. And, you guys are going to help us assess them. It's okay, it's okay. Okay, so 1 minute each. I'll start with you, Ashley, and then I'll come.
Okay, thanks. So to build on what Razak was saying, I think my closing thoughts would be related to some of the mistakes that I see SMEs make. I think Razak spoke about, so I'll phrase it as positive. I think think long-term, think big picture, right? And one of the mistakes I see companies make is they're not willing to partner, or they get greedy immediately, and it shoots them in the foot for long-term success. Second one, be humble. Right? We need to be extremely humble. If you're not humble, the business will humble you, and if you're not ready to be humble, you'll go. I think be willing to work hard, which Razak pointed. It will be harder work than you've ever worked anywhere else when you're running your own business, and it is a marathon. So you have to do it for years and years and years. But if you're passionate and you're purpose-driven, you can do it. There was one more that I was... Oh, and then I think GT kind of touched on this, being realistic maybe. You can have your aspirational slogan on the wall somewhere, but as James Clear wrote in Atomic Habits, we don't rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our systems. So we need to make sure as business leaders, we walk that talk, or whatever you say. So we have to be in the office before everybody. We have to be the one, willing to follow up with customers and do the calls and sweep the floors and everything else, right? We need to build a team that's willing to do that hard work, and they do it consistently, because you can have your luxury, even Hermes, right, can have luxury shoes to the right market, but if one pair of shoes falls apart, they've lost that consistency and that trust, right? So I think that realism is about that consistency and delivery. And then the last component of the realism is risk. So we want, when we're planning, to the shoe example, right? Somebody can say, oh, my friend is selling 100,000 Naira shoes. It worked. I can make the shoes. I'm going to make 100 of them. Here's how much it will cost. Here's how much I'm going to make. They're planning based on best case scenario, whether they realize it or not. So we need to always pause and remind ourselves to plan, also look at worst case and realistic. Realistic case scenario is that there will be problems in production, that some people will buy, but you're going to have to spend more, that you're going to lose some to damage or theft, that blah, 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 right? So we have to plan based on realism and also always be sitting down and thinking, what are all the risks to my business? And I know Tofiakwa and the rest, but we have to realistically, outside of the blood of Jesus, we have to put in place some realistic plans, because we don't know which problem will happen, but when you're operating here, a problem will happen. So we have to plan a business that will still survive in that context. Sorry, that was more than 1 minute.
What I would say is stop lying to yourself. And I'm going to say that there's something I personally live by. I think I'm on stage 3 of this thing. But I'll share it with you guys. So when you decide what you want to do, the first thing you need to do is to go and learn. Can you guys say it with me? Learn. Learn as much as you can, but also recognize that you will never stop learning. Things are going to change. So this is the first thing you learn to do, but it's the most constant thing you must do. The second thing after you learn is you have to practice, because you have to test your knowledge. You have to know if what you heard or what you read is right, or if it's accurate, or if it even applies to you. So the second thing is you practice. And you must practice consistently. You know when they say the concept of 10,000 hours? Like Razak kind of alluded to that when he was talking, because that consistency pays off later. But nobody sees. The guy that knows how to juggle balls, you don't know how many times he fell down, how many times he missed it, right? But you see him on stage and you're amazed. So practice, practice, practice. You learn, then you practice. Can you say practice? If you practice consistently enough, you're going to start presenting and creating results. That's number 3. You will create results. People are going to know you for that particular thing you've practiced to do. If it's karate, people know that you can fight karate. If it is economics, people know you know it. If it is fixing the books and finance, people know you know it. Because you practice, and now you're the person who provides solutions. If you now provide solutions on a consistent basis, you become relevant. What you do with relevance is what makes you money. Wealth comes from proper use of relevance. So now everybody knows you for this. Everybody respects you and acknowledges you. Eventually, they're going to be willing to pay for you. None of this happens in a week. It takes time. So as you go about your business, you go about your career, you go about your life, recognize that there's a process for things. You're not going to start a business in 1 year. I mean, some people get lucky. But as Ayo knows, sometimes you will front-end your problems. You are going to create problems for yourself. You have money to buy equipment and buy all these things and hire staff. And then you start making money and you can't consistently buy new equipment. Now you have to manage the staff you have and sometimes they're not the right people. So take your time, identify where you are. Like me now, I think I'm on like stage 3, solutions guy, right? Relevance and real wealth comes when people give you the money that you ask for, because they recognize the value that you bring and nobody else can bring. So remember, learn, practice, create results, build relevance, then you will see wealth. Money is a byproduct.
Do I still need to add anything? Okay. Let me just cap it all by saying that I want to believe majority of people seated here are entrepreneurs, right? Yes. So, okay. I think there is a less emphasized strengths that we all have, that you have, that you may not be paying attention to. And that is the fact that you run your business and there is a perspective of the business that you know best, that others don't know. You shouldn't downplay that strength when it comes to seeking advice, seeking mentorship from people who may not know anything about what you're doing. This is not to say you shouldn't listen to people, but I'm saying that do not underplay the strength you already have. You interact with your customers, your prospects, you interact with your staff, you interact with your products, so you understand some things that others may not understand. There are other things that outsiders will understand that you will not understand. So don't underplay your strengths. Leverage it because it is important. What you're looking for in advice, in mentorship, might just be what you have to look inward and solve yourself without necessarily seeking advice or listening to people or listening or looking for mentorship. So in summary, while you seek advice, mentorship, and networking, relationship, association, do not underplay the strength that you are sitting on. That leverage can be all you need to figure out the clarity to take your business from 1 to 10. Leverage it and make use of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me give a very resounding applause to this panel. It's been an amazing panel. Thank you so much, Razak, for doing this. Thank you so much, GT. We have a token of a gift for you.
J'entends ça passe, la tirée.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, did we enjoy that session? So we're going to have a last session now, which we call the Founder Spotlight, and we're going to call Razak back on the stage. Before now, we had a conversation about business models, but now he's going to come and tell us his journey and his story from when he was a child to how he started the business, how he evolved, the early stage challenges, what other endeavors he's done, if there were multiple other failure points before Cowrie Wise became a success story. Do we want to hear that or not? So ladies and gentlemen, please give Razak another round of applause as he comes on stage to share with us his growth story. Thank you. This is going to run for 15 minutes, then Q&A.
Okay, I thought I'd done the job before, but forced again to come upstairs. First of all, let me say, I want to make this a personal story, sort of. So so don't mind me if I might stand up again, but I just want to feel comfortable, right? I think the way I'll put this is that it is usually very difficult to know exactly what will happen in years from now. It's usually very difficult to plot the future perfectly. But what is possible is to have a bigger picture of what the future holds, while you play your card to ensure that you have the greatest chance of connecting the dots. So the Cowrie story wasn't something that started by shower moments or some kind of inspiration. No. I think it's a plot that started right from Obafemi Awolowo University, right from school, which is why the people you keep, your circle, the circle you keep, the friends you keep, the people you talk to might be influential or might be the determinant of the kind of future you plot. And why I'm saying the seed of Cowrie got sown in OAU is this. My co-founder attended OAU as well. And the first time we met was while I was president of Student in Free Enterprise in OAU. And what Student in Free Enterprise does, I think currently they are called enactors. It's basically a student body made up of students, and you are meant to come up with economically empowering projects for members of the communities around you. And then you present the impact of the project. You have to demonstrate that the project you've conceived and executed have real impacts on the economic livelihood of the people you're targeting. Then you present it to audience, and then they will judge which project has the most economically empowering impact on the audience. So there was this project we conceived. The project was called WWW. This was in 2006, WWW. And it stands for Web, Wisdom, and Wealth. And what we're trying to do basically was to empower students to build online trade fair by building a website where students can sell their products. Well, you can call that e-commerce today, but that was the original idea. But I'm not an engineer. I studied economics, so I don't even know what HTML was at that point. So we were looking for a partner that can enable us build and execute that project. And we looked throughout Obafemi Awolowo University. A name came up. And that name was the Nigerian IT Youth Ambassador. And that person was Edward Popola. Interestingly, my roommate was his brother. My roommate in OAU then, Tolu Popola, is Edward's brother. So it was very easy for us to connect. So now start connecting the dots. From my roommate to my environment, which is Obafemi Awolowo University, because there was someone good enough to become Nigerian IT Youth Ambassador in Ife, and because I was so good to my roommate that my roommate was able to introduce his brother to me because we had a project we wanted to run to impact lives. So the question you need to start asking yourself is today, the people you live with, the people you interact with, can you go to them for something like that? So Edward joined the project team. He facilitated development of websites, and we did that in partnership with GT Bank. And that was how our paths crossed. And this was as far back as 2006. The project was executed, and it was fantastic. Years down the line, we graduated. I started my investment banking experience with Meristem as a research analyst, and Edward started his career with InterSwitch as infrastructure engineer. And we kept in touch as a result of the mutual respect that existed then and that still exists till now. But overall, we had this mutual self-respect for each other. He's an engineer, I'm a finance person. But the whole idea of Cowrie was born when we married my personal experience in investment management and his own experience in technology to create a solution that can enable a lot of people, and I'll emphasize that, a lot of people have access to investment products in Nigeria. In my previous workplaces, I realized that asset managers, fund managers were doing their job, and they were doing it the way the time permitted at that point. They were focusing largely on few people who could pay the bills for them. And by paying the bill, those who are bankable or investable. Because there was no way you would go to Meristem at that point and tell them you had 5,000 naira and they'll take you serious. They won't take you serious. Meristem had a retail product, and the minimum account balance for that investment product then was 150,000. It was called Mary Boss. If you do not have 150,000 naira, you were not their customer. But as a fresh graduate, my salary was even 50,000 naira per month, and I was one of the highest paid pre-NYSC core member at that point. You can imagine what that exclusion looked like as far back as 2008, 2009. So the whole idea of Cowrywise is, how do we break this barrier by ensuring that anyone, anywhere, with any amounts can actually have access to investment products? And the model we came up with was that there was no way we could do that by doing what the existing asset managers were doing to make sense out of it. It will never make sense. Because there is no way an investment advisor who has 5, 4, or 6 years of experience will sit down with a retail investor with 5,000 naira and that will make sense to him. You won't pay the guy's bill. So they are focusing on those who have millions of naira to invest in mutual funds, millions of naira to invest in equities. So the only model that could work was for us to aggregate millions of retail investors with 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, and make sense out of it by leveraging technology. And that was the simple model. So overall, the Cowrywise story is a story that started from friendship. It's a story that started right from school. It's a story that connected the dots of school life, work experience, and friendship to create a solution for millions of people to have access to investment products. From day one, we knew what we wanted to do, but we knew we didn't have the resources, the capacity to achieve everything in year one. So we started out with a very simple product, which was savings, which was why currently a lot of people will say Cowrywise is about savings. But what we're doing largely is about investment management. But saving is a product that is simple enough for an average person on the streets to understand. So at the end of the day, we built a product that has a suite of wealth management services that an average person, irrespective of the amount that you earn, irrespective of where you are as a person in Nigeria, at least, let me qualify that, irrespective of time, whether 1 a.m. or 2 p.m., you can actually log in into the app, choose an investment product that suits you, and then go ahead to invest. But doing that also requires that we have certain regulatory clearance. And we had that challenge originally because we did not have the capacity to get an SEC license when we started. So what did we do? We had to leverage partnership with existing asset managers who are licensed by the Securities and Exchange Commission. So, which is why I said earlier that you might have the future you want to build, but you might not have the resources or the capacity to do it today. You need to figure out alternative ways to do that. Partnership might be a way for you to go. And in our case, partnership was the answer. We had to partnership with where I worked before, which is why I'll ask this question. How many of you here had worked somewhere before you started your business? Can you go back to that company and establish a partnership with them? If you can go back to that company to establish a partnership with them, can you raise up your hand? Are you telling the truth? Because there are some people, immediately they left that company, you can't go back again. It's a very dangerous thing to do. It doesn't matter if I'm not saying companies shouldn't treat their staff well. But even if they are not treating you well, you should leave on a good note. Because you really can't tell when you need to open that door again. So do not burn bridges. It's extremely important. So in our case, it's about school, the community that we found ourselves. It's about the program we participated in while in school. It's about the roommate I had while in school. It's about my first place of work after school. It's about keeping friendship alive even after school. And it's about discussing ideas to solve problems for people. And all of these dots are what eventually resulted in CowryWise. So CowryWise wasn't just an idea that just happened or popped up as a result of a shower moment. No, it's an idea that evolved over time, and it is still evolving. But in doing all of this, I've learned a lot of things that probably if I'm starting a company today, I'll probably start it in a completely different way because the times have changed. Right. I wouldn't have the opportunity of having another university experience, for example. I wouldn't have the opportunity of having another first job because I've already had many jobs. But all I can say overall is that if you're building a company, whatever the source of your inspiration is, because your path might be different from mine or might be different from the CowryWise path, whatever that is, it is extremely important that you treat people well, especially as an SME or as a startup. And the reason is that you need to retain the institutional memory of the company. If you do not treat people well, and people come to spend a year with you and leave, you might end up paying a lot more, reinventing the wheel, instead of consolidating on the benefit that you've achieved originally. So as an example, our first staff in CowryWise is still with us today, since 2017. The second staff in CowryWise is still with us today. Majority of our early staff are still with us. And the reason for that is very simple. You have to treat people well, especially if you're in a service business. And you get multiple benefits out of it. That institutional memory where you don't have to give context, that in 2022 we did this, it didn't work. Why are you doing it now? That won't happen because the guy was there in 2022. He knew you did X, Y, Z that didn't work. He will not spend time and company resources doing it again. I'll give an example. In 2022, we did a marketing campaign, and that campaign was about referral. I'm sure a good number of us here will be doing referral in order to encourage customers to buy your product. We started. We wanted to do referral, and we did referral by giving customers 1,000 naira for accounts created, for investing, and all of that. Guess how many customers were acquired in a month in December 2022? We acquired more than 85,000 customers in a month. That was the highest we've ever done in a single month. Then in January, it reduced a bit to about 75,000. And guess what? We shut it down. You know why we shut it down? Today, if you come to me to say you want to do referral, my advice would be don't do it. Especially if it's a paid referral and you're focusing on B2C. Don't do it. You will lose. It's as simple as that. Especially if you're in fintech and you're doing referral, you're paying customers, you will lose at the end of the day. And the reason is very simple. We even wrote a paper and it's published. You can look at it, our lessons, based on what we've seen. This is not about theory. This is about what we've done, what we've seen work, and all of that. The first thing is that the customer cohort we acquired in December and January during that referral period were the poorest we've ever seen as a company. Because people were downloading the app, signing up, not because they were even interested in saving and investing. They were primarily just interested in the 1,000 naira, and that was it. The worst case scenario is that we had people from different parts of the country, from Niger State to Borno State, creating YouTube videos. Guess what the YouTube video titles were? How to make money on CowryWise. And I was, what are you guys doing? Instead of you to create a video on how to save and invest money on CowryWise, people will create a video telling you how to make money on CowryWise, and they will go into detail beyond what you, as the company owner, will do. Every single button, click this yellow button, click this green button, submit, go to your email. They will detail it, but the messaging was wrong. The messaging was actually demarketing the company. Because at the end of the day, you are not selling your overall objective as a company. They are helping you to sell the company completely differently. And those videos are still on YouTube till today. How to make money on Cowrywise. As a founder, that is not what you are doing. You are practically helping people to save and invest. So we had to shut the program down, knowing fully well that people can be incentivized. It is very good to incentivize people, no doubt. But when it comes to referral, any referral program that is anchored on paying people cash is likely to fail. So what we've done alternatively was to link the referral incentives to the usage of the product. So if you do referral, what we do to you is to say, okay, when you invest, we waive transaction fees for you. That way, we are increasing the intensity of the product usage while also compensating you. But any referral program that has to do with paying people cash, we wouldn't do. Now look at the headache, the nightmare we went through. Because we had this huge number of customers who were signing up. The customer service team was completely overwhelmed. The entire company turned into customer service. Now in 2024, we're employing people, and some of the strategies they were recommending was you should do referral. Of course, because we had people who had been in the company from day one, we have that institutional memory. That idea was completely shut down to say, okay, go and read about our experience during referral because we've actually done it before. All I'm saying basically is that if you do not have that institutional memory, you will keep reinventing the wheel for every new person you bring in. And what you do not have as a startup or as a business is time. So you can't afford to keep spending the same time that you have doing the same thing over and over and over. It is one of the suboptimal way to use that scarce resource, which is time. So overall, treating people is one key lesson I've learned, that when you treat people well, they stay and they help you build that company. Then the second is you need to be compliant. If you really want to be big as a business and you don't want to just focus on building a small-scale business, you need to be compliant. Of course, compliance spectrum differs. There are some businesses, some startups that are compliance heavy. Some are not. If you're a fintech company, especially if you're managing money for people, you cannot hide, except if you do not want to grow. You need to face that compliance challenge head on and get the necessary regulatory clearance to be able to do that. Then the last thing I'll mention before I entertain questions from you is when you have customer support team, do not see them as customer support. Your customer support team is actually a growth engine. And if you do not handle it really well and constitute that team such that they see the vision beyond them just responding to customers' inquiry to actually being proactive in marketing the product, you might be leaving a lot of money on the table. So see customer support team as a growth engine because they are the first interaction that customers get when they get to hear about your products. If they do not treat customers well, you might lose that opportunity to benefit from the viral loop that comes from referral. Organic referral, not paid referral. And by the way, right now, about 60% of our daily acquisition comes from just organic referral. People just referring the product to their families and friends. And it's primarily because they've had a good experience building that. So this has been the short story of the Cowrywise experience. It is not exhaustive by all means because time is short. But overall, just take it home that the Cowrywise experience or the Cowrywise journey is primarily a journey of friendship. It's a journey of academic environment. It's a journey of workplace, work experience. And it's a journey of curiosity in order to combine finance knowledge and tech knowledge to solve key investment access for millions of people. So thank you. More than happy to respond to questions if there are.
little things you they do when they make me go low.
Okay, please raise your hand if you have questions. How many can you take, sir?
As much as time permits.
Okay, so let's start with 3. We'll take 3 questions for now.
Okay.
Till the MC advises otherwise. Thank you. Who is the first person? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for this session. I mean, it directly connects to me. I'm Mr. Oyekomi, and I'm currently a digital marketer. And I finished school last year, and my friends came up with a plan to introduce delivering services for a bakery. And I was like the first staff to come in, plus another friend as the customer service person and all that. While we grew, we got to, we got into the business. I mean, I was not just a customer service alone anymore. I was like a part of the business. But it now got to a point whereby we understood the vision, but we had different energy level. And it got to a point whereby we basically fought. I mean, we had big differences about how the business should run, how staff should be treated, how the structure should look like. And even till now, we've still not gotten that system or that structure that will allow us to get a different hand in. We are still running on trust, but we don't have that capacity currently to run on trust. And then it cannot allow the business to scale, basically. So my question is, how do we handle these differences as founders are coming together to build something different? And then how do we help ourselves to scale, to have a system that we can bring other people in and allow the business to grow? So that's that.
Okay. So let me quickly just respond to that. Well, congratulations for having the courage to do that. Yeah. I think overall, founders' dispute is by far the biggest cause of companies' debt, startup debt. So what you're experiencing is not new. I think it conforms with existing reality, right? But one thing I've seen work is that for founders to come together, I think the optimal number of founders is usually 2. Optimal, 2. By the time you are more than 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm not saying it won't work, but the potential for friction will increase when you are 3, 4, 5. If you are just 2, just 2 ways, right? Just 2 nodes. But when you're 3, it gets to 3. When you're 4, it gets to 6. So it becomes quite difficult for you to maintain harmonious relationship. One thing I've seen work, especially when it requires just 2 founders, is that it doesn't matter what skill set you are bringing. You should just do everything 50-50. If you are starting off and one founder is owning, say, 60-70%, the other is owning 30%, there will be friction because it's extremely difficult for you to estimate the kind of value you're bringing to the table at the early stage, especially when the product or the company is at the idea stage. It's just idea. It could be worth $1 billion. It could be worth 0. So there is no point fighting over who owns what at that point, at that early stage. Just do everything 50-50. What that does is it builds trust and it builds some sense of equality because that is extremely important. But why that is important, you also need to figure out what each person is bringing to the table. Your complementary skill sets must be such that you can fairly say it is 50-50 contribution. You don't have to be exact. You don't have to be exactly, it doesn't have to be accurate. You just need to have a fair sense of your contribution is 50, my contribution is 50, and we're distributing everything 50-50. The ownership with a proper documentation in place. Some of these things also come with experience. I'm not sure if I would have done it better if I started CarryWise 1 year after school, to be honest. Better than you. Some of these things come with experience. If you've worked somewhere or you've had experiences before, it can improve the quality of decisions you make, especially when it comes to life commitment, like setting up a business, starting up a business. It's a lifelong commitment, and it has to be treated as such. So some of the tips that can work is make sure there is some sense of equality, and make sure there is some sense of trust, because the only currency you have at that time is trust. You might not have, the business might not even be generating revenue yet, but you need to trust each other such that you can bring your complementary skill set together to build something. When I say complementary skill set, let me expatiate what I mean by that. If you are an economist and your co-founder is an economist, I think I would rather you have a co-founder who did something completely different from what your skill set is. That's what I mean by complementary skill sets, right? It helps you a lot in saving a lot of costs, right? There is no point for two accountants to come together to form a company or a startup. They might have complementary skill set different from their core, but what helps a lot is for you two to have complementary skill set completely different from what each other studied. Then the last item is both parties must ensure that they're actually contributing equally. And what I mean by that is, do not form a company with someone. Well, my simple advice, do not form a company with someone who has a job while you don't have one. The person has a job, you don't have, or you have a job, the person doesn't have a job, but you think you are forming a company. You are just playing around. It is difficult enough to start a company, then dissipating energy and focus on other things practically reduces your chance of success. Even when you face the company 100%, you still are not likely to be successful, statistically speaking. So you need all the concentration you need, all the focus you need to ensure that trust continuously gets built. Because when someone has alternatives and you do not have alternative, that scenario breaks down the trust. So these are some of the tips you can consider in order to build a business, especially if you have a co-founder in place. Does that help?
You guys are confusing me.
All right. Good evening. My name is Abe. I'm the co-founder for CoroRide. First and foremost, I would like to appreciate the story you've shared. It's more like a master class. We're very grateful. So I'm going to ask, my first question is, your revenue for 5 billion.
Sorry to butt in, sir. Please, can you wrap your questions as one? Because we are pressed for time.
All right.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask your revenue for 5 billion in 2 weeks. What medium of advertisement was used to generate that? And also, how were you able to secure the sole payments processing platform for Lagos State transportation? All right. And lastly, this is more like a request. I don't know if we can have a one-on-one meeting with you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So let me clarify. The 5 billion is not revenue. It's assets under management. So don't misquote me. It's assets under management, not revenue, right? So we make revenue on assets under management. But of course, I won't declare what our revenue is, but I know we are profitable. Of course, I won't declare what our revenue is. Then the second question, I think we are confusing CarryWise with CarryCard. Yeah, so we're completely two different entities. CarryCard is the payment company that handles payment for Lagos State BRT and the train. We don't do payments. What we do primarily is wealth management. Well, some customers confuse the two names as well. And funny enough, we have similar brand color, blue. I think someone needs to sue somebody. Then on the third request. Yeah, happy to do that. More than happy to do that, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to call Ayo Bankole upstage. Please give him a round of applause. And please note that you can always connect with the speakers via LinkedIn. You know, that's like the easiest way to reach them. And you can send your questions to them. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, so I'm going to call some people. If you are ready to pitch your business in 60 seconds, okay, I'm going to call the first set of people who raise their hand. Okay, put your hand down, put your hand down, put your hand down. No, they take them easy. No, they take them easy. You don't even know how much. Maybe it's 2,000. You don't know. You will collect it like that. If you are ready to pitch your business in 60 seconds, the first I don't understand. Who told you people to come out? The first what? That's all. No more. It's okay. No more. How many are you? Pick numbers. Pick numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Okay. Why is it always women that are always hustling the most? Now only 2 men now. Out of 9. These men, they are not hungry. Oh. It's 3 people that is going to win. 3 people are going to win. Yes. I'm going to give 3 people 100,000 naira each. 3 people. Eh? So you have just 60 seconds. I'm not giving you any guideline. Oh. Please, all of you, come up. Come and stay here. One by one. I'm not going to give any guideline, but I'm going to tell my judges what to check for. Careful, careful, please. I'm going to tell them what to check for. So you can stay behind the chairs. Once you are ready, you come forward, right? So I'm going to call you one by one.
right. So, now remote control the DJ they use. I just say, all right, pap, just offer. Okay, so number 1, please. Okay, if number 1 is not ready, number 2, that's already disqualified. That's number 1 now. No, you have to go. You are number 1. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Akini Oluwabukun. I run a swimming service. The name of my company is eSwim Elite NG. I run a swimming service, a mobile swimming service where I provide swimming service to you wherever you are in Lagos. I have other people who work for me, and I basically run my swimming service for kids from 6 months to any age. I run swimming services for kids with autism spectrum and cerebral palsy also. Everybody is equal, so they deserve to know how to swim also. We're here to make sure swimming is accessible for everybody as much as possible, whether your age, your health-wise, you need to be able to know how to swim. And every region, everybody deserves to enjoy the health benefit that comes with swimming. Thank you.
Number 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Semitokwe Etu, and I run a professional cleaning company and pest control management services. And the name is called TMB Cleaning Services. Our demographic or target clients are based on from ages 25 to 65. And what we do is we focus on well-being, environmental sanitation, basically. And that's why we say, excuse me, everybody. Excuse me, please. How many minutes do I have? Can I say?
20 seconds.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so like I said, we run a cleaning service and pest management company, and it's a professional company service. It's called TMB Cleaning Services. Our targets are between 25 to 65, and what we focus on is well-being and environmental services. And our tagline is, remember, we don't just clean, we clean with deep cleaning.
Time up.
Deep cleaning. Okay,
Time
thank
up.
you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Afolayan Elizabeth, a student of Unilag. So this is my idea. And majority of students moving from one state to another to University of Lagos always having issue with accommodation. So, and with caretaker will be collecting money from them. So my idea is that creating a website that for students to connect to their hostel owners. So it will be easy for them to like get a quality hostel that have security, that have everything they want. They will not be going to, they will not choose the hostel that does not have security and everything, and there will be life of the hostel they want. And also,
Thank you. 20 seconds.
so the solution we provide is to connect hostel, people that are looking for hostel to students to owners of hostels. They have to find the quality of hostel they want, and they will not be paying, they will not be overpaying, and also to cut short of agent people. Thank you.
Hello. Your time is counting.
Hello, everybody. My name is Elizabeth, also known as Farmer Bet. I'm a young farmer, and I'm also I'm also an agripreneur. Agripreneur in this sense, I source goods from the north, thereby empowering young farmers. And these farmers are people who are illiterate. So I thereby patronize them and also get this logistics that brings them to Lagos, and I sell at affordable prices. Also, I also plant vegetables such as bell peppers, habaneros, tomatoes, because I've noticed that when you talk about vegetables, people always think it's always ugu, efo, and other stuff. I'm not a vegetable type. So into agriculture, I was able to pick that you don't even need to eat efo and other stuff. you can eat bell, you can eat tomatoes and other lettuce, and you are still...
Next.
Hello. Okay. Good day, everyone. I am Kafilat, and I am the creative director of KMK Beats. At KMK Beats and Accessories, KMK Beats and Accessories is a growing enterprise, a growing Nigerian enterprise, which focuses on creating unique, timeless fashion pieces, like what I'm having here with me, my beaded bags, also my beaded bracelets, and all. Also, we are also leveraging into focusing on other accessories that are going to speak confidence, because KMK Beats and Accessories are inspired by confidence, elegance, and enhancing your personality as an individual. Thank you.
Wow. That was on time.
Hi everyone, my name is Akinti Omotola, founder of T&S Enterprise and Thread and Stitches. So I came basically today because I sell different products, but for today I came with my agri produce, which is fufu powder. So the good thing about the fufu powder is that we all know that fufu, we are used to the regular fufu that is watery, that you turn on fire and all. But this comes in powder form. It's 100% organic, no preservatives, and easy to prepare. So the solution I'm preferring is that most people don't like to stay long in the kitchen. Unlike when you prepare semo, it spends some time on fire. But the good thing about the fufu powder is that it spends just 5 to 7 minutes on fire. Just put it on the fire, pour it in the hot water, and then you stir. You don't have to parboil like semo. So the solution I'm preferring is that for people who work in the offices who don't like to spend so much hours in the kitchen, you can easily make your fufu powder. And 1 kg can be enough for 8 people. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. A few years ago, a young lady struggled with her health issue. I was tired of popping medicine, and she found healthy living. That young lady here is Rescue's Delight, Abdulaziz Wediat Adeola, and I'm the maker of healthy drinks and consumables, where we make yummy chocolate, yummy consumables like coconut flakes that help feed farm, remote workers to snack on, and very, very affordable and nutritious. We've been able to help busy mom to reduce their kitchen time with our tapioca, which is our instant tapioca that you don't need to soak for days before. And we have some crunches like coconut flakes, coconut candy that you can even give your kid. So our variety of products ranges from help both the young healthy living enthusiasts, the feed farm, and people that will just ensure that they want to eat healthy. And we've been able to serve over 50 customers by events. So we also do mocktails, fruit, and we style fruit in a lovely way, and with parfait too. Well, some of our products have been able to help some people to reduce the way they eat junk, and that's a lot for us.
Time up.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cyrus, and I'm a filmmaker. I create compelling wedding photography and encouraging movie line. And I'm also a filmmaker. So I made a sample for.
Where is Ogo small board?
So that's a sample of what I do. My time is up. That's us.
The time is not up. You have 30 seconds left.
I'm done.
Okay, great. Ewa, your mic is on.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Morenike J. Ahmed. I'm the creative director of Mo Planet Creation, where we produce eco-friendly fashion, which is adire and batik making. What do we do in Mo Planet? We create wonderful adire materials for corporate organization and traditional enthusiasts for clothing like adire, batik. How do we do it? We brand, like the company comes, corporate organization comes to our company to request for their wares. which is not ordinary round neck, which is not ordinary shirt. We make it into the cultural heritage that is going on, that everybody sees around now, that we are into the world whereby Nigeria needs to like promote the culture. So that's what we're doing in More Planet creation. So I will urge everyone to go to More Planet on Instagram to see the work that More Planet creation has done on Adire making in order to like promote the heritage.
A round of applause for all of them.
All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think that we need to do a specific session for men. You know, men and how to... I think the only time men are best confident is when they are toasting babes. That one, they are not doing it work. Hey, now the men where they toast you, no get whiz. Let me toast you. Let me toast you. You go no say whiz day. You know I'm not doing it. Why? See where follow man come, don't they like me already? Is it? The talent in the it's not by effort. Okay, so I think that I must commend all of you. Is again, as I said, the first step to anything is even to show up. Abi? You know, the fact that you even showed up is already half of the job. The rest is delivering. The fact that you can get feedback today is because you showed up. At least now, if I see any of you anywhere, I know you. Some of you I already know you because I've been knowing you for a long time. So let's listen to our judges brainstorm, and then we will get the results.
Give us a few minutes.
Okay, we should give you a few minutes. Okay, they said we should give a few minutes. Yes, feedback first, then the results. So our judges wants a few minutes to deliberate. Then after that, they will give feedback. Do you want to? Okay, a few minutes. Okay, should we go and sit down? You guys can hold on a bit, or you want to go and sit down?
Can you hear me? Okay. Attention car owners. If Attention car owners. If you own a red Camry LND 905HN, we need you now. LND 905HN, a red Toyota Camry. Is this a Corolla? A red Toyota LND 905HN. Okay. Another red Toyota LSR 585JW. Car owner house. LSR 585JW. Continue. DJ, you can continue.
No bad songs. We me the bed, we me travailler. Let me Casamigo, feeling Casanova. One jealous me, I want carpenter. This is Roger Mulawa.
Ayo. The judges are ready. Ayo. Ayo.
Hey, I'm on my way up. So, ladies and gentlemen, you don't get Lao for there. Lao. Now, Lao they're supposed to play for this kind of thing. So, some of you already know your own feedback yourself. Like just a formality that we want to do. So, we're going to take feedback first and foremost, and then we'll read those who win.
Okay. Oh yeah, joint. Okay. So hi guys. I think you guys did well. I'm giving the fact that most of you are probably not prepared for this. But notwithstanding, the general feedback is that I think the performance, you guys can do better on performance because from time to time you meet people, anytime you should be ready for that 1 minute. They call it elevator pitch. A lot of people are probably not prepared for it. So you guys need to do better on getting your elevators, pitch ready at any time. So let me give you specific feedback. Akini Ayomide, can you step forward a little? Okay. So you said you're into swimming service for kids, health benefits, and all of that. I mean, these things, they sound good, but you probably need to think about, the other people that do it. A lot of people do swimming service and all of those things. You probably need to think more about that. But it generally sounds like something that is good. I mean, I personally have a phobia for water. And, my boss used to tell me almost all the time that it's a life skill. So it's something good you are doing, but, you probably have to think about the many swimming trainers you have. Okay, thank you. Step back. Temitokpe, step forward a little. Sorry. Pest control and cleaning service. I mean, this is a very, very big, this is a market that has a lot of people doing it. I mean, here today, somebody has come to tell me that, they are doing pest control and cleaning service. So it's, almost because I'm into real estate and I get a lot of people telling me they want to clean the house, we build all of those things. So it's a very, very competitive market. I would just advise you to find a way to differentiate yourself. You really want to do well on this, okay? Thank you. You can step back. Afolayan, you are a student. You build website for students to connect with house owners, hostel marketplace, cost short agent, and all of those things. I mean, these things sound good, but your competition is an agent, and agents can be very, very ruthless. I mean, like they're always on your neck and all of those. So you probably need to think about your competition. But sounds like if you're able to maybe scale it amongst, maybe even be your campus, okay, it's something that can fly. But you need to think about agents that have been in this thing for long, and they are not students like you, so they have all the time in this world to chase the people you are also going to sell to. Elizabeth, you said you are a pharmacist. You talked about farmer bet or something, but you never really said anything about that. After the introduction, more of agriculture, patronize farmers in the north, logistics, and all of those plant vegetables, and all of these things. I mean, how are you different from the aboki that says the guy, next door, So you probably did not tell us that aspect of, I mean, are you different from the guy that said, the aboki that says tomato down the road? So if you want to distinguish yourself in that, I guess you need to think about that. But nice idea you've got. But next time when you're pitching something, always try to align everything to what exactly you want to pitch, okay? Because we're talking about you being a pharmacist or something, farmer bet, but never talked anything about that. So there is some confusion to us. Then Omotola, so Kafilat beads and fashion pieces, and you showed the example, which was good. If you are doing things, it's always good to show examples, which I think you did a good job of that. Beads and accessories, that looks like things that work on Instagram. So I probably advise you to work more on Instagram if you are not. I think you also talked about your page or something, right? Okay, well done. You can step back. Amatola, fufu powder. I mean, corporate people, I don't know how many people in the corporate Lagos want to eat fufu at work. So you probably would want to think about your, that strategy. And also, Thank you. So, Madam Adola, you are into snacks, Yomin, snacks. You talked about, health benefit, and you talked about snacks. I'm not sure most of the snacks we have these days. I mean, they are antithetical to what you're actually preaching. I mean, there are things that, but notwithstanding, you said you help busy mom, mocktails, perfect, and all of those things. I think your messaging can be a little bit better. Cyrus, you gave us a good thing, but you did not talk. You spent your time, giving us this thing. You didn't. I'm not sure you spent up 10 minutes talking about what you do exactly, and so you probably need to spend more time speaking, optimize your time by speaking on what is most relevant as well. But thank you for the gift, all the same. Bugani KG, you talked about more planet creations, eco-friendly Ajere. That sounds a little bit, trendy. I mean, these days, I was even surprised that Ayo did not come here with Ajere. That's what is trending these days. Corporate organization, that appear like a good target. But at the same time, you also have to convince people, I mean, whether this is something that they should, why they should patronize you over the women in Abeokuta and other places, all of that. So we are done with our rating of the top 3, and I don't know whether Ayo wants to announce this, or what's the process for Ayo? Who is going to announce the top 3, the winners? Should we announce, or does he want to announce? Now you give us work. Okay. So we have given them the feedback, but the top 3, are you want to announce that? Okay.
The only reason I want to announce it so that I can rig it, like INEC, Mahmoud, yeah? It's the same money I'm giving you anyways. Okay, so we have, I don't want to make mistakes, so I will still come back. So this is, okay, you've written it there. Okay, so we have 3 people in no particular order. When I mention names, you guys are really nice, so now still full here. When I mention names, please clap very hard. It's not easy to pitch without planning instantly. Especially when there's stage fright, all of these things. Go easy, If you easy, try them. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the 3rd place, that is going to win a portion of this money that I want to give is KMK Beads and Accessories. Second place, you already heard the feedback, so another woman, formidable woman. It be like these people, they don't plan them. Because the way they take deliver, Kiniko, eco-friendly, Kiniko, corporate organization, Morani KG. You see how you this hijab sisters, I will always feel now. You, Bim Wumi, HQLD treats. People are always, your energy, una hustle too much. They are always winning grants everywhere. Zanitecture, etc. I'm happy that despite the fact that they were in the minority, at least one of them came up tops. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Akini Ayomide. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to the West. On behalf of one of our partners, Modoc, he's also said that I should tell you guys that they are going to shoot a product video for you for free that you can use to do your advertorials. Please go and look for one guy called Samuel so that you can take your details so we can send you your money. Otherwise, you go enter audio. No go drag me, say I don't give you your money. Let's take photo. Where are all the winners? All the other people? Where did they go now? Now they there.
Business. I take my kindness for weakness. Softly, no go tear my singlet. Ogu, challenge. No they joke with my percentage. No go give to Caesar. What belongs to Odogu? All these you at all. The money over their love. Money no like cha. Oh, only no fit Gaza. All in no man abroad. And your master, I'm more.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I want to draw the curtains on the Caladium Lagos SME Bootcamp 8.0. Right now, as we speak, DJ Escobar and his team are setting up in the next hub, Alagomeji. We are having a grand after party together with Island Park. There's going to be free cocktails for those who come first, free chops. There's going to be a lot to drink, a lot to eat, a lot to dance. You are going to see another version of me there. So I'll see you guys at the after party, and I'll see you again next year. If you are going to Yaba, Alagomeji and Co., there's a bus out there. There's a coaster free for you. All the Unilag guys or anybody who's going to that axis, you can join the bus. If you're also going to the after party, there's a bus also that will take you later in the evening. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Bye-bye.
Please, we need to start pictures. Volunteer for the bootcamp.
Please, all Caladium employees, volunteers, Caladium people, please come up. We want to take a photo. All volunteers, please come up. We want to snap.
Volunteers, please. Come forward.
Afghanistan, Matsuda, Benadu, Paziswan, Elemos, Mati, the Bakan, Logins to me, I want to bear you the bomb. Afghanistan, Matsuda, Benadu, Paziswan, Elemos, Mati, the Bakan, Logins to me, I want them. Elemos, the Elemos, the Elemos, Paka away, con the Paka, take away, con the Paka, Paka away, con the Paka, take away, con the Paka. Management, GIP, Awashka. You don't pay. Management, GIP, Awashka. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.